In this video, we'll be covering alien encounters, alien abductions, UFOs, secret military underground bases, space mission aliens, recent encounters, older encounters, and very, very old encounters, biblical references to aliens, alien government conspiracies, different theories as to why aliens are here, how they behave, what they're like, top secret government cover-ups and projects, and some individual encounters with aliens, eyewitnesses, first-hand accounts, and much more. This huge video is a compilation of all 6 alien and UFO iceberg videos that I've done in this series, so if you enjoy this sort of thing, you are absolutely in for a treat. As with all of my compilations, I have cleaned them all up a little bit, removed the intros and the outros, so this is all in one big convenient video for you to enjoy. So as always, grab a drink. My choice today is peach iced tea, and join me as we explore the entire ultimate UFO and alien iceberg. To start off, tier 1, we have Project Blue Book. So this was the codename for the project, the mission of studying UFOs started by the Air Force in 1952. And this ran for around about 17 years until it was finally shut down in 1969. Nice. Now, it was originally created, obviously, to assess and explore this new phenomenon, that being aliens, UFOs, and abductions. Because at the time, hundreds of people, even thousands of people a year, were all reporting strange things that they'd seen in the sky, various unknown creatures or beings or aliens that they had encountered, or claims that they themselves had been abducted, or their cat had been taken by a Martian or something. And the government was basically flooded with these claims. And from the government's perspective, they didn't know which ones were real, which ones were hoaxes, which ones were people just mistaken things in the sky like a paper bag flying in the air or something, or if they were advanced Russian technologies like rockets, missiles, crafts. Like, the government just didn't really know, and they didn't like not knowing, and so they set up Project Blue Book. And over the 12 years of operation, they collected over 12,500 reports of stuff related to aliens and UFOs, and what they concluded was that most of them, they said, were actually mistakes made by the witnesses. And so they were like natural phenomenon, clouds, stars, even wind blowing things up into the sky. And they said they found no evidence of any aliens or UFOs, which, if they did find evidence, I think that's exactly what they would say. And of the 12,500 reports, there were still 700 which even the Air Force couldn't explain. And for our next entry, we will explore this strange, mysterious, epic being seen all over the world by thousands of people in Raid Shadow Legends. And Sir Nicholas is honestly one of the coolest champions in-game. He has crazy healing, he has a freeze attack that literally can't be blocked, and is one of the only champions in-game that is able to literally buff your teammates to make them unkillable. He is insane, and he looks like Odin meets Santa Claus or something. But if you've never tried Raid Shadow Legends out, they are currently running an incredible winter event minigame right now that has a ton of fantastic prizes that you can win just for playing. And not just in-game prizes either, as well as loot and legendary champions, etc. You can also win game consoles, phones, Amazon gift cards, and I don't know, how about $5,000 to use on probably the most expensive Christmas shopping trip you've ever done. But to play the event, you must download the game through my link in the description below, and within 24 hours head over to xmas.raidrpg.com, enter your raid ID, and then go absolutely wild throwing snowballs and winning prizes. So it's very easy to do, but just make sure you head over there before Santa runs out of gifts. You don't want to end up with coal for Christmas again. And if you haven't tried Raid Shadow Legends before, click the link down below or scan this QR code, and you will receive a huge starter pack to help you along on those early levels, and a free epic champion, Grizzled Jarl, which, just look at that beard. My lord, it's beautiful. And another bunch of goodies complete with the epic champion Zagala once you hit level 15. Or if you'd prefer a demon fire monkey, which completely understandable, download the game from my link below and enter in the promo code Monkey King to get a free Sun Wukong. This will last until January 7th, and the Winter Festival will last until January 15th, so be quick like a reindeer flitting across the Christmas sky, and download Raid Shadow Legends here or in the description below. Grab all the free stuff, play the winter game, win the prizes, have a lovely Christmas, and when you're in there, join my clan, the Cosmic Crows, and we can take on some of the endless content together as a special family. And lastly, if you've already tried out Raid Shadow Legends on your phone and are thinking of returning, there is a special link just for you in the description below. That'll give you a bunch of rewards plus the epic champion Tagore as a little welcome back gift. Thank you once again to Raid Shadow Legends for supporting this video. You can find all of these special links, as I said, down below or by using this QR code. And now, onto the rest of the video. But to get a full picture on Project Blue Book, we need to go back a few years before the project was started. And before it was started, there was another project called Project Sign, which was in many ways very similar to Project Blue Book, and arguably more open-minded. And when Project Sign was launched and concluded, they said that a fair few of the flying saucers were likely real, and they weren't made by the US or the Soviets. And the project reported that they were very likely of extraterrestrial origin. And then the higher-ups in the Air Force came in and changed the conclusion of Project Sign from what I just said it was to officially inconclusive. And then they started a new project in its place called Project Grudge. And this project, as distinct from Project Sign, had going into it sort of a mission to disprove UFOs. And so Project Sign was arguably the most open-minded and honest of the three projects, as its goal seemed to be kind of finding out the truth and exploring things, and the other project seemed to be kind of a propaganda machine for the Air Force to say that, you know, we officially investigated it with these projects and we found no aliens, no UFOs. But even Project Grudge was still left with around a quarter of their cases that officially they couldn't explain. And the term unidentified flying object, or UFO, actually first came from Project Blue Book, as before this people just called them, you know, flying saucers or flying discs or thing in the sky. And when they started up Project Blue Book, they came to the conclusion, as I said, that most of these were hoaxes, or at least people were getting confused and thinking they saw a UFO, but they were apparently still open to the idea of UFOs and of foreign military technology. And so they thought, we are wasting time and resources investigating like thousands of these reports every single year. We should find some way to, you know, kill this fad and make aliens and UFOs less popular, so hopefully less people will end up seeing them and reporting them in. And that is exactly what they did with this project. They started like a mass propaganda sort of thing, where they pushed through the news, through media, through interviews, the idea that anyone who saw a UFO or alien was just a crazy, silly crackpot. And the idea was to make it seem so nutso, so unpopular, so fringe and strange that no one would report vague UFOs anymore, and they would only be left with the ones with tons of evidence that they could then go in and investigate. And this has all been fully documented and declassified, by the way, so anyone who wants to can go and read this for themselves. But during this propaganda drive, they basically kept an eye on a bunch of UFO enthusiasts and UFO groups to see if they were, you know, starting any movement or holding any big events that might influence people. And yeah, that's just exactly what you need. Government agents spying on and secretly watching and following these probably somewhat paranoid alien-obsessed folks. Like, freaking genius. But they did it, and their propaganda somewhat succeeded, as, you know, nowadays it's kind of a fringe topic, fringe theory. You're kind of a kook or something for thinking things like this. But all I'm saying is the truth cannot stay hidden forever. The Greys are these little guys, one of, if not the most popular, most frequently spotted alien, at least in the modern times. But we can actually trace its origin and its inspirations all the way back to the 1800s. And this is when H.G. Wells, who was a fantastic writer, by the way, described future humans as having no noses, no mouths, no hair, and big fat heads. And then, a little later on in the 1900s, Aleister Crowley, who was a famous occultist as well as a few other things, claimed that he was abducted by an alien, and he gave as a description for the beings that captured him more or less the description that H.G. Wells gave. And shortly after this, a Swedish writer called Gustaf Sandgren wrote a novel called Den Okända Faran, which I probably butchered the Swedish on, but it translates to the unknown danger. And in this book, perhaps drawing inspiration from H.G. Wells and Aleister Crowley, he describes aliens as being short, wearing grey clothes, and having big fat heads with no hair and big eyes. And this is likely where the description for modern aliens comes from. At least this type of alien, because as we'll get into in a few entries further down in the iceberg, this type of alien is really just one of many. So that's how the idea of a grey alien with a fat head started, and there is an argument that these writers didn't make up the description per se, but they were just drawing on eyewitnesses from around that time. So someone saw an alien like this, it became kind of talked about in certain areas, and the writers drew upon these eyewitnesses for their descriptions of aliens. But at this time when these things were written, the ideas of aliens and UFOs weren't really that popular, and especially aliens and UFOs as described in their works. So ideas of aliens like the grey aliens didn't really become mainstream until either something like Roswell, or really in 1965 with the event of our next entry, and that is the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case. Now, this case started in 1961, where Betty and Barney Hill were driving the 4-hour journey back to their home in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It was fairly late, around 10 or 11 in the evening, and as they were driving along the road, their account of what happened was that they saw in the sky a shooting star or something. At least that's what they kind of assumed it was at the start. And then this shooting star started to move very erratically, started to move up and down, and eventually it started to get bigger and bigger and move closer and closer to the couple. They were naturally freaked out a little bit by this, so they pulled over, stopped the car, and pulled out a pair of binoculars. And looking through the binoculars at the light, they saw a strangely shaped craft that kind of had these flashing lights on them. And it was at this point that Betty first thought that something might be a little off here. Like perhaps this was an alien spacecraft. But I mean, that's crazy, right? Alien spacecraft? Then the lights apparently turned directly towards the couple, and they started to get closer and closer and closer. And Barney, who at this point was like, "Girl, you're crazy. That's obviously a aircraft or something." He took the binoculars, looked at the lights, and he said it was at this point when he looked through the binoculars that he realized that this plane, or what he thought was a plane, was not a plane, which... yeah. Through the binoculars, while looking at this strange craft, he saw roughly 10 figures inside of it, all looking out the windows. And he recalls at least one of the figures inside the craft speaking to him telepathically, telling him to stay where he is and to keep looking at the craft. And the craft came closer and closer and closer, and then that's all they can remember. They arrived home hours later with some vague recollection of what happened, combined with seemingly hours of lost time. Their watches had stopped working, the leather strap on the binoculars was snapped and broken, and Barney's shoes were scuffed, and the couple couldn't remember at all how these might have happened. The couple came home, they left their luggage at the back door, and they both took a long hot shower to lessen the chance, they said, for any contamination, which is probably sensible. You don't want to catch alien scurvy. And Barney said he felt compelled to check his genitalia after the encounter, and he said nothing was out of the ordinary, which... thank God. But it is awfully strange. As I said, they couldn't remember much about the night. They found that as well as the strap being broken and Barney's shoes being scuffed, Betty's dress was also torn, and there was these like little bullseye rings on the trunk of their car that had these strange magnetic properties whenever they put a compass next to them, and they looked like they were either grinded or melted or burnt into the metal itself. So very strange. The Hills then reported what happened to them to the Air Force, and they went in for a few examinations, a few interviews, and after being in an interview for 6 hours, the interviewer, a man named Walter Webb, concluded, and I quote, that they were telling the truth and the incident probably occurred exactly as they said. Then we get into the topic of Betty's dreams, which were just all sorts of weird. After the encounter, Betty started to have these dreams that lasted for 5 days, or 5 nights, and they were very vivid, very strange, hyper-realistic sort of dreams, and after having 5 of them over 5 nights, they just completely stopped. And in one of these dreams, her and Barney were just driving along when they saw that the road was blocked by something. So they stopped the car, and all of a sudden the car was surrounded by these men. And then she and Barney lost consciousness. The next thing she remembers in the dream was being forced to walk through the forest by these men. And in this dream, she saw Barney walking behind her, who was also in like a dreamy, haze, trance-like state. These men, she said, had grey skin, black eyes, were 4 or 5 feet tall, and they wore blue military-esque uniforms. And after this, the couple was taken back to their car, and they were told to wait there in the car until this strange aircraft took off, and then they went home. So that was the dream that Betty had on one of these nights. And it's really very strange when you think about it and combine the actual events or what they remember with the details of Betty's dreams. And what you have might sound like something like an ambush. And people have theorized that this potentially could have been something like the government, or was even something like a hate crime. Because as you can see, Betty and Barney were an interracial couple. And this, all the way back in the 60s, came with a lot of problems. And so the idea of a light coming towards you, could be a vehicle of any kind, and them blocking the road, men getting out, surrounding the car, and then forcing the couple into the woods. Betty's dress was torn, things were damaged, and Barney's urge to, for some reason, check his genitalia when he got home. You can draw a lot of theories and speculations from these accounts. Or, the fact that she said these men had military outfits. So a secret military operation, they hit them with a stun gun or something, make them, unconscious, and then they order them to wait there until the special secret craft takes off. That is always a possibility as well. And then obviously to block out the memories of this horrific event, their minds invented something to deal with it, and that was this UFO. But obviously all of that is just one big theory, and it could equally likely genuinely have been a spacecraft that they saw. They went through a couple of hypnosis sessions to try and, drag out these memories from the event, and Barney said he recalled seeing this UFO, then driving the car off into the woods, and then being surrounded by these men with large hypnotic eyes. And Barney said that those eyes were just in his brain, that they're all he can see, they're just in there, in his head, pressed up to his eyes, he said, which is just terrifying to think about. And after this happened, the case kind of died down. The couple didn't really go public with it or do any interviews or anything like that, and they didn't really seem to like the fame or the limelight. Like, it didn't seem like they were doing it for attention. But 4 years later, in 1965, a front page article was posted in the Boston Traveler, and it read, "UFO Chiller. Did they seize couple?" Yes. And it was really with this article and the book written about the case shortly after that this event, this encounter, became more mainstream and more well known. And years later, after Barney's unfortunate, probably unrelated death, Betty became sort of a UFO celebrity and started going to conventions, doing a few interviews, and her description of the aliens that she saw that night, short, grey skin, big black eyes, kind of became the main, most common form of alien encounters from then on out. So this is just the first of many, many alien encounters that we will cover in this iceberg. And it's sort of an OG type of encounter, one of the first popular ones, really. And I think for me, it is very, very fascinating, especially when you get into some of the alternate theories. But we'll save those for a little further down in the iceberg. Whitley Strieber was a science fiction writer, a horror writer, whose early books, Wolfen, The Hunger, and War Day, were all massive hits, and a bunch of them were either made into films already, or were set to be made into films. And he was, up and coming, successful, and was thought by a lot of people to maybe be something like the next Stephen King, until he was abducted by aliens, and his popularity after this started to, wane a little bit. So one day, he was in his cabin in upstate New York, doing some, writing, when he was approached by a group of non-human entities. And he called them the visitors, but he was very clear that these were non-human, but not necessarily that they were aliens. He said he didn't know what they were, but he knew that they weren't human. So whether that means aliens or ghosts or spirits or demons, he said he didn't really know. But one of his next books, which was actually his first non-fiction book, his first book that was purported to be completely true and not made up, was called Communion. And it told of his experience of that night, of these strange beings that came and visited him. And it actually made it to the #1 spot on the New York Times bestseller list, selling more than 2 million copies. So yeah, madly successful. And then he wrote a follow-up book called Transformation, and this was also somewhat successful, but it was categorized and listed as fiction. And this really annoyed Whitley. His first encounter story was listed as non-fiction, so, real. And the second one was categorized as basically a work of fiction or made up. So it seems like the bookstores, the booksellers, the publishers didn't really believe Whitley's story. And Whitley said that he was mostly upset that people didn't believe him. And after this, it kind of went downhill from there. Whitley became less and less known as, maybe the next Stephen King, and more as this kooky, weird, fringe, UFO and alien obsessed guy. His books started to do less and less well. Fewer and fewer people wanted to work with him and to adapt his books into films, and he just kind of slowly faded into obscurity, kind of forgotten. But there was one time in the 1990s when Whitley said that a strange man came and knocked on his door. And this man told him that the current understanding of global warming, how they thought in the 1990s, was just completely wrong. And that there wouldn't be global warming, but rather climate change. So extreme warmth in some areas, extreme cold in other areas, and stuff like tsunamis and hurricanes, and just more extreme weather overall. And he took this information given to him by this strange man, possibly an alien, and he took it to his friend Art Bell, who ran the Coast to Coast AM radio show, who, massive conspiracy guy if you've never heard of him. And together they wrote this book titled The Coming Global Superstorm. And this book was eventually adapted into a film, and that film was The Day After Tomorrow. So a bit of success there at the end, but Whitley's reputation and career never really recovered despite having such a strong early career. And that's probably due to at least partly the Project Blue Book propaganda that we mentioned earlier, where after coming out with this, with his encounter with his story, this great author was deemed unworthy and labeled a kook. Aerial School UFO. So this was a massive UFO sighting in Rua, Zimbabwe in 1994. One day in September, 62 pupils of the aerial school, all around like 6, 8, 10, 12 years old, all even numbers apparently, all saw a silver spacecraft of some kind come down from the sky, land in a nearby field, and then some of them said that aliens dressed in black came out of this craft. And when they came out, they spoke to the kids telepathically, talking to them about stuff like environmental issues and about being kind to one another and how we need peace on Earth. Like, hey, stop polluting the planet sort of thing. And then the aliens got back in their craft and flew away. The kids were interviewed after this encounter and all had roughly the same story and drew roughly the same picture of what they saw. And this event soon became the most popular UFO sighting in the whole of Africa. Jinn or genies all basically refer to the same creature or being, and these were often described in the ancient world around the Middle East, kind of Iraq, Iran sort of area, and they were spirits, I guess. They were these beings that people both feared and prayed to, and they could also, grant wishes, but really less grant wishes and more help people out. They were kind of like a chaotic neutral sort of being, I guess. And this belief in jinn still persisted even with the Islamic takeover of the Middle East, except the Muslims, while they believed that jinn existed, they said they weren't holy or divine and that you absolutely shouldn't pray to or worship them. And the Quran says that perhaps these were the first people that God created, but they were imperfect, God was unhappy with them, and so he then created humans. After God was done with, these jinn, with these beings, he sent down like a holy hit squad to go and wipe all the jinn off the face of the earth, but they ended up missing a few of the jinn survived, and these jinn, the ones that got away, the ones that survived, these are the ones that we can still encounter to this day. They're very rare, they're very sneaky, they can go invisible, they can morph into loads of different things, so think of it kind of like prop hunt, but in real life. And that's basically the story of jinn. But there are a bunch of people who believe that jinn are actually something like aliens, in that, they were these beings who came down to Earth who had seemingly magical powers, and the people didn't really understand them, and so they just painted them as, this spiritual being. And I think something like that is always a possibility. David Grush. So as you all may have seen on the news lately, or last year, or many years ago, depending on when you are watching this, David Grush was a former intelligence officer in the US Air Force who came forward, testified in the House, and said that he had knowledge and evidence of the government's involvement in cover-ups regarding stuff like UFOs and aliens. He said that the US government had in their possession multiple non-human crafts, and with them multiple non-human entities. So alien spacecrafts and their pilots, basically. He said that he personally saw evidence of these documents, and these were government documents detailing how Mussolini back in 1933 found an actual UFO, and this was in northern Italy. And then after the war, Australia, New Zealand, the UK, the US, and Canada, and even Vatican City all conspired to go in there to the defeated Italy and take and recover this crashed UFO. And Grush said the documents said that they did recover it and they took it back to the US, that they were keeping it in a secret base and they were basically reverse engineering it, so trying to figure out what tech was in this craft and building it for themselves. And he said he was disappointed in the government for keeping it a secret from the people, and that a lot of US citizens had died in this government cover-up of this craft, as well as, he said, many other crafts, encounters, and alien incidents. The Department of Defense stated that they investigated the whole thing and they found no evidence of what Grush was talking about, which, of course they'd say that. And that's basically as far as the whistleblowing went. He said that he was denied access to a few top secret documents and projects, and then he came forward with all of this. And not everyone believes him, of course. Some people think he's just a prankster, or he's doing it for attention or media presence or something. But a lot of people do believe him about the claims that he makes, about the secrets that the government is covering up, and about his leaked information about these UFOs and aliens. Missing time refers to chunks of seconds, minutes, hours, or even sometimes days that seem to go completely missing from people who have alien and UFO encounters. It could be a result of hypnosis from these aliens, or from people being temporarily knocked out or unconscious, so obviously they don't have the memories of those times. Or maybe because flying around space is super fun, and it just completely makes time fly by. Like, where did the time go? I don't know. Lost evidence refers to the phenomenon where evidence of these sightings of aliens and of UFOs is sometimes lost, misplaced, deleted, stolen, or confiscated. Now, obviously, when the government comes in and confiscates or steals some photos or some physical evidence, that's pretty obvious. We kind of know what happened. But oftentimes, people will take photos of this and then go back and check through their negatives, through their camera, or they'll check some evidence that they, kept from the incident and stored somewhere, and it'll just either be deleted or missing. And there's often no explanation for these occurrences. But this just, of course, makes proving these incidents that much harder. Bible UFOs refers to a bunch of potential mentions of UFOs and aliens in the Bible. Again, I think this is a potential example of if aliens did come down to the people around this time, in the time of the Bible when it was being written sort of thing, then the people witnessing these aliens and these UFOs may very well just attribute them to what they were familiar with at the time, that being stuff like angels, demons, and spirits. And there are a few quotes that people have pointed out as being potential references to aliens and UFOs, like, for example, Ezekiel 1, which mentions Ezekiel seeing these creatures in the sky, and these creatures looked kind of like men, but had 4 faces, one of an eagle, one of an ox, one of a lion, and one of a man. These creatures each had 4 wings as well, and below the creatures were what he described as wheels within wheels, and these objects were able to move in any direction without turning, and there were these strange eyes on the rims of the wheel. So maybe a wheel within a wheel looks something like a UFO. You have the bigger disc and then the smaller ring or wheel inside of it, and the eyes along the wheel could be flashing or blinking lights, and able to move in all directions without turning. That sounds kind of like a UFO as well. They seem to hover around, they don't really turn, and if they did, they're, a circle, so you couldn't really see them turn. And he later goes on to say that above all of this, above this entire scene, there was one with the appearance of a man, and he sat on a great throne surrounded by a fiery, glorious brightness. So could this perhaps be, the top alien commander sort of thing, perhaps a mothership? I know a lot of people do just read this as, the immense glory of God, and it's likely God sitting on that throne watching down over this scene, but the alien theory is always a theory. There is also the theory that God himself is an alien, which might be a little blasphemous. This super powerful being that seems to be in another dimension, that can see you at all times, that can communicate things to you, that has knowledge and powers that you don't have. It is a possibility. Or that the story of Genesis, of the creation, was actually aliens, or that angels and demons are aliens. Basically, there's loads of theories that swap out God, Jesus, angels, demons, etc. for aliens, and they're not super popular theories, but as I said, they are out there. Foo Fighters is a fantastic band, but did you know the name Foo Fighters was taken from the Smokey Stover comic book series? Foo was just a silly word that Bill Holman, the author of these comics, made up. Like his firefighters he called Foo Fighters, and they rode around in a Foo-mobile, just all very silly nonsense stuff. But it was during World War II when this pilot gave his account of what he saw following him. He said that there were these like red lights or this red ball of fire following his airplane as he was going through various maneuvers. And a radar operator at the time by the name of Donald J. Myers, he was actually a big fan of this comic book series, and when he heard this guy give his account of what was apparently following him, he said that it was probably those damn Foo Fighters, and the name just kind of stuck. So around the time of World War II, these stalking lights that would, follow certain crafts and zip around during their maneuvers and then eventually, disappear, these were known as the Foo Fighters. They originally thought that it was some kind of advanced, unknown German technology or something, like a new kind of aircraft or missile, but they never really did figure out what they actually were. So them being something akin to UFOs, I think, is quite likely. The reptilians. My favorite flavor of alien. Taste like lizard. So the reptilians, as you might have guessed, are these reptile, human-esque creatures with lizard eyes, lizard brain, lizard skin, just all round very lizardy, and they are potentially looking to take over the entire world. They have been rumored to be able to shapeshift, and so they can take on a few different forms and pass as a few different humans. And according to the belief, there aren't actually too many of these reptilians left, so they kind of work in the shadows, slowly taking over stuff like politics and eventually the entire world. There are other older stories of stuff like lizard men and stuff like reptilians, and these are beings that just, visit the Earth and attack people like normal and don't try and get into politics and take over the world in that way. But yeah, they are still a menace to society. Kenneth Arnold. Oh boy, this is a fun one. The case of Kenneth Arnold, or his encounter, is one of the original first major sightings of what we would deem as a UFO. It happened in 1947, and while flying along on a fine summer's day, or rather night, in Washington state, Kenneth Arnold said he saw 9 shiny objects flying at ridiculous speeds, like over 1,000 miles an hour, past Mount Rainier. And as you can see from this newspaper, the press jumped on the story pretty quickly. They called these objects flying saucers, and this was actually the first instance of something like this being called a flying saucer. And it actually likely comes from a misunderstanding in an interview that Kenneth Arnold gave. Now, there's a bit of confusion with this whole account, as while Kenneth Arnold did later on describe these things as disc-shaped, at the start it is thought that he was describing basically the flight movement or flight pattern of these flying objects, and he said they kind of went, along like that, kind of bouncy in a way, almost like, he said, if you grabbed a saucer and skimmed it across a lake sort of thing. So he was describing the movement and the flight pattern of these crafts as a skimmed saucer in a way, and the newspaper took this to mean that the actual crafts looked like saucers, and then they coined the term flying saucer. As I said, he did later describe them as pan-shaped or disc-shaped, so it's unsure how much of it was Arnold himself and how much was a misunderstanding, but it is a fun anecdote nonetheless. And, the story went out. Kenneth Arnold was mentioned in it, and he was subsequently interviewed, and there were assessments done on him. And basically, all of the interviews and all of the assessments came back with Arnold is a fairly sensible guy. Like, he was respectable, reasonable, of sound mind, not really want to make up things like this, and he didn't even really like the attention. After the story went out, Arnold basically contacted the FBI and asked them to somehow end the story and to take it down, because he didn't like that people were calling him crazy or a kook for what he saw. And he said he just wanted to report what he saw because it might be a danger or a hazard for someone else. He didn't want all of this attention, he didn't want people calling him crazy or accusing him of things. And he later said that the speeds that these things were going, firstly, no craft at the time could move at these speeds, and secondly, he said if we did have crafts that were moving at these speeds, then they would create forces, G-forces so strong that no human would be able to survive it. So then he concluded that either these crafts were remote controlled, in that there was no living thing inside of them, or there was another living thing inside of them, but they were able to somehow resist these forces that humans absolutely wouldn't be able to resist. And that sounds a hell of a lot like aliens. He himself hoped that the crafts were from the US Army, but he said he didn't think that they were, and that if the army knew about them and knew of them, that they should absolutely tell everyone, tell the public, just be completely open with it. And he said if the US Army didn't know what these were, then that tilted them, in his mind, something more towards an alien or alien craft. There was also another sighting in Oklahoma a few weeks later that was kind of similar. There was like 8 lights all traveling really quickly, so that is a little strange and also still unexplained. And Arnold was a very skilled, knowledgeable pilot, so I personally don't believe he was making this up, or that he was necessarily mistaken in what he saw. Ones seen used by aliens. So this is basically just what it says. In a bunch of encounters and reports over the years, not all of them obviously, but in some of them, aliens have been seen to be holding these maybe wand-like objects, and they've been described as using them to do various things: hypnotize people, teleport people or teleport things, make themselves or other people invisible, and to potentially paralyze people and or to erase their memories. So potentially, are these alien sightings just witches and wizards? Witches and wizards might exist, and then we confuse them with aliens? Or are they all aliens and we've developed this lore, this myth of witches and wizards? Because the aliens we saw back in the day who had these wand-like devices, advanced alien tech, but they were so advanced that they basically seemed like magic to us. And so we developed the idea of these immensely powerful beings wielding these, wands of some kind. And with these wands, they were able to perform powerful and unexplainable feats. It is a possibility. Once again, a very, very interesting twist on these things, and something I think is really quite possible. Medical experiments aboard UFOs. Well, this is, as you might know, a very common occurrence in alien and UFO encounters all over the world. The person gets abducted, gets zooped up into the UFO, and while on board, they get their body examined, their DNA changed, their area probed for some reason. Lots of weird stuff going on these UFOs. Very intrusive, very rude, quite honestly. Like, at least get consent before you start doing these sorts of operations. And there's always the mystery as to why these aliens are performing these procedures and what exactly they want with humans and cows. We don't know. Hollow Earth bases. Now, this one is one that I could make probably an entire video on, but the idea of a Hollow Earth is something that is not new at all. It appears in concepts all over the place, from stuff like hell or the underworld in some cultures, and goes back at least as far as some ancient civilizations like, say, the Mesopotamians. But likely it goes back even further than that as well. It could be argued that the idea of hell isn't literal, like hell is in a different realm altogether. It's not just below the earth. But there were a fair amount of literal interpretations of this over the years in various civilizations. And explanations as to how something like this could exist are imaginative, to say the least. One theory says that the inner earth is made up of like these shells, kind of like on an onion. You have different layers, and you could, in theory, live on any one of these shells below the earth. People have also theorized a tiny sun being at the center of the earth, which allows for heat and energy and light to be enjoyed by all of the lovely creatures down there. Interesting theory. And that we can access this underground world through these giant deep caves located all over the planet, or by going directly to the North or South Pole and getting in that way, once we get past the ice barrier, of course. And then there are other theories that say instead of us living on Earth, so instead of us living on the surface and the hollow Earth being, inside the earth, actually it's the other way round, and we live on the inside of the earth and the hollow earth is actually on the surface. And because we're on the inside, everything is like upside down and backwards, and so when we look into space, we're actually looking into the center of this earth, which, I mean, that is just wild. Some of these theories are somewhat reasonable, some are kind of borderline, and some are just downright wacky. Sadly, we've never dug down that far to see this with our own eyes, as the furthest we've actually ever drilled is only around 12 kilometers, which is roughly 0.2% or 1/5 of 1% the way to the Earth's core. So we've barely even scratched the surface. But the idea is that aliens do exist, and they have either come from another planet and have found or made their home within our Earth, or they were always here all along, living underneath the Earth in these caverns, and they occasionally do come up, visit us, fly around, and steal cows and bend corn. I personally prefer space aliens, but there you go. Broadhaven UFO was a UFO spotted in Wales in 1977. And on this day, a group of kids, school children, all saw this cigar-shaped craft with a silver dome, which, I mean, just looks like a standard flying saucer, but from a flat-on angle. And when the kids reported it to their headmaster, he immediately didn't believe them, and he separated all of them into, separate classrooms, and then, like FBI style, interrogated all of them and asked them to describe what they saw and to draw what they saw, so that the kids couldn't corroborate their stories or get help or ideas from the other kids. And when he did this, he found that they all basically drew and described the exact same thing, or at least very similar. The kids said they had a strange combination of like fear and excitement, kind of like me making these videos, and nothing really came of this sighting. But 2 months later, there was a similar sighting nearby by a local hotel owner, and she said she saw something in the sky and described basically what these kids saw a few months ago. But on her account, the craft landed on the ground, these 2 humanoid aliens came out, and she just felt this intense heat and bright light. And later on, after the encounter, she went back to where the alien craft landed, and she saw there was a little patch of burnt grass where the craft had actually been. And still, to this day, there has not been one kid that gave his account on that day that has come forward and said, yeah, it was a big hoax, we were just lying, we made it up. Like, not one of the kids. And some people do still think that it was like an elaborate joke or a prank or a hoax, but there are many more who believe the evidence for this case and believe these kids and the existence of this craft that they all saw. Hypnosis is a fairly common outcome and symptom of UFOs and alien encounters. Either often people are hypnotized to forget the event or forget what occurred during these encounters, or they are hypnotized into a trance-like state to follow these aliens or to perform certain tasks or like anything really. And hypnosis is also used by humans on other humans who have been, captured by aliens and have gone through these encounters to dig deep into their subconscious and to pull out these memories from the encounter. As, a lot of memories get lost during these, and so to pull out more details about what happened, hypnosis is often used. So yeah, very helpful all round, the old hypnosis, and a great tool for aliens and humans alike. Extraterrestrial life. So this one is, or should be, pretty straightforward, I would think. Extra meaning beyond, past, outside of, and terrestrial meaning of Earth, so extraterrestrial being beyond or outside of Earth. Now, technically, not all aliens are extraterrestrial. I mean, technically, they should kind of be. But, you do have the odd alien that did actually originate from Earth, and then they evolved, they maybe went traveling, they went out into space, and then they came back, and so they are kind of from Earth, but also not really. But yes, most aliens are indeed extraterrestrials. Crop circles. And we have a very, very fun one. Now, crop circles are some of the most well-known phenomena, I'd say, surrounding aliens and UFOs, and they're also some of the most controversial. There are some people who take their existence and their complexity to be like absolute proof of aliens and of aliens visiting Earth, and there are others who say that these crop circles are just easily explained away by people going out there at nighttime with like little rolling machines or planks with rope attached to them. And there are those, which this is just a cursed opinion, but there are those who actually believe that hedgehogs, when they're mating, they run around in circles, and as they're running, they flatten the wheat or the corn or whatever crop field they happen to be in, and this is how crop circles are made, somehow with mating hedgehogs. But for those who do believe wholeheartedly that these are the work of aliens, their purpose or reason is also debated. Whether they are cryptic messages designed for us human beings, or whether they're something like graffiti or imprints in the crops to be read by aliens not on Earth, or even as a marker of sorts to kind of show where they've already been. Don't take too many cows from this one particular area sort of thing. And some people think they're related in some ways to something like the Nazca lines, which is an entry we'll get into a little bit later in the Iceberg. And I think for most people who believe in crop circles, they take a somewhat reasonable approach to them, in that not all crop circles are actually made by aliens. There are a bunch out there that have been proven to be made by humans, in that we literally see them making it, and there are a lot more which are likely made by humans or have been claimed to be made by humans. And they say that yes, while humans can make crop circles, the ones that humans make are often, shoddily done. They're done slowly overnight, they take many hours, and when they're making the design with these planks of wood, they actually like snap the crop over and cause little damage along the crop itself, whereas the genuine ones made by aliens are, elegantly bent over, which that sounds a bit suggestive, but they're folded over, super nice and majestically in a way that humans can't replicate. So Are these man-made? Are they alien-made? Are they maybe a bit of both? There are tons of really clever, super intricate designs. There are also a bunch of really simple ones, a bunch of joke ones. And so if these ones are made by aliens, we still don't know their purpose. Oh, and there's also this somewhat fringe theory, although some would say somewhat reasonable theory, of the crop circles actually being caused by advanced military tech. You know, something that can wirelessly over great distances fire out heat or electricity or kinetic forces, and they fire these from planes that fly over and go poof. That's probably the sound they make, and this leaves the imprint in the pattern on the field. It is a theory, and I think we can never fully rule out secret government tech. Area 51 is officially a secret military base in Nevada. It is owned by the Air Force, and they use it to develop and test secret crafts and secret military weapons. So that's the official story. But the unofficial story is that this is a secret base where all things alien, UFO, and abduction spacecraft related are kept. They store them here, they work on them here, they reverse engineer them, and they do like interrogations, I guess, of these aliens, as well as medical dissections and that sort of thing. And this one is kind of a strange setup, because you would expect in a normal society to have some military secrets. Like if the Air Force is developing genuine weapons, of course they're going to keep the whole thing a secret. Like you don't just have your military base where you're testing new weapons and technologies open to the public, open to people walking around in there. You know, that's a good way to leak military secrets to a foreign government. But then again, as I said earlier, if you as a government do find secret alien tech and weaponry, of course you're going to hide it under a guise like this. So I really can see it from both perspectives. But the government as a track record is not super trustworthy, so I'm not gonna take their word that they don't have secret alien and UFO tech in there. And there are rumors and leaks from Area 51 that suggest or hint at the fact that the US government has acquired stuff like alien and UFO tech, even as far back in World War II, when, as we mentioned earlier, the US purportedly acquired a fallen UFO craft from Italy and from Mussolini. And there are apparently loads of these being found and acquired all over the US, all over the world, and are being brought back here to Area 51 to, as I said, be dissected, studied, and reverse engineered. Then there are stuff like the raid of Area 51, which started off kind of like a meme, kind of like a joke on Facebook, but soon acquired millions of people who marked themselves down as going to this raid. And the plan was for everyone to meet up outside of Area 51 with people saying they can't stop us all, and they were going to go in there by force and take this alien technology. I don't think many people were serious about this, as only a few hundred people from this event actually ended up turning up, and of these few hundred people, no one actually attempted to get inside Area 51. So the people's attempt at uncovering the truth was unsuccessful. There have been a few whistleblowers of Area 51 over the years, from people like former employees or contractors, and honestly, like I said, if the Air Force did acquire alien tech and crafts, I think something like this would be the perfect cover in order to keep it a secret. Men in Black. No, not the film, although the film was kind of cool. And it was likely based on the general concept of Men in Black. You know, these rumors and encounters of men often dressed in black suits, going to someone's house or their front door after they encounter an alien or UFO, convincing them, shall we say, to keep quiet and hand over all evidence of their encounter, and to forget everything they saw or heard about it. These are traditionally, generally thought to be government agents who, you know, go around in the dead of night suppressing these stories, suppressing this evidence, and removing video recordings, photos, I guess audio recordings as well, drawings, eyewitnesses. And as I said, they're thought to be probably government agents, but who or what they really are has never officially been solved or explained, and so that's still a mystery. The Pentagon UFO videos. So these were a series of videos taken by US fighter jets between 2004 and 2015. And they seem to capture and track these strange, unidentified flying objects. And the Pentagon later came out and said, no, these were not aliens. What would make you even think that? Could it be all of the mystery and deception? All of the strange speeds they're flying at and the strange maneuvers and them seemingly disappearing into thin air or under the water? I don't know. Could be. But the official status marked by the Department of Defense for these is officially unidentified, which if they are unidentified and they seem to be flying and they seem to be objects, then you can technically officially call them UFOs. But I think the Pentagon knows maybe a little bit more than we do. Little green man is another flavor of alien. Apple, I think, or maybe pear, or maybe green raspberry. But these guys are green, obviously, not grey. They are still small, like a lot of aliens, and they have large heads and large eyes. I mean, I personally think they're a little cute in some ways, but maybe that's just me. But the idea of little green aliens, little green men, green Martians goes honestly quite far back. Like we're talking 12th century far back. And that was with stuff like the green children of Woolpit. And green seemed to be kind of a popular, unusual color for certain creatures. But it only really became super mainstream and widely known in the 1950s, when stories and comic books and stuff were written and drawn with these little green men. So green-skinned aliens, green-skinned Martians, and that became kind of popular. And so the notion of a little green man was, subtly implanted in everyone's heads. And the actual term little green man doesn't just refer to aliens who are little and green. Like, it's often used as a general concept for aliens, or a general description. So like oftentimes if people had a alien encounter or experience, people would describe it as meeting little green men, or if we go up into space, will we meet little green men up there? Even if the aliens weren't actually little or green or men, it's just a general concept to describe aliens. But yeah, many people think they are terrifying, but I seem to think they are adorable. The Nazca lines. So these are these beautiful lines created likely around 2000 years ago. And these were created probably by humans in Peru, South America. And while I said that they were created around 2000 years ago, which 2000 years is when a lot of these were dated to, there are a few that go back even further than that. And the typical or widely accepted belief for these is that ancient people dug this out of the ground with their hands or with tools. And they're kind of a marvel to see, quite honestly. But the reasons for these people making these shapes in the ground is perhaps a little less concrete of an idea. Obviously, the typical belief is that they were worshipping their gods and they made these shapes in the ground to showcase whatever designs, patterns, capabilities to their gods. But I think you could equally see this as these people worshipping or paying reverence or whatever to certain aliens. Like, think about it. If aliens came down, visited these people, talked to them, and then eventually left in a spaceship into the sky, then you probably would expect these people to make shapes pointing up at the sky to try and communicate with their visitors. And in fact, some of the Nazca lines actually resemble somewhat the typical kind of alien design or shape. Like, they're definitely not human, and they're not animals, and they're not really anything that we're familiar with. There are also other theories that instead of humans making these from below, it was actually aliens that made these from above in their crafts, and they are akin to crop circles or something like that. Now, I don't like this idea quite as much as the humans making it to worship these aliens, or at least contact them, but that is still a theory that is out there. Panspermia comes from the words pan, meaning all or every, and spermia, behave, meaning seed. So this is the concept or the theory of all life existing all throughout the universe. And instead of life beginning or starting on Earth, it instead started somewhere else and was seeded on here by aliens. Either they came and placed it on Earth purposely, or they just shot it all out into space and it just happened to land on Earth through like a comet or an asteroid or something. But either way, aliens originally are responsible for starting it. Now, of course, they can't have started all life because they are life and they can't start themselves, but the theory says that they did start our life. And it is somewhat of a decent theory because we can track life back really, really far on Earth, and we can see how it developed and evolved and adapted, but we can't trace it back to its inception on Earth. Like, we don't know yet still exactly how it started. A pretty cool idea for me that combines, all of the best things: space, history, space, life, evolution, aliens, space, just some brilliant stuff. Love it. Alien Zoo, as I said, kind of expands on the previous entry, and that is that the planet Earth is basically a zoo created by aliens for humans. Now, there are versions of this theory that say that the entire solar system is a zoo instead of just the planet, and this would work in much the same way that a zoo on Earth works, in that we capture animals, we have them in their natural habitats, and sometimes perhaps they don't even know if they're in a zoo. Like, perhaps it's something like a safari, but it's basically an artificial living space for humans to live on and to evolve and to develop things and to live as they normally would, but also for aliens to observe us and to track us and to do experiments on us and all the good things that we on Earth do to other animals. It's a pretty scary theory if it were real, but honestly, who really knows? Mars Attacks is an entry that I chose to include because it is genuinely one of my favorite all-time films. I'll try not to spoil too much because everyone should, if you have the time, go and watch it. It is an absolute banger and an absolute classic. It's funny, it's clever, it's written by Tim Burton, and it's got some amazing, well-known actors and actresses in it. You have Jack Nicholson, Danny DeVito, Jack Black, Pierce Brosnan, Sarah Jessica Parker, Natalie Portman, Martin Short, Tom Jones, Cruella de Vil, Glenn Close, Michael J. Fox. Honestly, the list just goes on, and it is amazing. But anyway, the story starts off with a bunch of these characters just going about their normal day-to-day lives. It's all pretty normal, all pretty chill. The characters are fantastic. And then the US president, Jack Nicholson, comes on television and announces that these aliens, these Martians, are hovering menacingly above Earth. And the humans plan to then meet with these aliens, take me to your leader sort of thing. And let's just say things kind of kick off. Aliens die, people die, fun for all the family. An amazing film and a great entry to end Tier 1 on. Tier 2, the Nordics. So this is another flavor of alien, and this time it is a tall alien, which they're quite rare. The Nordics are named the Nordics because they look a hell of a lot like Nordic people. They're very tall, they're blonde, they have blue eyes, they're very human-like, and they love meatballs. Okay, I just made that last one up, but they are tall, and they are blonde, and they are human-like. They are apparently very beautiful, very fair-skinned, very kind, and they have telepathy. Like, are we sure this guy just didn't see literal Nordic people? The first encounter with these aliens is generally accredited to a man named George Adamski, and he met these aliens who he called the Space Brothers, which is pretty rad, but he met them in the 1950s, and according to them, they took him on a crazy space trip, in their craft up to like the moon and to other planets, and it should be noted that he, especially at the time, was considered to be quite a loopy individual. He was saying that science at the time had proven there was life on other planets, which, especially at the time, it absolutely had not. And he said that there was a bunch of stuff on Mars which you could look at through a telescope, and scientists all agreed that it was intelligently created, which, okay, you can have your opinions on this, but scientists absolutely did not universally agree that all this was intelligently created. But his alien encounters seem to be another claim altogether. He got visits from Martians, from Venusians, who are just aliens from Venus, and they warned him of the dangers of nuclear war, of humans harming each other, of doing damage to the environment. And when this Venusian came down and spoke to George, he then left in his spaceship, and George said that the footprints of this alien that were still imprinted in the ground had a secret message in, and he was going to decode it, which, well, like, these aliens are carving messages into their boots just so they can come down, step on the ground, and send messages and talk to people that way. It seems like a lot more effort than just, talking to people. But naturally, George took plaster casts of these shoe prints, and then he took them home, he kept them, and he eventually decoded them, he said. And I found this little part funny of when he was describing these aliens, he said at one point that their trousers were not like his trousers, which it's like, okay, George, a lot of people's trousers aren't like your trousers. Like, that's just a very odd thing to say. But he actually did manage to get proof of this encounter. When the alien craft was taking off, he managed to snap this photograph of it, which some people have somewhat rightfully pointed out that it looks a hell of a lot like a lantern's hood or something like that. Then he said that these aliens offered to take him on a little spin around the solar system, around the galaxy, and that he went to Venus, and his late wife was actually reincarnated on Venus. And then on this trip, he met a 1,000-year-old alien philosopher named the Master, and with the Master, he discussed intergalactic politics. And honestly, this all just sounds like a kid in school telling their friends the cool things that their dad has done. You know, like, oh, he's traveled around the world, he beat up 12 guys at once. It seems to be on that sort of level for me. But let me know your thoughts on this one. And I realize this kind of went from a Nordic alien entry to a George Adamski one, but this guy was just too damn interesting not to cover. The Rex Heflin photographs. So these were photographs taken by Rex Heflin in California in 1965. And as you can see, road, sky, spooky alien craft, basically a masterpiece. And it occurred when Rex was just driving along in his truck one day. He saw this out of his window, and so he stopped his truck and took a photo of what he saw. And these are some of the earliest alien photographs or UFO photographs that you can actually find. Rex himself said he didn't really believe in aliens. Like, he was a very down-to-earth, meat and potatoes sort of guy. He said he was just driving along, he saw something strange, and he snapped a photo of it. He didn't much want attention, he didn't much want money or anything like that. And I think the photographs speak for themselves. Winged snake emblems. So these refer to these snakes, these images of snakes, of serpents, that are often strangely seen on alien crafts, on alien clothes or uniforms or weapons or devices. And there's a lot of debate about this one, whether aliens represent snakes, or rather snakes represent aliens. Like, maybe they're all evolved from snakes, or they're reptilian, or something like that. Or whether because we sometimes see snakes as evil, that comes from aliens visiting us millions of years ago with these little snake symbols and maybe bringing snakes down to Earth. And then the aliens enslaved us, and so we still remember snakes as being evil. And that is a very long shot theory, but it's also possible that the snake symbol could be a good thing, as a lot of these, you know, swirly snake symbols or winged snake symbols in our early civilizations are signs of health, of signs of well-being, and I mean, we still do use it today as sort of a medical or health symbol. So what exactly these snake symbols represent is kind of unknown, but they do still occur fairly frequently, so it is a bit strange. Woodrow Derenberger and Lanulos. So this is one we actually covered in my Giant Mysteries Iceberg. We covered it in tier 2, I believe, but Woodrow Derenberger was likely the first person to see this one alien, who went by the name of Indrid Cold. And there was a similar-ish sighting a few weeks before Woodrow's sighting, and this was in New Jersey instead of West Virginia. But honestly, I think the two descriptions are just too dissimilar. Like, the New Jersey alien was tall, he was bald with a green metal suit, and he had no ears and no nose. But he was smiling, and that's how people sometimes connect the two. Whereas the West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. Whereas the West Virginia sighting occurred when Woodrow Derenberger was driving home in his truck one night. He heard a loud crash of some kind, and he saw a large vehicle land smack dab right in front of him. And then, out of this crashed craft, a tall, dark-tanned, smiling man in a suit came out, and he spoke to Woodrow telepathically without moving his mouth or his face, and without losing his smile. He said that his name was Indrid Cold, and that he came in peace, and he just wanted to know more about the human race. So he's a nice sort of alien. There was also a later sighting of Indrid Cold by a girl in the Lilly family, and again, this was in West Virginia, but she reported waking up in the middle of the night and seeing a large man standing over her bed, just smiling, and she screamed and hid under the covers, and then when she came up eventually, he was nowhere to be seen, which I don't think you need aliens to explain that one. I think this was just a dude. A creepy dude, but still a dude. But this Indrid Cold fellow told Woodrow where he was from, a planet named Lanulos, and he said he was from the Genemedes galaxy, and then he actually took Woodrow with him in his spacecraft back to his home planet. And Woodrow stayed there in this dude's planet for like 6 months apparently. And then he did eventually take him back to Earth, which, like, see? Nice alien. There are theories that Indrid was a ghost of sorts, unable to move on. As you know, he also had a permanent smile, so maybe he was smiling when he died, or something where he couldn't get rid of this smile. Or that he was a hoax created to trick and scare people. Or that he was a genuine, full-blown crazy person that managed to convince Woodrow of his story. But then I don't see how Woodrow could say he was away for 6 months on another planet. Or that all of this evidence does point to it being a genuinely creepy but ultimately kind alien. There are some additional theories that suggest that Indrid Cold might have been another alien who went by the name of Valiant Thor, which we will get into a little further down in the iceberg, but at least for now, Indrid Cold is a standalone, fairly unique telepathic alien. Alien pancakes. Now this entry is honestly just hilariously wild, but also convincing, and let's just get into it. So this is the tale of Joe Symington, or Joe Symington, a 54-year-old plumber living in Wisconsin in 1961. And he was just chilling in his kitchen one morning when he heard this loud screeching noise outside of his house. So he naturally took, a little peek out of his window, and he saw coming down from the roof this giant metal object. And he thought at first that maybe his roof had broken and was like hanging down over the side sort of thing. But then he realized that his roof was made of wood, so that was impossible. And obviously being a little bamboozled, he went outside to check what this thing was. And what he saw was a large metal craft that looked kind of like 2 plates or bowls, one on top of another. And this craft was hovering just above the ground in his driveway. Then a small little hatch, a door, opened up on the craft, and a small little alien around 5 feet tall came out of the craft, and Joe described him as, and I quote, swarthy like an Italian, or swarthy like an Italian. I don't know what accent they have in Wisconsin. Like, those were literally his words. The alien's face was hairless, he had a tight cap on, and he kind of motioned for Symington to fill up his bottle. And so Joe took the bottle, filled it up with water, brought it back to him, and Joe said after he handed the bottle back to this alien, the alien's eyes were just immense. Like, Joe felt that this alien could read his mind just by looking at him, like looking through his soul sort of thing. And Joe also saw inside of this craft 2 other creatures that were similar to the one that came out, and they were strapped into the craft with like space seatbelts or something. And one of these aliens seemed to be cooking something on an alien grill of sorts. And he said that this grill was emanating a lot of heat, a little bit of smoke, but no fire. And I know this was in the 1960s, but even us humans did eventually get there. Joe said he saw this whole scene, he saw the alien cooking something on the grill, and then he made like a motion of eating, because he said no one was saying anything, it was really awkward. And when he made this motion of eating, the aliens assumed that he was hungry and wanted some of their food. And so one of the aliens took some of the things that they were cooking on the stove and gave them to Joe. And Joe said that they looked a bit like pancakes, only a lot smaller. He described them as being quite hot, as being greasy, and said that if this was their food, that he felt really sorry for them because the things tasted like cardboard. If that's what they live on, he said, no wonder they're so small. And then this main alien put his fingers from one hand onto his forehead, and then he removed them, and Joe took this to be maybe something like a wave goodbye or a salute or something. And so he saluted back to the alien, and then the alien went back into his craft. The hatch door shut, and Joe said when the hatch door shut, you couldn't even see that there was ever a hatch or a gap there. Like, it was just completely smooth. And he said you couldn't see a bit more where that hatch was, then you could see a hole in my hand, which is just such a strange saying, and I absolutely love it. The craft lifted up off the ground, tilted at a 45 degrees angle, and then shot off into the trees. And Joe said, I just stood there in the driveway with a handful of greasy pancakes and my mouth wide open, wondering what the heck just happened. And I think we'd all like to know exactly the same thing, Mr. Joe. He obviously reported this incident to the Air Force, to the authorities, and the Air Force said it was outside of their realm to pass judgment on Mr. Simonton or on his case, but did say that these alien pancakes were tested and they were found to be pure buckwheat. So yeah, a very interesting encounter all round. Not much really came of this case except for a bunch of Joe's chickens ended up dying shortly after this. And Joe said that he was annoyed partly at his chickens dying, but partly at the fact that he was a full-time plumber who only raised chickens on the side, and people who heard about the story started calling him a chicken herder or a farmer or something like that, and he wanted to make it clear that he was not a farmer, but he was a plumber. Most of the people who investigated this case, who interviewed Joe, said that he was likely a very sane, logical, reasonable person, and they didn't think that he was lying or making this up or that it was a hoax. And there were actually 3 or 4 other people who said they saw something similar around this same area at around this same time. So honestly, it's just probably one of my favorite UFO encounters. It's epic, it's alien and spacey and UFO-y. It's quite whimsical with him fetching water for them and them cooking up little alien pancakes. And Joe seemed like quite a down-to-earth, sincere guy. So just an S-tier alien encounter. The 1973 humanoid wave. So this was a strange time, a strange year, 1973, where all over the world there was a flood of alien and UFO encounters and sightings. It's explored a bit more in the book 1973 Year of the Humanoids, and this was written by David Webb, and we'll actually explore a few more of these encounters further down in the iceberg. But he compiles 74 cases that happened that year from eyewitness reports, from newspaper articles, and explores the similarities between these. He explores the differences between them and lists basically all of the unique aliens encountered. So short ones, tall ones, ape-like aliens, even dog-like aliens. And he states that alien and UFO encounters are currently on the rise. And this was in 1976 when he wrote it. And he predicted that these encounters would continue to rise and become more popular, and we would soon see the start of a brand new era where alien encounters and sightings became the norm. And we didn't quite get there, but it is interesting to see all these different encounters and accounts all compiled into, one source sort of thing. And it is quite a rare book, so if you do ever find a copy of it, please do let me know. The Oz factor is a term coined by Jenny Randles, who was a UFOologist, which that's got to be one of the best qualifications to get. I don't even know where you'd get something like that, but this Oz factor describes the awe, the mystery, and the, time loss, hazy, dreamlike state that often occurs during UFO encounters. It's named obviously after the Land of Oz, the Wizard of Oz, where everything's a bit different, blurry, magical, and I think it's a fairly fitting term. USOs stands for Unidentified Silly Object. I'm just kidding. It stands for Unidentified Submerged Object and refers obviously to objects that are either completely underwater or that are flying along, get captured on camera or tracker of some kind, and then seem to submerge themselves or go under the water, whether this is under lakes or seas or rivers, and just disappear. Now, the general theories for these are that they are UFOs flying around the sky, and then since they have advanced alien tech, they are able to just very effortlessly go under the water. Some theories put these crafts as being hydrophobic, so the water never actually touches them, and so they're able to move through the water without facing any water resistance. Like, if you wave your hand back and forth through water, you can feel the pressure, you can feel the force, it slows down your hand. But in this theory, these alien crafts wouldn't feel any of that. They could go right through the water as if they were traveling in a vacuum sort of thing. And that could allow them to go at, tens of thousands of miles per hour all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, as long as their crafts could withstand the pressure, of course. So this obviously leads to theories about underwater bases that are created and lived in by the aliens. And if you've watched my ocean iceberg, you would know how much of the ocean is just unexplored, unknown, and could potentially house these secret bases. So I kind of like this theory, big fan of underwater secret alien bases, and it might help explain a few anomalies under the water. Some theories say that there aren't any underwater bases, that these crafts just go underwater to, lose the tracking of whoever's tracking them. But either way, there have been these detected objects, whatever they are, and they have been seen submerging into the water. So let me know your thoughts on that. Aliens walk among us is a theory that says that aliens very rarely appear to us in like the normal alien form, a little green man, a grey alien, or traveling in a UFO sort of thing. Like that happens, but very, very rarely. But the truth is that aliens are disguised as us and just walk among us. Like, if they're advanced enough to travel across galaxies, travel between galaxies, they must have some insane technology that we don't possess. And so it's feasible that they might be able to disguise themselves or, set up masks or skins in some way and be able to perhaps imitate our voices, our words, our cadences, and pass as a reasonable human being. And it's honestly not too bad of a theory. Like, if they were advanced enough, we would never really be able to tell anyway. And we do kind of the same things ourselves as humans. We make little fake animals to put in a safari, or we have photographers dress up as a zebra or a horse, and we also make little fake robotic rabbits, bugs, octopuses, and so to these animals it might look like a strange version of themselves, and so there's no reason why aliens also wouldn't do that with us. Richard S. Shaver, and the S in his name stands for sharp, so his name is literally Sharp Shaver, which I thought was a little funny, but he was a writer mostly of fiction, writing these fantastical stories and things such as in and around the years of and following World War II. But while he wrote fiction, stories, novellas, magazines, he claimed that all of these stories that he was writing were either based on real events or were literally real events. He said that he had this vast knowledge of these super evil, super high-tech, super advanced aliens that actually lived underneath or inside the Earth. He said that he had discovered this secret ancient alien language that was actually the basis for all human language, and that language was called Mantong. And in Mantong, each letter represented a word or meaning, so you could decode any name, word, or phrase into its actual meaning in Mantong. So yeah, it sounds a bit nuts, but he was a science fiction writer after all. So for example, if we take the word cat, you'll see that the letter C here means to see something, the letter A means animal, and the letter T means a beneficial force. So cat would be to see this animal as a beneficial force, which, I mean, damn, maybe he's actually onto something. And when he was asked how he figured out how he discovered this language, he said one day while he was at work, he was just sitting there welding something when he noticed that one of his welding guns, and I quote, by some freak of its field's coil attunements, allowed him to hear the thoughts of those working around him, which honestly, who hasn't experienced that? It happens to me multiple times a day. The coil attunements just go slightly out of whack, and bam, telepathy. So this part definitely checks out. But while he had this telepathy, he could hear this recording of this evil torture session conducted by some beings deep underneath the Earth. And these evil beings that lived in these caverns were actually descendants of an evil race that used to live here on planet Earth. And way back when they built these underground caverns, they left a bunch of their offspring in the caverns with all of their advanced technology, and they left planet Earth to go somewhere else. And these offspring, the ones that were left underneath the Earth, these are the creatures that he was hearing. And these evil descendants, known as Deros, or detrimental robots, even though they're not robots, frequently use their advanced technology to shoot rays up onto us on Earth, like on the surface, and these rays end up causing plane crashes, they end up causing illnesses, they end up causing sadness and anxiety, and even stuff like natural disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, and these rays are basically responsible for all the evil in the world. And Richard said he knows all of this, partly because of the, welding guns induced telepathy, and partly because he said he was actually taken prisoner down in these caverns for many, many years, which this is a tough pill to swallow. Like, I know a lot of things are possible, but this one might stretch that a little bit. And later on in life, Richard discovered, once again, he discovered these super cool things that no one else had ever discovered before, and they were what's known as rock books, which to the layman, to the uneducated rube, might just seem like random rocks, but these are actually super advanced, super detailed hubs or storage devices for vast amounts of information. What happened was these aliens thousands or millions of years ago lasered the inside of these rocks with little bits of information, and those little crevices, little cracks sort of thing that you see inside of rocks, they basically hold all the answers to all the information in the entire universe. This entry honestly was a bit of a wild one. The stuff this guy wrote is actually honestly quite fun, quite imaginative, super cool and exciting and all of that if it were written as something like fiction. But because it's technically non-fiction, at least according to him, it's like, does this stuff all exist? It's a little hard to believe, I think. Like, he did happen to be an actual science fiction writer with a vivid imagination, but I'll let you guys decide on this one for yourself. West Virginia refers to the state, obviously, of West Virginia, because especially in the 1950s, 60s, 70s sort of time, there were really just an abnormal amount of sightings in this state. And these were alien sightings, UFO sightings, cryptid sightings, and a lot of the more famous ones that people know of are actually all from West Virginia. A few of them we've already mentioned, like Indrid Cold, and a few more we will get into further down in the iceberg, but there's also a bunch of cryptids that are popular in the area, such as Mothman, who might also be related to aliens and UFOs. So why exactly is it that there are more sightings, more encounters in West Virginia as opposed to, you know, any other state in America? Honestly, we really don't know. But as I said, tons of encounters and tons of sightings. So as a young man, he was always obsessed with and interested in ghosts, ghouls, aliens sort of thing, you know, supernatural UFO encounters, and at the age of 31, partly at least as a result of the account that Kenneth Arnold gave, Albert founded the International Flying Saucer Bureau, or IFSB for short. And this was a giant club that was focused on investigating and cataloging, obviously, flying saucers. And originally, it was a massive success. Often as a group, they would gather together and use their telepathy, or their suspected telepathy, to fire off messages from their heads into space targeted at these aliens. And the message they would send read as follows: calling occupants of interplanetary craft that have been observing our planet Earth. We of IFSB wish to make contact with you. We are your friends and would like you to make an appearance here on Earth. Your presence before us will be welcomed with the utmost friendship, and we will do all in our power to promote mutual understanding between your people and the people of Earth. Please come in peace and help us in our earthly problems. Give us some sign that you have received our message. Be responsible for creating a miracle here on Earth to wake up the ignorant ones to reality. Let us hear from you. We are your friends. So this was all going well. The club was going well. They were gaining members until the following year, Albert was approached at his home by 3 men in black. They were men wearing black suits, and they spoke with him telepathically, which is never a good sign. And they gave to him this strange metal disc, explained to him some stuff about how UFOs work and about where they came from, but said that basically no one would believe him if he spoke out about it, and said that if he continues to run this club to discuss these sorts of things, that there would be consequences. And this information all came out like decades later, but at the time it just seemed like Albert was approached by these 3 men in black. They said some stuff to him, they threatened him, and then Albert just closed the club and ceased all further publications of his newsletter. His colleagues recalled seeing him at the time as like scared, on edge, nervous sort of thing, and nobody really knew what was happening. And then later on he came out and said, this is what happened years ago, and this popularized the idea of these shady men dressed in black, wearing sunglasses at night for some reason, going around, threatening people, and covering up alien and UFO encounters. Women in Black refers to the lesser-known counterpart of Men in Black, obviously being women in black. They are very similar to Men in Black. They are pale, they're scary, they're telepathic, and they have been known to be unusually strong for their size and build. They can sneak around, sometimes go invisible, sometimes teleport, and they do much the same thing that the Men in Black do: go around, cover up UFO sightings, threaten people, confiscate or delete evidence. So yeah, just like the Men in Black, very spooky entry. Indigo children refers to the idea of children, certain children, possessing special abilities, supernatural powers, mind reading, telekinesis, that sort of thing. Almost like the kids in Stranger Things. And this theory says that these indigo children are special in ways, and either this specialness is natural or it's been gifted by a supernatural being, by aliens sort of thing, and that the purpose of these indigo children is basically to unite humanity. Like, the idea is that these aliens up in space shoot down stuff to these children, make them gifted, give them certain abilities, and the goal is for these children to eventually lead mankind and make humanity better in many ways. The idea really came from a woman called Nancy Ann Tapp, who said that she could visibly see these auras around certain children, and the auras were kind of bluish, indigo-ish, hence indigo children. And it was somewhat popular in like the 1970s, but slowly kind of fell out of popularity. It was deemed to be somewhat abusive to children, or at least detrimental, because a lot of these kids that were deemed indigo children ended up having stuff like learning disorders or autism. And so instead of getting them the help that they needed, or taking, you know, a different approach to learning with them, they were just labeled as indigo children and kind of revered in a strange way. So yeah, don't know how much I believe this specific one. It is kind of an interesting entry nonetheless. The Kimbaja ancient airplanes. So these are these super fascinating ancient artifacts that were discovered around Colombia in the late 1800s. And they are thought to have originated roughly 1500 years ago, so around like 500 or 600 AD. And there's a load of different types and styles of this artifact, but the ones we're interested in for this entry are these little ones that kind of look like airplanes, alien crafts, and these are called the Kimbaja jets, which is strange because in 500 AD, planes or jets just weren't really a thing. And the idea that a lot of people have for these is that aliens came down, visited the Kimbaja people, and they were flying around in spacecrafts or alien crafts or stuff that, you know, was in the sky. And then the Kimbaja people saw this, remembered it, and then made these little artifacts resembling the crafts. And one interesting point which I don't think is brought up quite often enough is that people might ask, you know, why weren't these crafts like alien crafts? Like, you know, flying saucers, UFOs sort of thing. But when you really think about it, aliens are probably evolving and developing technology just as we are down here on Earth. So think about all the technology we've developed in the last 2000 years. You know, we've gone from bows and arrows and swords to guns and rockets and bombs and airplanes and all that sort of thing. So you'd think aliens would slowly develop technology as well. So perhaps when they came down here like 2000 years ago, they didn't have all of this hyper advanced telepathy or flying saucer sort of technology. Maybe they just had really basic spaceships and stuff like aeroplanes. And so this is what the Kimbaja people saw, and they made the little artifacts. So yeah, super cool artifacts these are. And the point about aliens slowly advancing and developing their own technology, I don't think is brought up quite often enough. The lead mask case is a very interesting one that I actually covered in the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, because as well as being related to UFOs and aliens, it is also a massive unsolved mystery. And it involved these two Brazilian electricians in Brazil in 1966 who suddenly one day just went missing. And they were found a few days later by a boy flying his kite on top of this hill. And the scene around these men and their cause of death was just very peculiar. Both of the men were wearing these nice suits. They were wearing these jackets as if they were expecting to be in rainy or stormy weather or something, and they had these lead masks around their eyes. The cause of their deaths was unapparent, and there was found next to them this empty bottle of water and these 2 wet towels. So it's already a very strange scene to begin with. There was also a notebook at the scene with notes written in obviously Portuguese, but translated into English, the notes read 1630, be at the specified location, 1830, ingest capsules, after the effect, protect metals, await signal mask. And that was it. It is thought that maybe the pair of men were part of this strange group or cult, and they were, scientific spiritualists, and that by ingesting these capsules, they would be able to contact and engage with aliens. And there was also a belief within this group that when the aliens appeared, there would be a massive flash of bright light, and this is perhaps why they were wearing their, lead masks to protect their eyes, essentially. It's a very, very strange case, still unsolved, and what these 2 men were doing up on the hill, possibly contacting aliens, but possibly something else. What they were doing officially, we don't know. Mince Pie Martians is a fun one, like super fun. And honestly, I just love these types of encounters. It took place in 1979 in England, and this is when a woman named Jean Higley noticed something very strange outside of her window. She, looked outside, and lo and behold, she saw a strange floating orange light in her garden. She thought this was awfully strange, and so she went out the back door to get a better look at this thing, and there she saw in her garden these 3 strange floating creatures that were glowing and had like wings of a butterfly, and they just paid her no mind, paid her no attention, and just floated right by her into her kitchen. And so Jean was, quite rightly I think, very terrified, confused, scared, and her dog even saw these creatures and just immediately fainted, which that's a pretty useless guard dog. And Jean herself said that these creatures intentionally froze her, like she couldn't move, she couldn't speak, but suddenly her body itself started to float and levitate up, and she floated along and followed these creatures into the living room. And in the living room there was initially this super bright light, but as she approached it, the light started to dim and she started to see more and more of the details in the room. And she said these 3 creatures were just floating all around the living room and just touching everything they could get their hands on. Like they were just amazed and fascinated at everything in there. They wore these silvery greenish outfits. They had no ears, no nose. They had these black eyes, and they were around 3 or 4 feet tall and kept their helmet on, I guess for protection, at all times. They also had, as well as their helmet, they had this pointed hat that they wore, and as we mentioned earlier, they all had wings. And these wings were, and I quote, so colorful that they made our earthly colors seem bland in comparison. So were they benevolent? Were they evil? I don't know. Finally, she was able to ask them essentially what they wanted, and they started touching these buttons on their suits, and Jean felt like that was some kind of translation device. There were a few, beeps, a few boops, and eventually they replied saying that they were from the sky and that they meant her no harm. They said they knew about the Queen, they knew about Jesus, they knew about Christmas, and they said there was only one Lord. And while communicating with her in this way, they also seemed to be incredibly restless, incredibly silly. They were jumping around everywhere. She actually had to tell them off for jumping on the sofa. And so after a while, with not much else to do, with not much else to talk about, she asked them if they wanted anything, like to drink or to eat. And they apparently asked for water, which she brought them. And she also brought them some mince pies. And they seemed to like the mince pies, but they were a little too big for their small mouths. So they just kind of held them and just nibbled on them, sort of thing. They were curious about everything. They were asking her questions. They took her cigarettes and were like, what the hell are these? So she took a cigarette out of the packet, lit it to show them what it was, and this apparently just scared the ever-living out of them, and they just zipped out of the room and out of the house, of course taking their mince pies with them. Jean floated after them, which at this point she's still floating, and she followed them out to the back door and saw the 3 creatures at the end of the garden getting into what looked like a little egg-shaped ship. And they got into this ship, they flashed their lights at her twice, apparently acknowledging her or something, and then they zipped off into the sky, never to be seen again. After this, Jean floated back down to the ground and felt just content, warm, blessed almost, and that was more or less it, and I love it. Jean said she was never one to believe in fairies or fanciful stories or anything like that, and some people hearing this do think that Jean either made it up or had a hallucination or something, but I like to think that those little mince pie eating aliens did actually visit Jean on this Christmas morning. The Felixstowe fire demon is this creature, fiery, demony, seen in the small town of Felixstowe, England in the early 1900s. A few friends were driving along the road when all of a sudden they stopped, pulled over to the side of the road, and one of the friends just got out of the car and walked into the woods. His friends were a little confused but thought that maybe he had just got up to go toilet in the woods or something. But Michael Johnson, who was the guy who got up and went into the woods, gave his account of what actually happened and said that he was just overcome by this immense force and immense feeling and desire, almost like something was hypnotizing him to get up, go into the woods, and when he was in the woods a fair distance in, he said he was approached by a large humanoid who was on fire, and then he just blacked out. And you can't really pin this on a hallucination because his friends who were in the car on the side of the road also at around this time saw in the sky this large fireball type of ship that suddenly went up in flames, lit the whole countryside alight, or it lit it up, it didn't set it on fire, but it was insanely bright, and then suddenly it just vanished. The next thing Johnson remembers is waking up in hospital, and that's all he remembers. To this day, we still don't know what that creature was, how it controlled Johnson to walk out into the woods, and what it was that his friends saw in the sky. The Jimmy Carter UFO sighting. So Jimmy Carter, this guy, the former US president, saw 8 years before he became president, he saw one night in 1969 a peculiar bright light in the sky. And he wasn't the only one who saw this. There was other people at the time in the same place that also saw this, and he said when he noticed this, the light started to come closer and closer to him, and then it stopped behind some trees, it started changing colors sort of thing, slowly to blue and then to red and then back again to white before disappearing. As I said, there were around 10 other people that witnessed this, and the light or craft or whatever it was stayed for around 10 or 15 minutes before disappearing. And Carter himself admitted that, okay, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a physicist, so he didn't really claim that it was anything in particular, but it did say that it was weird, it was unidentified, he didn't know what it was, and also said that it wasn't something normal like a helicopter or a weather balloon or an airplane or something. And he said later when he became president, he kind of looked into this and he came to the conclusion that there was no alien cover-up of an incident that happened at around that area at around that time, which is a very specific way of speaking. Like, surely he would just say, yeah, there's no alien cover-ups whatsoever. But he was very specific, and I think he was dancing around the point, and maybe, perhaps, likely knows of other projects or incidents in which the government has covered up aliens and UFOs. But what Jimmy Carter saw on that night almost 50 years ago, or actually more than 50 years ago, is still a mystery. The Stargate project was a secret government program that was started by the US government all the way back in the 1970s, and its purpose was to explore and explain basically psychic abilities. It covered telepathy or mind reading, teleportation, telekinesis, astral or psychic projection, and much, much more. And if this sounds familiar to you, that's because this project, which was declassified in 1995, was the basis for the film The Men Who Stare at Goats, which great film, but this project was basically started in response to the Soviets, who had started, research and a project of their own, and the US thought maybe this stuff isn't real, but if it is real and the Russians discover it before us, then we're completely screwed. So they had to invest some time, some money, some projects into this, and a large driving force behind this project was a man named Major General Albert Stubblebine, who himself personally believed in psychics and he often practiced and encouraged his, other staff and soldiers to practice stuff like psychic abilities. So he would have them trying to bend spoons, trying to mind read, and stuff like trying to walk through walls, which you just can't make this stuff up. Well, I mean, you could, but this one is true. It's all been declassified, all been documented, and after he retired, the new Major General took over, and this new Major General wasn't really into the whole psychic thing. And so over time, Stargate started to get less and less funding, less and less interest, it was taken less seriously, and it was eventually shut down in 1995. And I guess a major question is, what exactly did they find or discover? And the answer is probably not much. They never really found that their psychics in the tests performed any better than chance, really. And the people that did psychically project themselves were either found to be provably wrong, so they would go up, say, to the moon and describe these things where we can actually see a lot of the moon and disprove them, or they would psychically project to other galaxies, to other faraway planets, where we have no way of proving or disproving their claims. But I think still a really cool needs to know government project. Extraterrestrials Disney attraction. And no, I don't have a stutter, that was the name of this attraction, this terrifying attraction. See what I did there? That was opened in 1995 in Florida. This was a ride in the Walt Disney World's Magic Kingdom, and it featured this alien from like the film Alien, and it just scared the absolute bejeebus out of everyone. The whole concept of the ride was you would go in and you were basically given a tour of this scientific facility, but as you're on the cart going around the ride, taking the tour of this facility, you slowly uncover the real story. And the real story is that you are being lured in, you're being locked into this ride, and the tour is just a cover story to lure people in and to use these humans and to feed everyone on the ride to this alien that they have found. So a pretty terrifying, scary concept for a Disney ride, quite honestly. And then this alien actually attacks you. He scares the cookies out of you. But you find that this alien is quite intelligent, it's self-aware, and what it really wants more than anything is just to be free. It doesn't want to hurt you, it wants to basically escape these scientists and escape the facility. And after realizing this, the aliens try to self-destruct the entire facility with the alien and with you inside of it. But at the last second, the alien comes up, blocks the scientist's weapons, and then frees you, and as you are off leaving the ride to freedom, you hear in the background this alien rampaging through the facility, apparently attacking and killing all these scientists. And yeah, that was a ride in Disney World. And if you think that maybe this was a little too much for a Disney ride, like, yeah, a lot of people also thought that. And so after 8 years of being up, it was taken down and replaced by Lilo and Stitch's Great Escape. Mohana means family. Okitaka, Okitaka, Okitaka. But the ride was fun while it lasted. The Battle of Los Angeles, also known as the Great Air Raid of Los Angeles, was this crazy event that took place obviously in Los Angeles in 1942. So picture the scene, we're in 1942, we're in World War II, things are very tense, everyone is on edge, and just a few months back, Japan actually attacked Pearl Harbor. So everyone on the West Coast must have just been scared out of their boots. Japan had also been attacking a bunch of US ships on the West Coast, and they had actually attacked a oil field in Santa Barbara. So the possibility of a Japanese attack, even something like a land invasion, was seemingly in the forefront of everyone's minds. And on the 24th of February that year, the Naval Intelligence Office issued a warning that California could very well be attacked sometime in maybe the next 10 hours. So these air raid alarms signals were all going off, blackouts were ordered all along the West Coast, and at around 3 a.m. the Coast Artillery Brigade, that's a tongue twister. The Coast Artillery Brigade, I think I got that one, but they started firing thousands of 50 cal rounds and anti-aircraft shells into the air after an apparent Japanese air raid. There was an unidentified aircraft spotted in the air, and so after these first shots went off, it was just kind of mayhem. The Secretary of the Navy then soon after made an announcement, and he said that the whole thing wasn't due to an attack, but it was just due to nerves and paranoia, which I mean is just great. And 5 people died during this mayhem, 3 from actually crashing their cars and 2 from heart attacks. And a lot of the press at the time said how ridiculous this whole thing was and suspected maybe that this whole thing might be a cover-up. Like, the whole thing didn't really make sense unless you say that the people were insanely incompetent, which is always a possibility, I guess. And when the war was over, the Japanese said, yeah, we never flew planes anywhere near the West Coast. So I don't know what you were shooting at. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but that's basically what he said. And so the official explanation later on was that it was dark, everyone was on edge, they saw something in the sky, maybe a weather balloon, maybe a bird, and then someone who was very trigger happy fired some bullets, fired some shells, and when these shells exploded in the air, they created more things in the air that people could see and mistake for a Japanese air raid. And so they fired their bullets and their shells as well, and it just became a crazy domino effect sort of thing. But even if you buy that explanation, it's never really been explained or figured out what actually caused the initial sighting, because it sure as hell wasn't a Japanese plane, and if it was an alien spacecraft and it was hit, the obvious question is, where is it now? The wow signal was this. I mean, just incredible. Anyway, next up we have aliens killed the dinosaurs. I'm only kidding. The wow signal was a very, very strong radio signal that we received from space in 1977. And to show you how unusual and strong that this signal was, if you see this piece of paper with the readings on, you see all those little 1s and 2s and even the empty spaces in between them. They all show the strength of the radio signal. So the spaces mean between 0 and 1, the 1s mean between 1 and 2, so most of the signals, as you can see, are somewhere between 0 and 2 sort of range, with a few odd ones coming up to, 4s or 6s even. But when they go above 9 in strength, they turn into letters. So above 9 you have A, which is kind of like 10, and then B would be kind of like 11, and you have that all the way to Z, which would be kind of 36, which is just insanely powerful. And so when Jerry Emmon, who was an astronomer working at the university, when he saw this signal, he quite rightfully, I think, circled it and wrote wow next to it. You can see the strength a little more easily in this graph, but the strength kind of slowly hits Earth, we receive the signal, and then it fades away. And we still, to this day, have no idea what caused it, no idea where it came from, what it means, if it in fact does mean anything, or who or what sent it. We know it likely came from somewhere in the Sagittarius constellation, but that's kind of as far as our knowledge goes. Aliens killed the dinosaurs is this, some would say, nutty theory that space aliens killed the dinosaurs way back millions of years ago. Some of the theories say that perhaps because aliens seeded life on here through something like panspermia, as we explored earlier, that maybe they put life down here, they saw these dinosaurs developing and growing, and they didn't really like them, they wanted to start again, and so they sent down a giant asteroid and wiped them all out. Or that the dinosaurs were slowly dying out as it was, and so to kind of put them out of their misery, the aliens came down and just finished them off with a giant asteroid. Or the aliens came down and like John Wicked all of the dinosaurs. And it's definitely a theory. Is it a good theory? I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I think it might definitely make for a good sci-fi short story or novel. The Cash Landrum Incident. So this was a UFO sighting in 1980 where Betty Cash, Vicky Landrum, and Vicky's grandson all saw a UFO as they were driving home from a meal. This was at around 9 p.m. and while they were in their car, out the window, they saw this intense bright light on the road. At first they thought it was like a standard airplane or something, as they were somewhat near the Houston airport, but the light got closer and closer and brighter, and they could eventually make out what was emitting this light. And it was a giant, massive shaped craft or object or something that was hovering behind the trees with flames coming out of its underside, almost like a rocket ship or something. Vicky thought this was the second coming of Christ in a rocket ship, apparently, and she told her grandson, "Don't be worried, that's Jesus. He will not hurt us." They then stopped the car, got out of the car to look and just felt this immense heat coming off the craft. And the flames that were coming out of the bottom of it would periodically like turn off, and then the craft would slowly drift down, and then they would come back on and the craft would lift up again. And as I mentioned, the heat that was coming off this thing was apparently just immense. They even had trouble touching the car afterwards and said they had to like use their coat to actually grab the door handle to open it. And Betty said she was actually able to leave a handprint on the inside of her car due to it, I guess, like melting because it was heated up that much, which, I mean, that is some intense heat. And then after witnessing this for a few minutes, they said they saw as many as 23 black helicopters all surround this craft, and when this happened, they got back into their car, they started driving away, and they saw this strange craft kind of zooping away with these helicopters then following it. So I think a bit of a sus case. You have government cover-ups potentially, you have black helicopters, a strange experimental craft perhaps. All ingredients for a fantastic UFO encounter. The only thing that's missing from this one is aliens. All three of these people came down with like sickness over the next few days. They felt nauseous, they felt dizzy, they had headaches and stuff like that, which you often see with alien and UFO encounters, and it is kind of strange. Something akin to radiation poisoning. They did all get better after a few days, which is good to hear. And they did tell the authorities about this, but none of the official government agencies came forward and took responsibility for it. You know, the FBI, the Air Force, Navy, Army, and none of them know why or how these helicopters could have even been there. But once again, they weren't officially there, which means that they could have been unofficially there, obviously. And to this day, this encounter and this craft are still unexplained. The Falcon Lake incident is a fascinating encounter, and it's probably honestly one of my all-time favorite alien and UFO encounters. It starts off with Stefan Michalek, who was a Polish mechanic living in Canada, and he was a bit of an outdoorsman, a bit of a minor geologist sort of thing. You know, in his spare time, it was like a fun hobby, and so fairly regularly he would go out to the land around Falcon Lake, kind of in the wilderness. While he was out there, he would roam around, look at animals, look at trees, and do a bit of amateur geology. So, you know, take his little mine, crack things out of the rock, dig up little pieces of whatever he could find. So a pretty fun little hobby all round. But while he was out on one weekend in the wilderness, he was just out there minding his own business when some geese approached him, and they jumped him. Well, not really jumped him, but like they came out of nowhere, they scared him, they startled him, and then the geese got startled as well. And when he turned around and saw them, they were startled themselves. They took up, they flew into the sky, and when they flew up, he saw these two strange crafts in the air. They were cigar-shaped, they were glowing red, and one of the crafts just took off and went away. The other one came down and landed, and this was, I guess, far enough away for the craft not to notice Stefan. So he sat back, watched the craft from a distance, and just made some little sketches of it. And he said he figured at the time that these were like some sort of government or military craft. And after about half an hour of just watching this from afar, I guess curiosity got the better of him, and he actually made his way over to the craft and asked if they needed any help. And the closer he got, the more warmth, the more heat that he felt. He smelled this like sulfur coming off the craft, and he heard whirring noises, engine noises, an occasional hiss from like a valve or something like that. And suddenly the side of the craft opened up, and inside the craft he heard this chattering, and he couldn't really figure out what language it was. But as I said, he originally assumed it was a military craft of some kind, and so since, you know, top secret experimental military crafts are probably more likely to be American than Canadian, he shouted out to these beings inside the craft and asked if you Yankee boys need any help, as he thought they may have been having mechanical issues. He himself was a mechanic, and when they didn't respond, he asked them again in Russian, and then in Polish, and then in German, and he got no response from any of this. He moved in a bit closer to the craft. He actually touched the craft itself, and he said the outside of the craft had like no seams or bolts or anything like that. It was just completely smooth metal. He looked inside the craft and just saw these flashing lights and panels sort of thing, and then he put on his welding goggles because he said it was starting to get very hot and very bright, and he stepped away from the door a little bit, and he said as soon as he did this, the craft hatch door just closed up. And when it did this, he said he touched the side of the craft and the craft actually burnt the fingertips of his gloves off. He backed away a little bit, the craft started to spin quite rapidly. And then, as Stefan was standing next to this sort of grill on the side of the craft, when the craft started to take off, Stefan was blasted by something through this grill, and it knocked him backwards, knocked him onto the floor, and did serious damage to his chest. He thinks it was some sort of radiation or hot gas or hot air, sort of like an exhaust type thing. And as you can see from these photos, it basically burnt through his clothes and burnt his chest, leaving these grid marks on them, and they turned into wounds, into these raised sores. He was lying there in the wilderness, badly wounded, and he managed to crawl and then slowly make his way back to the motel he was staying at, and then he called for help. They took him into the hospital. He was sick, he was vomiting, he was dizzy, he kept going in and out of consciousness, and the burns and the headaches and the blackouts even stayed with him for months after this incident. So what the hell was this craft? Nobody really knew. Stefan said he doesn't think it was an alien craft, as he wasn't really that way inclined. He was very down to earth, sensible. He said it was probably an experimental military craft, and he said he didn't want any attention, but he was getting requests for newspaper articles, for interviews, for police interviews. They were asking him to come onto news stations to talk to people about what happened. And then alien and UFO fans, they would message him incessantly. They would show up at his house, camp outside his front lawn, and send him loads of letters trying to find out what happened. So yeah, very rude. He just wanted his own space, his own time. He didn't want to deal with all of this. And there were actually times when some of these people followed his son to school. Like, as his son was walking to school, people would come up to him and be like, "Hey, how's your dad? Can I get an interview with him?" sort of thing. So yeah, it kind of negatively affected him and his family. He was called a crazy person, a loon, by a bunch of people who knew him, by some of his colleagues. His son was bullied in school for this, and his entire family was made fun of, but he never, his entire life, changed his story one bit. All the analyses done of him, all of the interviews said, as I mentioned earlier, that he was a very down-to-earth man, very logical, very sensible, and was not one to make up or embellish stories. The reason he came forward and told his story, he said, was that obviously he had been injured by this thing, and so he did it as a warning to say to other people, look, if you see something like this out there, don't approach it, it's very dangerous. So he thought that it was the right thing to do to hopefully stop other people getting injured, and that's why he came forward. So honestly, a very cool dude. The police and the government investigated it and actually went out there, and they found bits of Stefan's burnt clothes, his glove, his top sort of thing, and they were burnt and had some latent radiation on. And they found a little circular area where there was no apparent vegetation, like it had either been radiated off or burnt off or something like that, but there was nothing growing on this random circle, which was around the same area that Stefan said he saw the craft. And as well as radiation found on his clothes, there was radiation found on this circle and on and in the soil around the circle. And to top it all off, there were these little bits of metal that were found around the site almost a year later that also tested as being radioactive. So yeah, a wild case with actually a ton of evidence. Like, you don't only have to take Stefan's word for this. There's his burnt clothes with seemingly no explanation, there's the radiation all over the place, there's his injury on his chest, and honestly, I think this one actually trumps the Roswell incident, as it's just a lot more accessible. I think there's a lot more evidence for this one. And Stefan's son later wrote a book about this entire encounter, and he said that if my dad hoaxed this, remember, we're talking about a blue-collar industrial mechanic, if he hoaxed this, then he was a freaking genius. And I couldn't agree more. I think it's wild to say that he did hoax this, or that he would do it. You know, who would blast their chest with like insane amounts of heat all to get attention, almost taking themselves out? And like, I think it's more crazy to believe that he faked it than that it actually happened. But yeah, one of my favorite encounters. The Phoenix lights were these strange lights seen flying over the skies of Nevada and Arizona in 1997, which I can tell you right now what they were. aliens. Thousands of people witnessed these lights, and they looked somewhat like this, a giant V in the sky sort of thing. And there were people who witnessed this at the time, who were either pilots or were people familiar with aircrafts, and they said that no way in heck do there exist today any aircrafts that even look remotely like this. But still, of course, the official story was that this was a routine, standard pilot training program. Like, nothing to see here, folks. Just a pilot training program in airplanes that don't look anything like things that we've ever seen before. I'm not buying the whole flight training program excuse. And even if we don't say that they are alien crafts, I think to me it is still at least a unidentified craft. And shortly after this incident, the governor of Arizona, Fife Symington III, actually gave a special press conference in which he said that they had done some investigating and had actually found the culprit for this incident. And they brought him forward for everyone to see, and it was a guy in an alien costume, which is pretty funny. Good sense of humor, I guess, but it still doesn't explain what this craft actually was. Atmospheric jellyfish are these floating jellyfish, for lack of a better word, and they are often seen up in the atmosphere during or after volcanic eruptions and or thunderstorms. The official explanation is that these are just little bits of space debris, and they reflect some of the northern lights, and also sometimes send down electrical charges which make these like little legs. But that's the official story, or official explanation. But the speculative theory says that these are in fact space jellyfish, which I much prefer that theory. Psyop to hide experimental craft. So we've kind of covered this theory in multiple entries that we've already covered higher up in the iceberg, but this is simply the notion that the government or the military actively fuels these discussions about aliens and UFOs in order to hide the experimental crafts that they are testing and that people are seeing and that they are finding, sort of thing, which does kind of make sense. I mean, if you were the government and you were trying out these experimental crafts or these top secret weapons, and then some citizens saw this top secret weapon, and instead of saying it was a top secret weapon by the government, they said, oh, we saw some aliens, then you might just be like, yeah, aliens you saw. Bloody hell. It didn't look like a top secret military craft or anything? No? Okay, for sure it was aliens that you saw. And it is kind of an interesting one because you kind of have to choose between alien theories and government cover-up conspiracy theories, and they are both just such good theories. Like, I don't want to choose between either one. I suppose the solution is that aliens do come here, they do land, and some of these sightings are aliens and alien crafts, and some of them are experimental military crafts. I think that solves all of the problems. Skinwalker Ranch is this ranch in Utah that is apparently either haunted or heavily targeted by aliens. A man named Terry Sherman bought the ranch in 1994, and due to some random terrifying sightings, some strange creatures, UFOs being spotted in the sky, their cattle being killed and drained of blood, and these peculiar strange anomalies like certain gravitational fields or magnetic fields on the ranch. Due to all of this, Terry just decided it wasn't worth it to live on this ranch anymore. You know, it's like living in the bloody Twilight Zone or something. And so him and his family upped and moved and sold the place after 2 years. The ranch was then bought by a guy who apparently loved living in the Twilight Zone, a UFO enthusiast named Robert Bigelow, and he owned the ranch for around 10 years before selling it off to the Adamantium Real Estate LLC, who applied for rights and permits to produce entertainment services, multimedia services, merchandise like mugs and stickers and t-shirts. And so it looks like this company was looking to buy the ranch and then, you know, make some money off it being haunted or targeted by aliens, maybe make a little attraction out of it. But there are doubts about whether these strange claims about the ranch are even true, or whether this was made up by Sherman in order to get some more attention and to eventually sell the ranch. As one main argument for this not being haunted is the couple who lived here before Sherman lived there for like 60 years, and they said they never noticed anything whatsoever out of the ordinary. So make of that what you will. Bob Lazar is another entry that I could very well make an entire video about, and I may do at some point in the future. And the whole story surrounding Bob Lazar is partly controversial, partly reliable, partly doubtful, but I'll just go off his official telling of the story to begin with, and then we can get into some hearsay, some doubts, etc. But all of this, according to Bob, he attended MIT, and he got a master's degree in physics, and he also attended Caltech for a master's degree in electronics, and this was all in the 1980s. He was then brought on by the US government to work in a base that was kind of adjacent to Area 51, and there his task was to reverse engineer this strange alien craft and device. This was an underground facility just south of Area 51 called S4, and these crafts and these aliens had been captured by the US government and brought there in order to study them and, as I said, to reverse engineer them. He said there were 9 flying saucers or alien vehicles there, but the one that he worked on was incredibly strange and peculiar. He said that when he started there, he was forced to sign these NDA documents, and he also saw these other documents that said that these pilots were little grey aliens, and they had been in contact and had been interacting with humanity for at least the past 10,000 years. The craft that he was tasked with reverse engineering was, as he described it, very, very shiny, almost like liquid titanium, or like if you melt down mercury sort of thing. And he said there was a mechanism inside of this craft that once you turned it on, it would actually repel your hands away from it. And he said, yeah, if his hands were made out of metal, then a magnetic field might explain something like this. But there's no force that can repel a human body like that isn't something like gravity. And so he deduced that whatever this device was, it was generating a negative gravitational field around it, and so it was forcing his hands away from it. So what we'd need for this would be a gravitational generation device or something, and we don't have any of those lying around. He said they figured out that this device was powered by this at the time unknown element 115, and this was a undiscovered element on the periodic table that was later, many years later, actually synthesized by scientists. But the problem with the stuff that we've synthesized to this day is that this element 115 is very, very unstable and radioactive. But Bob said the element 115 that they had on site was a stable version of this element. And this element that we've created is called Moscovium, by the way, if anyone wants to go and check it out. But he said without a stable version of element 115, you just simply wouldn't be able to run this craft. And so with this anti-gravity device, Bob said that these aliens could basically do anything, which I don't know how much of this is science, how much is sci-fi, how much is speculative, because I myself am not a scientist. But if you think about it, if you were able to control gravity, instantly generate all types of gravitational fields, you could create weapons out of them. So something like a gravity bomb, which is not the same as actual human gravity bombs. That's something different. But I mean, a bomb that could, generate a gravitational field and repulse people outwards, essentially causing damage. You could also apply this gravitational field around your spacecraft, and since light actually bends with gravity, the light that would normally be hitting the spacecraft would simply slowly bend around it, and so the craft would essentially appear invisible, which is a really cool concept, I think. You could also have a defensive force field where if you have this gravity around the craft bending light and making it invisible, it would also bend stuff like bullets. So if you were to fire a missile up at this craft, the missile in theory would bend around the gravity and would just completely miss the craft. Then there's stuff like gravity actually affecting the flow of time, so you could have time slow down, you could have time travel. It might explain how aliens are able to travel such vast distances, maybe without aging. There are a lot of really cool applications to this whole gravitational generation theory. But the obvious question is, how true is Bob Lazar's account of everything that happened? He said that after he left this military project, he was scared, confused, and he ended up telling some of his friends. They went out on a few nights to look up and see some of the spacecrafts or aircrafts that were flying around. And the government apparently didn't take too kindly to this. They told him off, they told him he better be careful, he'd better shut up and not say anything to anyone. And after Bob went public and didn't stop with this, they apparently tried deleting any evidence of his existence. They deleted his birth certificates, they erased all evidence of him going to these schools, of him getting his master's degrees, and of him ever working in Area 51 or Area 51 adjacent bases. And for the people who don't believe Bob, they said that this was just a convenient excuse, like that he didn't actually go to these schools or work on this project. And so of course he would say, oh, the government just deleted all evidence of it. But obviously if the government did delete evidence of it, then you wouldn't find evidence of it. So it's kind of tricky, this one. The FBI raided Bob Lazar's company in 2017, which Bob says was a cover for the FBI to search his place to try and find the element 115 that he had taken from S4 way back in the day. So a very contentious one, quite honestly. It seems to be like a Marmite sort of case. Like, people tend to be either gung-ho for Bob or just say he's a hoaxer who's making everything up. But regardless of where you stand on this one, it is a very important case when you're diving into the world of strange UFOs, aliens, and government cover-ups. Babies born in space become aliens. So this is a very straightforward, I would say, theory or observation, where technically anyone born in space won't be born in a country, and they won't be born on Earth, so technically they would be aliens. They would be extraterrestrial intelligent beings, and they'd still be humans biologically, but they would be aliens. It hasn't happened yet, but it is a little strange to think about. 143 military cases. So this refers to a report released by the US government in 2021, where they had a list of 144 strange reported sightings of, flying objects, stuff in the sky. And of these 144, they couldn't explain 143 of them. So they were able to identify one sighting here. And these were all reported and captured and spotted by military planes between the years of 2004 and 2021. And they have no idea what the other 143 actually are. They said they probably weren't foreign crafts or anything like that, and while they wouldn't confirm or touch on the consideration that these might be alien crafts, they also said that they can't rule that out. So, read that as you will. Bald men are aliens. So this is an insane theory that says that all, if not most, bald men are actually aliens. This comes from the fact that most aliens that people have seen have no hair, so they're bald. And so it might stand to reason that aliens are unable to grow hair on their heads. And so if they come down here and disguise themselves as humans, of course, they wouldn't be able to look like someone with hair, so they would disguise themselves as a bald person. And since bald men are a little more regular, a little more common than bald women, the theory says that a lot of bald men out there are actually aliens. So definitely a little out there as far as theories go, but it is kind of a fun one. Majestic 12 was a purported group or project set up by President Truman in 1947, whose goal or purpose was to investigate and acquire alien UFOs and tech. So this was first made public in 1987, when a man named Timothy Good claimed to be in possession of some government documents from the 1950s. And these government documents detailed Majestic 12, when it was started, how it was started, and the general practices and layout of the project, and how it was built and what their conclusions were. Apparently this Majestic 12 was headed or controlled or ran by 12 of the top scientists and government and military leaders in the country. And this document also explains how the government hid the truth behind the encounter in Roswell in 1947. And it explains how alien tech could be secured, procured, reverse engineered, and basically how to cover the whole thing up. The FBI said that these documents were bogus, as you can see by these big letters on top of the document, and they said that this whole thing was done as part of a hoax and Majestic 12 never actually existed. And there were also later documents that popped up called MJ12 Special Operations Manual, which is like a field guide on more information on how to acquire this tech, how to break it down, how to reverse engineer it, and yeah, all that sort of information. It's some pretty interesting stuff if you believe the veracity of this document, which not everybody does, but regardless, still kind of cool. CE, C2, C3, and C4. Now these all refer to a scale that is commonly referred to as Hynek's scale, and this was invented by a man named J. Allen Hynek in 1972. He created this scale in order to rank the intensity or seriousness of alien encounters, and the scale goes from at the bottom, which is like the least important or least believable encounters. Right at the bottom you have nocturnal lights, which is just lights seen at nighttime, and then you have daylight discs, which is just basically stuff or objects seen in the daytime. Then slightly higher up you have radar visual, which is simply maybe as well as seeing something, there is also a radar detection of it, or a blip on the radar. And these three first types of encounters are considered to be what's called far encounters. So that's encountering these things at a distance greater than 150 meters or 500 odd feet. And the next encounters, the higher up ones, are all what's considered close encounters. That's obviously anything closer than 150 meters or 500 feet. So just after radar visual, you have CE1, which would be a close encounter of the first kind. And that is any encounter where you see a craft, which is obviously close by, where you can see at least some detail on the craft. Close encounters of the second kind is very much the same as close encounters of the first kind, except this sort of encounter would have some physical symptoms of some kind. Now, whether that's animals dying, someone getting burnt, someone getting sick, or like physical evidence, a burn mark on the ground, some dents where the tripod legs went down into, that would all be enough for the second kind. Close encounters of the third kind refers to encounters where actual aliens have been seen, and it was this last level that the 1977 film of the same name, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, was actually named. So up until this point there was only these levels, but after Hynek's death in 1986, a bunch of his colleagues proposed like an extension to the scale, and they added in Close Encounters 4 and Close Encounters 5. Close Encounters 4 refers to an encounter that involves a abduction of some kind, and Close Encounters 5 refers to an abduction, but one with some actual physical evidence. So whether that's you being attacked or jabbed with needles or something, that's what it refers to. And I think coming up with a scale like this is pretty logical, makes a lot of sense, but I think not enough people actually use this scale. Hashtag bring back Hynek's scale. The Varginha UFO incident. So this occurred in 1966 in Brazil, where multiple people made multiple reports about encounters with some strange objects and some strange creatures. They were thought at the time to be aliens, and of at least one of the encounters to include a UFO. A bunch of people claimed that they saw these alien creatures or beings, and that the aliens were being captured and arrested, basically, by the Brazilian police. A bunch of people reported their animals dying during this time, specifically caused by these UFOs. And there was one case of a pregnancy caused apparently by an alien, which I don't know about that one. The creature itself was described as having a large head and looking somewhat humanoid, having these red eyes, and they said it seemed to be weak or sickly or wobbly, it couldn't walk properly, and after the witnesses saw this, they just ran home immediately. Then a little while after this, there were UFOs spotted in the sky and reported, and then there were multiple government agents all seemingly hanging around here. And then, as I said, there was reports of animals dying, of an apparent creature roaming through the woods, and then people reported seeing this creature, whatever it was, being subdued and captured by government forces. All of these reports happened roughly in the same area, roughly at the same time. So, like, honestly, what the hell is going on? A lot of people do believe it was a UFO that just crash landed in Brazil, and it was running around attacking people, causing mayhem, killing animals, and then it was subsequently captured by the government. Some people believe it was just a mentally unstable homeless person that looked, weak and sickly with red eyes and was attacking people and then got thrown into the back of a police truck or something. But the description of a large head and even the red eyes don't fully match up with this. Or there were some theories that say that the aliens that people saw, which apparently they witnessed this alien in a hospital bed, apparently that alien was just a Brazilian woman who had just given birth and who also suffered from dwarfism, which It's a bit rude calling her an alien, but I don't know how likely that theory is. The city itself has gone kind of hard into these beliefs, as you can see from this giant UFO statue that was built kind of as a bus stop. And they do a little bit of merch there. They sell these little, grey alien dolls. But the Brazilian government denies completely that there was anything strange that happened in that town on that day. And I mean, once again, who are you gonna believe? The Betty Andreasson abduction. So this was a case that was fairly wild, quite fascinating, that happened back in 1967, Massachusetts. And I've gotten a lot better at saying that state. But this happened on one January night when Betty was at home enjoying her own time with her family, when all of a sudden she noticed these strange lights outside of her house. And then suddenly her entire family was paralyzed. Like they weren't conscious, they couldn't move, they were just like frozen in time, and these creatures came into Betty's house and spoke with her telepathically. They were tall and thin, they had these large, wide eyes, and they took Betty onto their spacecraft that was waiting outside, and they did a bunch of routine medical examinations on her. They then spoke to Betty about peace, about love, about nuclear disarmament, and about caring for the environment. As aliens always seem to do for some reason. And then they brought Betty back home, where she found her entire family still there frozen. And the aliens then unfroze her entire family, but they made Betty forget about everything that happened. Which, I mean, I don't know why they'd give her warnings about the future and then make her forget the entire event, but they did. It was only actually later on, during a hypnosis session, that all of these memories of what actually happened came back to her. As I said, it's kind of a wild case. People are kind of divided on this one, as, there's not too much physical evidence for it, really just Betty's word. But Betty was investigated, interviewed at the time, and they said she was very logical, a more traditional type of woman. She didn't have time to be making these things up. So let me know where you stand on it. The 1933 UFO crash in Italy. So this is something we touched on a little higher up in the iceberg, and this was a UFO that apparently crashed in Tuscany in northern Italy in 1933. Now at the time the country was ruled by dictator Mussolini, but after World War II, when Italy lost, the US, apparently with a few other countries, went in and actually secured this crashed craft and took it back to the US in order to study it and reverse engineer it. And this was obviously 14 years before something like the Roswell incident took place. There's not too much documentation or evidence for this one. It was mainly kind of brought to light and uncovered during the David Grush house testimony, as he said he had seen these documents referring to that crash. The 1897 Aurora crash. So this is an old encounter, a very old encounter, that at this point is 127 years old. And this happened in Aurora, Texas, where a strange craft, a spaceship, or an object or something was seen flying over the town by many witnesses. It was metallic, it had propellers or wings of some kind, and it seemed to be smoking or flaming. Like they said, it was probably injured or damaged in some way, and they watched it fly over town and then eventually crash down into a local windmill. And this windmill was actually owned by a local judge of the town, and when this object crashed into it, it subsequently just exploded and destroyed the windmill. So local people obviously were like completely stunned. Like this was an insane thing to happen. They ran over to the crash with the windmill, hoping to see maybe like a pilot or something. Like maybe this was a strange government experimental craft and there was a dude inside, injured, and they could save him. But instead, what they saw was this tiny humanoid pilot, and he wore a metallic suit, and they said he didn't at all look like an inhabitant of Earth. But still, out of respect, they took the body, they buried it in a nearby cemetery, and although this case was quite a sensation at the time, it just slowly faded away out of the spotlight, and everyone, myself included, just apparently completely forgot about it. Like, I had never heard about it until I researched it for this iceberg. The area where this being was apparently buried is actually still quite a popular spot for anyone to go to if they're visiting the town, and especially for anyone who dabbles in aliens, UFOs, that sort of thing. The body itself has never been exhumed for further examination or to gather further evidence, at least not that we know of, and that is where this case currently sits today, basically in obscurity. The Kofu fanged humanoids. Are these creepy little fellows. They were originally seen in 1975 in Kofu City in Japan. And this is where these two young Japanese boys saw this strange craft in the sky. And then this craft slowly went down and crashed into a field some way away. And the two boys were super curious about it, and so they went and tried to find this craft. And when they went over there, they saw these creatures, these aliens, exiting the craft. And as you can see, they had these little sharp fangsies, and these fangs, they said, were actually made out of metal, and they were around 4 feet tall with super wrinkly brown skin. One of the aliens reached out and grabbed one of the kid's shoulders, and he instantly just collapsed to the ground, seemingly out of fear or something. And the other kid wanted to save his friend, so he reached down, grabbed his friend, picked him up, and they both just ran away from this crash. They ran home, they told their mums, who at first obviously didn't believe them, and then eventually their mums did go with them out onto this field, and they didn't see the craft or the aliens, but they did see some strange lights in the sky. Or rather, I mean, they didn't see the craft close up. As they said, these strange lights were the craft, and they saw it kind of in the distance take off and fly away, and then eventually disappear. By this point, the creatures and the craft were obviously gone, but there were some signs of the craft landing on a fence post that had been knocked over seemingly into the ground. They never did get to the bottom of this one, and it is still a fairly unique, interesting case, and one of the few that actually took place in Japan. The space penguins of Tuscumbia look just like kids wearing sleeping bags, quite honestly. But these were spotted in Missouri in 1967 when a farmer by the name of Claude Edwards was just out enjoying his morning, and he spotted what seemed to be a UFO just sitting landed in one of his fields. Now, you can't just let UFOs park in your fields for free, undisturbed, so he went over there, went to talk to them, and he saw what seemed to be a large greenish grayish mushroom of sorts, and beneath this mushroom-like object were these little guys. There was a small group of them all scuttling around doing alien things. Beep, boop, beep, boop. That's more like a robot, I guess. Zip, zip, zip. Still robot. Okay, I guess I'm just incapable of making alien noises. They didn't seem to have any hands or fingers on the end of their arms, and they were seemingly greenish and grayish as well, just like this large mushroomy object. And he said they had these large black eyes and snout. Or they were wearing goggles and face masks, he couldn't really tell. He said he tried to get closer, tried to get a better look at them, and he was just pushed away almost by this force field surrounding the craft. He couldn't see this force field, he couldn't see anything blocking him, but he wasn't able to get any closer. And so that was it. They eventually took off. Claude was never able to properly examine them, and they were never seen again. The spacemen in Saint Cyril. So these were these dudes who were spotted in Quebec in 1974 by, I think, a couple who hid their names, as they're just listed here as Mr. and Mrs. L, which must be a cover name because I don't think anyone has a single letter as a name. But one night, while in their mobile home, Mr. L heard a banging noise, and so he naturally looked out of his window to see if they were in danger or if they were being attacked or something, and he saw a strange red object just hovering around outside. It was glowing red, white, and orange, he said, and it cast below it a yellow beam or light. And he was just stunned at this sight, so he stayed there for a few seconds looking at this thing, and out the corner of his eye he noticed this strange creature, and this creature was mulling around outside the mobile home, and it was looking in at another trailer. He then saw another creature like on the other side, and one by one he slowly spotted that this entire area was just covered in these creatures. They were around 6 feet tall. They were, just bopping around, looking at things. They didn't seem too dangerous, but it was obviously very terrifying. And he said he was watching for about 3 hours and spotted upwards of 15 of these creatures. By this point, his wife had woken up, and they were both looking at these things together, and they said that they thought that they might be kind of like robots or something, as the way they moved was a little rigid, but also they seemed like actual creatures, actual organic beings. Maybe it was a mixture of the two. And after a while of just standing there watching them, they all seemingly lined up and then went back into their craft, and then the craft just left the scene. After this, they went to sleep somehow, and they investigated the area outside in the morning and saw that there weren't any footprints around, and they suspected that's because the creatures seemed to be floating and bopping when they were moving, which makes sense after all. But they did find these 3 holes in the ground that seemed to be around the same area that the craft had landed in. So they surmised that the craft had landed down on these tripod-like legs, and that's the mark that it left. So very interesting case, and some very strange, unique creatures. The Voronezh UFO incident. So this was a very fun and somewhat funny UFO incident that took place in the Soviet Union in 1989. So I'll paint the scene. It's a normal September day. A bunch of boys are playing football in a park, and all of a sudden a strange pink glow appears in the sky. This pink glow gets more and more intense, and then turns into a giant red ball, and this red ball just seems to circle around the kids and then just hover there menacingly, as UFOs often do. A being then climbed out of this craft and just shoots a 16-year-old kid who was screaming with a ray gun, and instantly the kid just disappears. Which, I mean, Jesus, what an entrance. There were a few more aliens that exited the craft, like 2 or 3 of them, and they were all around 3 or 4 feet tall. They had like small heads, and they had 3 eyes. So very spooky looking fellows. But then suddenly the creatures got back into their craft. The craft just took off, and as soon as the craft exited the scene, the 16-year-old boy who earlier disappeared just suddenly came back. And that was basically the incident. No one was really hurt. The police were called, and actually a lieutenant in the police force said that he did see a light or craft or something in the sky. And the entire encounter, the entire event was actually posted on the national Russian news station, and they said basically that we are proud to be more open, more honest, and more forthcoming with alien evidence and UFO sightings than this, American government that just hides everything from you. And there was these other Russian newspapers and news stations that kind of chimed in on this, and one of them even posted in regards to the encounter that we are disappointed and offended as well. Why did the UFO not select Moscow for landing instead of a provincial town? There are several good airports around Moscow, and there is place enough to land. We shall welcome them at any time. Which I do like posts like this with a bit of sense of humor. Aliens are fairies is basically the theory that what we call fairies, those little creatures that humans have seen for seemingly thousands of years, are actually a race of aliens. The theory says that they came down here long ago, and they've basically been coexisting with humans all of these years, and it would explain where their magical abilities come from, how they're able to sometimes teleport, sometimes enchant people. All of this could just be advanced alien technology. So a bit of an interesting, fun theory, and we are all here for at least partly fun theories, but also strange alien theories. But we'll get into those a little bit further down in the iceberg. Aboard a Flying Saucer is a book written by Truman Bethurum about his true, real encounter with UFOs and with these aliens. In the story, he sees a UFO in the sky and then subsequently gets taken aboard this UFO and tells of his story, aboard a flying saucer. Roll credits. But he gets taken aboard, and the captain of this flying saucer is this gorgeous, bootylicious alien called Aura Reigns. And she's quite a nice alien who talks to him about all of the problems that humanity has. It's all the usual suspects, nuclear disarmament, climate problems, and loving one another, being nice to one another, world peace, that sort of thing. And Truman was apparently in love with this alien, or at least in lust with her. And when he told his story of what happened, his wife apparently got quite jealous, which, that's probably understandable. He's just drooling after this female alien, and she gets a little kind of weirded out and creeped out by his obsession with this alien. And by the way, this is all apparently non-fiction. He claims all of this did actually physically genuinely happen. But he and his wife eventually get a divorce, partly because she didn't believe his tale, partly because he was talking about, rizzing up an alien. And when he came out with this story, she basically forbade him from talking about his encounter in the house, in front of the kids, to, his neighbors. She was super embarrassed by him and thought that he was probably a bad influence. And from these aliens, from his encounter, he actually learned that Earth was only one of many planets out there that had life on them, and that when Earth was ready, they would invite us to join this galactic federation of sorts, but that obviously Earth wasn't quite ready yet until it cleaned up its act and became a better planet. It ends basically with these aliens leaving Earth and with them kind of promising to contact Truman again, but never actually answering his phone calls, essentially. Truman feels quite sad at this, being abandoned by his alien visitors, but still quite happy and blessed that they visited him at all. So it's a UFO tale that reads almost like a fantasy tale, which I'm not saying it is fantasy, but it just kind of reads like one. This guy meets like the love of his life, amazing, attractive alien, he falls in love with her. It's all very strange. The McMinnville UFO photographs contained this photograph, and holy cow, that's a UFO. But these were taken by Paul and Evelyn Trent, who were a farming couple in McMinnville, Oregon in 1950. So one evening, Evelyn was out in their field feeding their rabbits, and she noticed in the sky this strange object. She called into the house for her husband. He came out and saw this craft as well, and then quickly went back in, grabbed the camera, came back out, and snapped these photographs of this craft. And then the craft just continued on its way and was never seen again. As well as this couple seeing the craft, Paul's father also saw the craft before it took off, and even though they were just super down-to-earth, run-of-the-mill farmers, they never, until the day they died, changed their story even one bit. There was some change of story or some inconsistencies at the start of it at least, but that might just be down to them remembering things differently, or, sometimes it's hard to remember stuff. And this wasn't like modern day where you can just plug a photo into a computer and just edit it. This was like on the actual physical films, and these films were put in for processing, and they were determined to not have been manipulated or worked with or edited at all. But I do really love this photograph. Super, super iconic. For the first entry in Tier 3, we have the PK Man. So this is another story, a novel, a book, which according to the author is 100% non-fiction. So they claim everything in this book is 100% true. And honestly, this story is kind of wild. It starts with a man named Ted Owens, who claimed that he was visited by these aliens, and that these aliens bestowed these abilities, gifts, powers upon him. He dubbed himself as a PK man, PK standing for psychokinetic, so basically moving things or affecting the physical world with your mind. And with the power of his mind, he was kind of known for controlling stuff like weather and even causing accidents and natural disasters. Some nights he would go out there in a storm, and wherever he pointed, that's exactly where lightning would strike. And wherever he didn't point was just no lightning whatsoever. He was known by the people who believed him, by the people who supported him, to cause stuff like earthquakes, even tsunamis, plane crashes, and be able to summon UFOs. And part of his explanation for his abilities was that these things were actually being caused by aliens. So using his mental ability, he would focus on, say, a certain point in the sky, and then the aliens in space, they would read this psychic signal coming from Ted, and they would use their technology to cause a lightning bolt to hit exactly where his mental ability was pointing at. And if that sounds a little complex and hard to follow, that's probably because it is. And Owens himself was kind of a strange man. He was quirky, he was a little folky, he was a little charismatic, and he was also quite psychotic and rude, I'd say. Like, he literally said on multiple occasions that certain natural disasters were actually the result and punishment for people not believing in his powers, which is just insane. So I'm not too sure how believable this whole thing is, but he did apparently have a decent track record for predicting weather and for predicting, lightning bolts in the sky sort of thing. But I might need to see a little more evidence on this one. Real quick guys, if you've been enjoying the video, I am trying to hit a goal of 30,000 subscribers by the end of July. So it would mean an absolute ton if you hit that little button, hit the like button if you like the video, and most importantly, get comfy and enjoy the video. The superspectrum is a concept proposed by John Keel, and this was in his book The Eighth Tower on ultra-terrestrials and the superspectrum. And it kind of compares a ton of these supernatural occurrences and draws some similarities between them all and kind of suggests that they all came from the same source. And this source, he claims, is a super intelligence that exists in another dimension, and this dimension kind of being the superspectrum. And it is obviously outside of the electromagnetic spectrum as well as our dimension. It's a little refreshing of a book and does have some, I think, new ideas. Maybe not new for everyone, but certainly new for me. But as always, probably take this with a pinch of salt. Sentient UFOs is a theory that suggests that some UFOs aren't just, solid vehicles like a car or a plane or something, but are actual sentient, possibly creatures. They could be like AI run, robotic sort of thing, but it is a somewhat interesting theory. Like, say these crafts that are flying around making maneuvers, what if they're not actually piloted by someone or something, but they just pilot themselves like maybe a bird in the sky does? What if these UFOs are actually the aliens themselves? Because there are actually quite a few accounts of people seeing UFOs in the sky, sometimes even seeing UFOs land, and the aliens speaking to them telepathically. But maybe that's because there are no aliens and the craft itself is speaking to them. So maybe they think it's telepathic. Now, obviously, this can probably be explained quite easily by saying that the aliens are just remote controlling these crafts, or they're using speakerphones on the crafts or something like that. But I think it is always a cool concept, at least to think about. Aliens influence the New Age movement. So this is a theory that says that all New Age sort of stuff, so chakras, crystals, alignments, energy, all of that stuff, was actually taught or revealed to us by aliens. And they encourage us to continue exploring these things, continue practicing these things, because New Age stuff is the truth. And aliens know this, and they want humans to evolve, and so aliens have positively been influencing this whole movement. And again, I'm not necessarily arguing for this perspective or this theory, I am simply explaining it and letting you decide for yourselves. All Colors Sam, also known as the Sandown Clown, was this peculiar looking fellow who was spotted by two young boys on the Isle of Wight in 1973. The boys were just minding their own business when they heard an alarm, like a siren of sorts, and so they followed along, went towards the siren, which is never a good thing if your children do not follow strange sirens, and they walked over a little stream, and on the other side of this stream was the Sandown Clown. They described him as being roughly 2 meters tall, looking more or less humanoid. He had 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, eyes, a mouth, and he looked kind of like a human, robot, clown, alien hybrid, which is really quite something. And they said it spoke to them for around half an hour about silly things, light-hearted things. It was quite friendly and kind, and curiously enough, it didn't actually open its mouth when it spoke or when it ate food. It spoke using a microphone and this speaker system that it had, and it was a somewhat timid creature, somewhat afraid, and it said that if it were attacked by humans, that it would probably not defend itself. It was here to kind of learn about humans. It said it was curious about humans, and that it lived in a little hut somewhere nearby and just lived off berries and water that it cleaned from this stream. It could use a pencil and paper to write or draw things. It could write and speak English, and when they asked what its name was, it said that its name was Sam, and that it was All Colors, whatever that means. But because of this, they named him All Colors Sam. They asked if it were a ghost, and it said, well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way. And that was it. The kids eventually went back home. They told their parents about this, and the parents, while not initially believing them, did eventually come round and believe them, but no further evidence of the Sandown Clown was ever found. Ozzo 1. Oh boy. So I covered this handsome, thumb-looking fellow in my other iceberg, and I am not looking forward to covering it again. But these things must be done, and so we will explore the encounter with Ozo 1. So it was 1974 when a 41-year-old Carl Higdon was hunting elk out in Medicine Bow National Park in Wyoming. He was roaming around as hunters tend to do. He was looking for elk. He spotted ahead of him a small gang of elk, which yes, they are called a gang. Pretty cool, I know. But he spots this gang, he brings up his rifle, he aims it at the largest male he can see, and then he pulls the trigger, and immediately he thinks his gun is broken or something. There's no kickback, there's no sound of the gun going off, but then he slowly realized that the gun actually had gone off, but that the bullet was just traveling out of the gun extremely slowly. Almost, he said, as if it was traveling through jello. And then this creepy looking mother appeared, and it's like, how do you not just immediately shoot this thing, or at least like run away? But there are a few different renditions of what this creature actually looked like, and I think I like this one the best. But regardless, this creature approached him and just really casually asked Carl how he was doing, and Carl, kind of freaked out by all this, tried to remain as calm as possible and just replied equally casually like, "Yep, I'm okay, how are you, strange alien creature?" He didn't actually say that, but he just said, "I'm fine." That sounds like an angry girlfriend. He just said, "I'm fine." Then the alien asked him if he was hungry, gave him this little bag full of pills, which I guess would cure hunger or something. But this is a little sus. Like, absolutely under no circumstances should you take pills from this stranger you met in the woods. Stay safe out there, guys, and be sensible. The alien introduced himself, said that his name was Ozo 1, and he asked Carl if he would like to go on a trip with him in his spaceship, which was this strange box-like object that was behind Ozo 1. And Carl said, yeah, why not? And from here, there are kind of a few time skips in this one. Like, Carl only remembers bits and bobs from here on out. But he said that he did go with Ozo 1 in his spaceship. He did travel back to Ozo 1's planet. And he was, shown around, given a tour, pretty nice of them, before being brought back here to Earth and dropped off where he was. So not too much evidence for this one outside of like a single eyewitness. But like, Jesus, can we never cover this again? I never want to see this alien's face as long as I live. Fake futuristic technology. So this is a slightly odd but still quite fun, at least for me, theory. And the theory says that aliens often disguise themselves and their crafts in ways that might make them appear futuristic or advanced to the people viewing them. So for instance, the encounters in the 1800s appeared to be more or less 1800s technology, but just a bit more advanced. And even stuff like in the early 1900s, a lot of their crafts and aliens still used things like buttons and levers and switches, which it's like even today we don't really use buttons. I mean, my phone has no buttons whatsoever on it, apart from like the side ones, I guess, but the whole thing is a touchscreen, obviously. So you'd expect aliens who are insanely advanced to use at least, if not touchscreens, then maybe even telepathic controls, something like that. But the theory is that this would seem absurd to people in the 1900s, and so aliens, because they're so nice, just dumbed down their appearance in a way, not to scare or confuse the local people that much, and so they appeared as these various things. It's a little similar to something like the TARDIS in ways, where the TARDIS was this spacecraft in Doctor Who that would appear as something that was relevant to the times and location that it was in, but it did get broken a while back, and so it was stuck as a police box. But I think it's either that theory or the theory of aliens are advancing and developing their own technology at somewhat the same rate as ours, except they're just slightly further ahead always. But I think I like this theory a little better. Animal mutilation is the phenomenon often associated with aliens, alien encounters, alien abductions, where farmers especially find their cattle killed or mutilated in strange ways. Sometimes they're missing organs, sometimes they're drained of blood, sometimes they have these strange surgical precision cuts on them, and sometimes the animal is just missing completely. That would be an animal abduction sort of thing. It's a very weird phenomenon that is sometimes attributed to poachers or other humans doing this, or wild animals, or even cryptids of some sort like the chupacabra, and it is of course sometimes attributed to aliens. Taking animals up onto their craft on a beam of light or something and studying them, using them as their own personal lab rats, and sometimes killing them, sometimes returning them, but always being an absolute menace. Hybrid babies is a bit of a wild one. These are obviously hybrid alien, hybrid human babies that are sometimes a result of aliens messing around, splicing DNA sort of thing, and sometimes they're the result of interplanetary relations, shall we say, which NASA actually put out a warning about that not so long ago, which is a hilarious entry which we'll get into a few tiers down. But what normally happens with these is someone gets abducted, they engage in the naughty Nelly with an alien or with multiple aliens. I mean, I don't want to judge, whatever you're into. And as a result, the woman gets pregnant and gives birth to a seemingly hybrid baby. They often look identical to human babies, but have like these strange powers or strange quirks in some way. Now, maybe these are just excuses to cover up unwanted pregnancies, or at least unexpected pregnancies. Or maybe they're something similar to indigo children, where instead of saying they were endowed with these powers, they say that they are, hybrid alien, hybrid humans. But perhaps there really are hybrid babies out there, and logically by extension, hybrid adults. Aliens love our bread. So this is like a running joke, a running gag that was inspired by real encounters where aliens for some reason seem to be obsessed with, or at least ask for, bread from humans. And it's kind of a strange occurrence because bread for humans is like the most mundane, basic piece of food, yet aliens and otherworldly beings seem to ask for it more often than not, or at least more often than not when they do ask for food. Bread seems to be what they crave. But if you search for this, you'll often find like drawings or made up conversations between humans and aliens, where the aliens are just absolutely stunned and amazed and intrigued by something like bread. And honestly, it's a very refreshing, a very silly side of the internet and of stuff like alien discussion. There's no abductions, there's no probings or injuries, there's no evil or scary stuff. It's just innocent aliens being amazed at bread. Healing UFOs refers to, quite straightforwardly, UFOs that tend to heal people's ailments or injuries sort of thing. And one common place that this is noticed is within crop circles. So believers in this theory often go to the sites of crop circles and they're able to detect heightened levels of sometimes radiation, but like the good kind, I guess. Sometimes just heightened levels of, vibe levels, and they will often sit in these crop circles or even set up tents there and camp out there, and they have reported feeling healed, feeling more energetic, and maybe they had arthritis or a sore wrist or something like that, and according to them, this helps it and basically cures it. And this has not just been limited to crop circles, but there have been accounts where people are visited by UFOs, and after the UFO leaves, they feel more energized, more happy, and have a few of their ailments either lessened or just fully cured. Black-eyed children are just creepy as all get out. Just look at these bloody things. They are kids with pale skin, not unlike yours truly, but they have black eyes, mine are blue, and they are often seen around homes at night, or they're out begging on the street, and nobody is entirely sure what exactly they are. People say that they might be ghosts, they might be spirits, they might be cryptids, perhaps they are demons, shape-shifting ghouls, or, of course, they might be aliens. And perhaps the black eyes are a giveaway sort of thing, similar to the bald man theory. So you have these gray aliens that have black eyes, and maybe their shape-shifting ability can shape-shift everything else, but it keeps their eye color, which explains why you have these black-eyed children. Scary stuff, and you would hate to see one at the end of your bed in the middle of the night? No way, Jose. The real Men in Black is a super interesting yet simple theory, and if we take traditionally Men in Black, we explored them a little higher up in the Iceberg, but they are thought to be normally government agents that go around and, shut down talk, take evidence, basically try and stomp out eyewitnesses of anything that happened. They threaten people, give us all of your evidence, don't talk about this thing, or else. But what if these Men in Black aren't actually men? Like, what if they're not government agents? What if they are secretly aliens? And I have two main theories about this one. One theory is that they are shape-shifting aliens that go to anyone who's witnessed or encountered a alien encounter, and their aim is to basically protect all evidence about their species, take away evidence, shut down discussions about them so that their species of alien doesn't get spotted, doesn't get caught, and that's one theory. Another theory is that these shape-shifting aliens are always on Earth, and they live day to day doing normal human things, except they are aliens. And when they go to people who have witnessed UFO sightings or alien encounters, they're actually going there because the aliens that people have witnessed are not these shape-shifting aliens, but they are a completely another alien altogether. So these shapeshifters are going there, collecting evidence from these people. Like, you know, they knock on your door, they say, what did you see? What was the shape of the craft? What color was it? What was it doing? What sort of aliens did you see? Have you got any photographs of that alien? They confiscate all of this evidence, and that allows them to build up this intel basically on these other aliens and on these other species. And so if they ever need to hunt these aliens down or defend themselves or anything like that, they have secretly an entire catalog of information about every variety and every type of alien out there, which personally I like that theory a lot better. It's definitely a lot more fun, and I mean, it's quite logical. That's exactly what I would do if I were a alien shape-shifting species on planet Earth, trying to learn about other aliens. It just makes sense. Flying saucers, a modern myth. So this is a fantastic book by one of my favorite psychologists of all time, C.G. Jung. And he approaches this whole topic of UFOs and aliens from quite a unique perspective in this Iceberg. Like, normally people are either skeptical of aliens or they have degrees in ufology, but Jung in this book kind of takes the perspective, the point of view of just a psychologist, which he was, so he has a lot of expertise in that perspective, but he was more interested in why some people perceived things differently and other people had, you know, different interpretations of the same event, and how, for example, some people can see just a single dot, a light in the sky, and perceive that to be a UFO and an alien. And some people, like Stefan from the Falcon Lake incident, could see a craft, could get attacked by the craft basically, or at least injured by it. He looked inside of the craft, saw lights, saw panels, he heard voices, and through all of this, he still wasn't really convinced that it was an alien spacecraft. You know, other people might see this evidence and genuinely believe that was an alien spacecraft, but the point is, Stefan himself didn't. And we've gone through a few entries like that, where the person has their experience, but they themselves don't claim it to be a UFO, or at least an alien UFO. And Jung was interested in why exactly that's the case. And he thought that aliens were similar to things like maybe religious experiences, or ghosts, or even stuff like cryptids, where not everyone always believes in these things. And say if a divine event happens to a non-religious person, they would interpret it differently to someone who is, you know, fully religious. Jung said that these sightings seemed to be quite powerful for the people who believed in them, you know, something akin to religious sightings or religious mythology, which he's kind of defining mythology as ancient stories that people tell still to this day, and they're kind of at a point where they're not really provable. Like, you get stuff in history where you can look back through the records and prove that, but stuff in mythology is more like it's telling a story, teaching a lesson, and he thought maybe aliens and UFOs would fit that bill, and in perhaps hundreds of years' time, perhaps thousands of years' time, these alien encounters would be told to the people of the future as these crazy epic tales that, you know, maybe had some morals, maybe had some lessons in, and it's kind of a cool thing to think about. He said that because these were so powerful, they might very well be developed into stuff like religions and potentially have cult followings, and they kind of have. This book was written in the 1950s, which was a little bit before the massive blow-up of UFOs and aliens, and there have developed many cults involving stuff like space, stuff like aliens, stuff like UFOs, even the big cult, which I won't mention because I don't want to get sued, but cults and religions have come up and been developed with aliens and spaceships in mind. And as I said, it's a little refreshing because it comes outside of the whole skeptic or UFO obsessed point of view, and it's not too long of a book either, so if you like psychology, if you like aliens and UFOs, definitely give it a read. Now, Heaven's Gate was a nutso case, and also a very sad case. This was a group founded by Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles, which just sound like fake names. But this was in the 1970s, and it was a religious group. Some would say cult. Probably a lot of people would call it a cult. But it was centered mostly around New Agey things, around Christianity, and around aliens and UFOs. Marshall and Bonnie were known within this group by their alternate names T and Doe, and they claimed that they were the two witnesses of the revelation, which is a bold claim to make, guys. They also purchased alien abduction insurance, which paid out $1 million for each person in this group who was abducted or who was killed or even impregnated by aliens, which, yeah, wild. I have no idea who sold it to them, but they must have been laughing all the way to the bank. It kind of reminds me of the volcano insurance thing from Family Guy. As I said, they were still Christians, but believed that by rejecting their natural being, like rejecting their human nature, they would be transformed into these immortal extraterrestrials and would ascend into heaven. Or as they put it, the next level, which isn't the level above human, just golden retrievers. I mean, honestly, look at them. They are so cute. But that was basically their belief. And when Bonnie died in 1985, this kind of shook the group up a little bit because they always believed that Bonnie would ascend to heaven in her lifetime, as she was, supposed to be one of the witnesses of the revelation. And so her and Marshall were supposed to live through this whole thing as the revelation was happening. And so, partly due to her death, they kind of changed their opinions on things. And they believed that the physical body was just like a container, and that when they died, they would be granted a new, even better, even more high-tech alien body. And then everything would play out as expected. They would ascend to heaven, yada yada. And so in order to get their upgraded bodies as quickly as possible, they, in 1997, I can't really talk about this on YouTube, but yeah, a big group of people, all at the same time, all in the same building, all go up to heaven at the same time. I'm sure you can read between the lines here. And soon after this, the bodies of 39 members of this group were found dead on their property. And since Marshall was a big Nike fan, like he really liked their style, I guess, and their slogan, he had everyone on the property wearing these Nike Decades. And he told them to wear identical black shirts and trousers. They also carried around a $5 bill and 75 cents in quarters. And this was apparently because if you had $5 on you, then you couldn't be arrested for vagrancy laws, which were laws that, arrested either homeless people or people just hanging around, which those laws were actually a thing back then. And so the idea was if you had $5 on you, you could prove that you weren't vagrant, that you were maybe a traveler or something like that. And the 3 quarters were so that they could call home whenever they were lost or stranded or anything like that using a public telephone box. And so one theory about why these people carried that money in their pockets was that they were basically, with this event, they were leaving home, and so they took normal money as if they were actually leaving home and traveling somewhere. So kind of humorous, kind of sad, kind of strange. And they timed this event for when the comet Hale-Bopp, or Halley-Bopp, or however you pronounce it, was at its closest to Earth. So they figured if they did this when the comet was closest, then their souls would have, less traveling to do. They thought there was aliens on this comet, and that basically their beings, their souls would travel up to this comet, to the aliens, then they would go to heaven. And obviously that was a crazy idea, and one of the most tragic, I think, cult stories I've ever read. Boomerang UFO is this type of UFO that is seen that instead of looking kind of like the typical saucer shape or cigar shape, it instead looks like a giant boomerang or triangle sort of thing. One example of this is the Phoenix Light incident, and that's about it. I don't know what else to tell you guys. It's just a different flavor of UFO, angular flavor. So don't look at me. I don't know what else to tell you. Realism is not realism spelt all funny and weird, but it was actually this religious movement that started in the 1970s, where they believe, which bear with me here, they believe that Earth was actually created by an alien species called Elohim. And these alien species were scientists and Don't ask me how they know that, but apparently they do. And they don't believe in God per se, but they believe in these Elohim. And these aliens, they say, over the years, have created these alien-human hybrids. And over the years, they have sent them down to Earth to try and guide humanity. And these alien-human hybrids have been people like the Buddha, like Jesus, like Muhammad. And so, people who follow realism basically say that Christianity is all pointing to realism, Islam is all pointing to realism, Hinduism, Buddhism, basically every religion ever is not real in that God is not real, but they're really just referencing realism. So realism is like the ultimate religion, apparently. The guy who founded it, Cloud Vorolon, is known as Rael, and he is considered to be the 40th prophet of Earth. And so, since he's the last prophet, the religion is called Raelism. And yeah, they try and practice peace, understanding, love, caring, and scientific progress, which I'm completely with them on those things. Also, their aim is to stop the nuclear destruction of the Earth and of humanity, and to basically unite humanity. And they believe that when this happens, this will bring the Elohim back to Earth, and the Elohim will then liberate all of mankind. So, honestly, probably not the worst modern religion that I've seen. You know, peace, love, stopping nuclear war, uniting humanity. These all get a big thumbs up from me. Aliens are from the future. So this is the idea that aliens, these advanced, elusive, benevolent beings, are actually humans, but from the future. So let's say in 500 years, humanity is still alive, and let's say we leave Earth for some reason, and we go off, we live on another planet far away, or galaxy or something, and then when we're over there, we invent time travel. And once we invent time travel, we travel back in time, we come back to Earth, and the aliens that we're seeing now are basically humans from the future. And that might possibly explain why a lot of the UFO and alien sightings are like, you see the aliens looking quite humanoid. So they look more or less human with like a slightly bigger head, slightly different eyes, but slap on a wig and a fake mustache and a hat, and you could probably pass one of them for being human. And that is because, as I said, this theory says they are actually still humans, but just from the future. So a very fun theory, I think, and it is quite heavily connected to our next entry, which is aliens are from the past. And so in the last entry, it explores aliens from the future, just time traveling back to the past, or back to our present. But this theory explores the idea of aliens being from the past. So say we have a timeline here, and something like dinosaurs, they're all the way back here, and humans are around here. This theory says that since humans started here and we are, moving along, aliens, what we see as aliens, aren't from another planet, they're not from the future, but they are just another intelligent species that has possibly grown and developed on Earth. They originated maybe around the time of the dinosaurs, maybe even farther back than the dinosaurs, or maybe slightly more recently, but they are before humans. So that might be a little bit confusing, and I just realized this is all flipped, so I should actually be doing it from this side. Alright, you have humans started here, dinosaurs here, this other potential race or species starting all the way back here, which you can't even see it on the camera. And it's basically just that aliens are maybe from Earth, maybe from another planet, but are just far, far older than we might think, and definitely older than humans. Maybe they've been on this planet in some form or another for hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, hundreds of millions of years. We don't really know, but that is generally the theory. The Dulce base. So this is a purported base run quite uniquely by both humans and aliens at the same time. It is apparently situated in Dulce, New Mexico, and was discovered, if you will, in 1979 by a man named Paul Benowitz. He said that he started to intercept these electrical signals between something in the sky, some apparent alien spaceship, and between somewhere on the ground. And over time, he tracked this somewhere down. He came to the conclusion that that thing in the sky was actually a alien spaceship or alien space station. And so the only way that communication could really be possible was if aliens and humans, probably top government agencies, were actually in cahoots and were running this base cooperatively. There's not really a ton of real evidence for this one, and skeptics say that there are a fair few secret military bunkers or secret emergency bunkers in this area, and these bunkers are just regular bunkers. And they said that Paul is probably confusing these regular bunkers with a top secret alien bunker or something. But I think it's a very cool idea nonetheless. The Pascagoula abduction. So this was an alien abduction that took place in 1973 in Mississippi. Charles Hickson, which means son of a hick, and Calvin Parker, which means one who parks, were out fishing on the Mississippi River one day, and all of a sudden they heard a loud humming or buzzing noise. And when they heard this, they turned around and they saw a large oval craft with blue lights hovering nearby them. And no sooner than they saw the craft were they instantly paralyzed. They couldn't move, they couldn't say anything, and they were just completely still while they witnessed these three creatures with these crab-like claws come out of the craft and then carry them back onto this craft. The aliens then proceeded to examine them, to do, intrusive alien stuff on them, which, why have they always got to do that? They measured the length of their ears, they measured the width of their femurs, and then they just kindly dropped them off back along the riverside, just as if nothing had happened. The men reported this ordeal to the Air Force, but the Air Force was originally like, we can't deal with this at the moment. Just tell your story to your local sheriff and they will sort it out. And they did tell their story to the local sheriff and nothing really much happened, but that is where we know this story from. So, did this really happen? Who knows? It is a terrifying encounter though. Like, it's one thing to be teleported by these aliens or sucked up by a beam of light or something by them, but for them to come out with their creepy crab claws and just pincer you and bring you onto a craft, it's firstly a little bit rude, and secondly a little bit scary and also uncomfortable. But these two men never changed their stories, even up until they died, so that does perhaps lead some credence to this story. Mars Goblin Alien is this rock, which on its own, I think you'll agree, is complete proof of life on Mars. But no. People basically suggested that this rock looks like a face of some kind, or a Mars goblin, or Martian goblin, and they theorized that the rock was basically left over. Like, how in castles or statues we carve people into them, that perhaps this was like an ancient Martian statue, and so it depicted the face of a Martian, and so that would be proof for life on Mars. Kind of a cool concept, and I do love the theory or idea of a ancient race living on Mars, or at least that used to live on Mars, as Mars actually used to have somewhat of a workable and livable environment and atmosphere. It likely had liquid water, possibly had plants and trees and arid lands, and so probably even had a fair amount of life. But what happened, for some reason we still don't know, was that the liquid core inside of Mars became solid, and then it stopped spinning, and that messed with the whole magnetic field of Mars, and so it basically lost its protection from magnetic storms from space. And slowly its atmosphere started to get lost, with the constant solar winds from the sun brushing into it and slowly taking away little bits of atmosphere. And then without an atmosphere, there was no way for, life to survive. And that's basically the story of Mars. But it wasn't always the red wasteland that it is today. Apollo 11 UFO sightings. So this is the theory that during the Apollo 11 mission, arguably one of the most famous space missions, as it is the one that, landed us on the moon, that's if you believe the moon actually exists. But during this mission, on the third day out in space, Buzz Aldrin radioed Mission Control, and he was talking about this strange, unidentified object that they didn't know what it was, and they asked Mission Control if they knew where the other part of their rocket was, the part that breaks off, because they thought maybe it's that piece of rocket, maybe it's something different altogether. And the Mission Control gave Buzz the rough location of that piece of their rocket, and Buzz said thank you, and that was basically the end of the communication. But this theory says that Buzz basically saw an alien craft out there, and that either he chose to stay silent, or Mission Control secretly told him, keep your mouth shut, just pretend like it was a piece of the rocket. And yeah, that's the theory. The UFO crash of 1941 near Cape Girardeau. So this was a very odd, somewhat fun account, I think, that happened in Missouri, where a pastor by the name of William G. Huffman was called out to a field to pray for these victims, and these victims were in a plane crash, or so he thought. But this isn't the fun part. But when he got to the field, when he got to the supposed plane, he couldn't really see any engines, he couldn't see any wings, or the plane's tube at this apparent plane crash site. But rather, he saw a large metal disc smashed into the ground, and he saw 3 creatures in the craft, 2 of which were dead and 1 of which was still alive. They were about 3 or 4 feet tall, they were grey with large black eyes and with long arms and legs. The pastor went up to the only living creature he saw and, gave him a blessing, and shortly after this, the alien just died. He prayed for all of them in the end, but not too long after, the military showed up. They confiscated the bodies, they took the aircraft away, and they told William to never speak of this again. And this story was actually told through William's granddaughter, as I guess he didn't really speak about it at the time. And there have been requests sent to the FBI regarding this incident and requesting information on it. And they have basically said that they can't find any evidence that the incident ever occurred, and they can't find any information on it, which, I mean, once again, that is probably exactly what you would expect in a military cover-up. But regardless, I think it is quite a unique encounter. Men in Black Origins / Harold Dahl. So we've covered the concept of Men in Black, and we've even covered the concept of the real Men in Black. But where does the original concept of Men in Black actually come from? Well, it is thought to originate many, many years ago, probably as long as there have been, governments, but it was popularized especially in the modern times by a man named Harold Dahl. And this was in 1947, and Harold Dahl was just a dock worker, and he was at the time out on his boat gathering logs with his son and his dog, when all of a sudden he saw these 6 donut-shaped crafts, which firstly, yum, and secondly, scary, but these crafts were hovering above him, above his boat, and he was just looking up, he was stunned, he was in awe, and while he was there taking it all in, one of the crafts opened up and dropped a bunch of things on him, and these little bits of this unidentified substance fell down, actually killing Dahl's dog and injuring him and his son. Poor dog. Dahl went to his employer, told him about what happened, and shortly after this, a man in black came to Dahl and his boss and told him he was a government agent and that they had better keep quiet about this or else. He took all of the photographs and the physical evidence that Dahl had taken that day, and then he disappeared, never to be seen again. And this is one of the first references to a man in black in like an alien UFO government cover-up story in really the modern age. And Kenneth Arnold, whose case we touched on a little bit earlier, his encounter of seeing these 9 objects fly past Mount Rainier actually happened a few days before Dahl's case, and so Dahl and Arnold, they both got in touch and exchanged some information, exchanged some ideas about this whole occurrence. And later on, the government basically investigated themselves in this and found no evidence, no proof of any aliens or UFOs or anything like that happening around the area that Dahl said he was in, and they didn't know who this man in black was, which again, all of that is not really surprising. So I think this case is interesting, firstly because it, includes the man in black sort of thing, and secondly because it was really similar in the crafts that they saw between Dahl's encounter and Kenneth's one, and they only took place a few days apart. So I think something definitely was going on here. Admiral Byrd Antarctica refers to, honestly, some fascinating expeditions in the 1940s. Now, Admiral Byrd was a fairly high-ranking and well-decorated naval officer in America, and he was well known for his adventurous spirit for his expeditions, mainly to the Arctic and Antarctica, and also for his work in World War II, for volunteering to be the first person to fly solo all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. So yeah, he was a pretty gnarly dude. This Atlantic flight was later terminated by President Teddy Roosevelt, who deemed it too risky to do and said that it was too dangerous and not worth it to do. So Admiral Byrd never actually went, but he did still volunteer to do it. And this at least shows how competent Admiral Byrd was as a pilot and how willing he was to do things like this. But the main adventure and expedition we're really interested in is Byrd's last major expedition in Antarctica. And this was in the 1940s, and it was called Operation High Jump. And it was a major expedition that involved multiple vehicles, multiple aircrafts, it had tons of funding, and its goal was to basically explore Antarctica and set up a bunch of bases, military bases, research bases, and to also train personnel in the freezing cold conditions of Antarctica. And so that was basically the plan of this operation. But this theory says that Admiral Byrd actually found something down in Antarctica that was never revealed to the public and that he never talked about. One theory is that there were secret German military bases down in Antarctica, as the Germans apparently set them up during World War II, and then after they lost World War II, they went to these secret bases and, camped out there, sort of thing. And so Admiral Byrd and the US eventually found these bases, they found the Germans, and they either, killed or captured them or whatever. And obviously with all of the theories of Germany making this advanced tech, advanced weapons, there were theories that they were actually developing them out in these secret bases. And so when the Americans came, they discovered these super high-tech secret weapons. Another theory was that they found evidence of this archaeological records in Antarctica, buried under the snow, buried under the ice sort of thing. And one of the last theories was that they found some alien technology, perhaps some crashed crafts, again, under the snow, under the ice, and they were able to take this tech, reverse engineer it, maybe bring it back to Area 51. And yeah, that's the general theory at least. But a really super interesting thing I learned while researching this one was that Antarctica wasn't always this barren ice wasteland that it is today. In fact, it used to actually be a flourishing, almost tropical jungle rainforest sort of thing. And this was when, the poles were different, the environment was different, but the actual continent of Antarctica used to be not so cold and snowy and icy. And so it is always a possibility that it housed a civilization of some kind, and then they left it when it became, barren over time and unlivable. But maybe we can find buried fossils and buried archaeological finds and some evidence helping out with this theory. It is very interesting to think about though. Butterfly UFO. So this was a strange UFO spotted in Kentucky in 2015 by a father and son, and they caught this thing flying overhead. Well, they caught it on camera, and it seemed to be just gliding, flying along the sky. Like there was no propellers, it wasn't flapping or anything. And it seems to me to resemble maybe something closer to a moth than a butterfly. Maybe it's a giant mothman. Maybe it's some secret government military tech, like a secret craft sort of thing. But we don't really know. Bonnie Bridge is a lovely little town in Scotland that actually has the reputation for the most UFO sightings in the world. Yeah, this cute little town. It was dubbed the UFO capital of Scotland, which I think is quite fair. And this little area, this triangle, often called the Bonnie Bridge Triangle or the Falkirk Triangle, in this triangle there are around 300 UFO sightings every single year. Like, holy cow, that's a lot. So maybe UFO capital of the world might be a little more appropriate. And along with UFO and alien encounters, there are tons of reported fairy encounters, ghost and ghoul sightings, and some other strange anomalies. But if you want to get a UFO sighting of your very own, perhaps the best place to go is over to Bonnie Bridge. The Domston blobs are these things, literal blobs. Part of me wants to run away from them screaming in terror. Part of me wants to hug them, like they look really squidgy and cuddly. And part of me wants to eat them, as they look like they might taste of blueberry jelly. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. There's only one way to find out. But these creatures are occasionally seen in UFO and alien encounters, especially in more recent times. These strange amorphous blob creatures with these vague limbs, and their most famous sighting, I'd say, was in 1958 in Sweden. And this is when these two men were attacked by these blobs, and the blobs tried to drag them, try to bring them onto their craft. And that is just a terrifying thought, to have to wrestle these little blueberry blob aliens. They were around 4 feet tall. They had an insane, unbreakable grip. They were annoyingly fast. They were nimble. They dodged a bunch of, potential hits from the guys, and the men suspected that that was because these blobs could read their minds somehow, and so they knew where they were gonna hit and just dodged accordingly. The men put up enough of a resistance, they forced these blobs to eventually flee, and then they went back into their craft and just escaped, left the scene like cowards. So a very interesting creature, I think, and one of the first alien abductions that we have covered, coming from Sweden. The old Saybrook blockheads. Are these very strange creatures? I mean, my lord, what even are these? They look like giant thumbs wearing an old sack made out of skin with glass cubes for heads and a gobstopper for a brain. Very strange. But they were spotted in 1957 Connecticut, when a retired teacher named Mrs. Mary Starr was woken up in the middle of the night by a strange light outside of her bedroom window. She looked outside into the garden and she saw a strange light hovering in her garden. She looked a little closer and saw that it was actually a craft of some kind, and that this craft had windows, and through these windows, she said these creatures were basically looking at her. 2 arms, no hands, no fingers, around 4 to 5 feet tall, rubbery blob bodies with cubular heads and red spheres in the middle of them. She continued to watch them for a while. Then an antenna extended out of the craft. The craft itself started to glow, and then it just took off into the night sky, never to be seen again. I quite love this encounter and this entry. I think especially so because we get to witness more unique aliens and more unique encounters, as opposed to every encounter just being, either little green men or these grey aliens. It's nice to see some variety. The Garson Invaders. Now, speaking of unique aliens, holy smokes, look at this thing. This was an alien spotted in 1954 in Canada, when a miner named Ennio Lasarza was just minding his own business, when all of a sudden there appeared in the sky this strange spherical craft, and from this craft came these, what Ennio described as colossal beings, or colossal entities. They were 13 feet tall, had bluish, greenish skin, and their faces were a color that Ennio had never seen before, which I don't know how that's possible, but maybe it's some advanced alien tech that I am not privy to. They had a single eye in the center of their head, and each being had 6 sets of arms, so 12 in total, with like these hooks or claws or pincers at the end of them. And these creatures apparently approached Ennio. He backed away and immediately just got out of there, and these eerie, strange giant space crabs were never seen again. The Travis Walton Incident. So this was the alien abduction of a man named Travis Walton in 1975 in Arizona, which, I mean, you say alien abduction and Arizona in the same sentence, and I am just completely with you. Travis was a forestry worker, and at the time, him and his crew were working out in the forest, and he just inexplicably went missing. He was reported missing. Obviously, there were searches started for him, and it wasn't until 5.5 days after this search was started that Travis was eventually located. And that was only because he ended up calling his sister from a payphone, and he told his sister that he had been abducted and he was with these aliens for the better part of a week. And for this whole case, people are kind of divided on it normally. Like, firstly, Travis and his immediate family were kind of known for this sort of thing. I mean, not for faking abductions, but they were into the whole, spooky ghosts and ghouls and aliens sort of thing, which doesn't disprove him being abducted, but it doesn't not disprove it either. Like, maybe he was really fascinated with it and he wanted to fake an abduction to say to his friends and family that, yeah, I was abducted by aliens. He also benefited somewhat from this abduction because he did some writings about it afterwards. He even published a book about it, which is called The Walton Experience, and was actually later adapted into a film, Fire in the Sky, in case you're interested. And there is also another theory that says that this abduction was part of an elaborate hoax in order to avoid their forestry company having to pay a fine. So what happened was they had basically bid quite low on this forestry project. this large forested area needed to be cleared out, and so there were bids by different companies on who would get, the job basically. And the one that Travis worked for bid quite low, and it seemed like they weren't going to be able to complete this project on time. And it was in their contract that if they didn't complete it by a certain amount of time, that they would be fined $2,500, which is worth somewhere in the ballpark of $20,000 in today's money. So yeah, it would have been a decent fine. And so they were constantly saying they didn't have the money to move any faster on it. They couldn't get the staff, sort of thing. And so perhaps the only excuse they could think of was something like a freak act of God, a reported missing person and eventual alien abduction. And it was through this that they were able to pin their not completing the project on time on, and to get out of the fine. So a lot of people do regard this one as maybe, potentially, probably a hoax sort of thing, but it does have all the signs of a classic cliche alien abduction. Travis went out into the woods, there was a craft that came by, hovered above him, a beam of light came down, and then zoop, took Travis up into this craft. But that's obviously if you believe his account of what happened. The alien cosmonaut. So this can refer to either this creature which was seen and photographed by Gichi Shiota in Japan in 1975. The creature he saw was absolutely shocking, and he described it as a luminous suit-clad figure, and this creature seemed to be suspended like 7 feet up in the air, and he dubbed this creature the alien cosmonaut. He then developed a bad headache, which he said he thought that the alien was trying to communicate with him like telepathically, and so that gave him a headache. And the telepathy, as you've seen, does come up in a lot of these alien encounters, which that's always something to keep in mind. And then eventually he went back there night after night to where this alien appeared, and he brought his camera with him, as he didn't have his camera on the first encounter, and he was just hoping desperately that this alien would come back and visit him again, and he'd be able to snap a photograph of this same alien. And it finally did come back, and he finally did get this photograph. Or this entry could refer to just the general term alien cosmonaut, meaning that the aliens we see are probably what we would consider as astronauts. Like, you don't really think about it. When the astronauts on Earth go up to space, if aliens were ever to meet them, they would only ever meet astronauts. Like, they would never meet accountants or artists or football players, and so they wouldn't really get to experience the variety of humans down on Earth. And it could be thought of as the same way for aliens. Like, we are never meeting politician aliens or artist aliens or track runner aliens. We're only ever meeting their version of astronaut aliens or cosmonauts. So yeah, a pretty cool, interesting perspective, I think, and a interesting one to think about. Space squid can refer to either two things, probably a few more, but at least two things. Firstly, it can refer to these hypothetical large squid-based life forms floating around in space. Maybe they're the size of a squid, maybe they're, 10 feet tall, or maybe they're the size of an entire planet, and they just come squiddly along, and maybe they consume the entire planet, maybe they eat everything on the planet. Think of it like a Cthulhu-esque kind of creature, except Cthulhu is more powerful than that. We get into that a little bit on the Apocalypse Iceberg, I believe it is, but Cthulhu is a massively interesting topic, but we have no time for that here. Or it can refer to these adorable little squid babies that are actually being sent by scientists up into space, along with astronauts, to study how they're able to deal with bacteria in order to help fix some problems that humans have when they go traveling up into space. We seem to have a problem with our immune system, with bacteria, and so hopefully this study of these squids can help solve that problem. Fingers crossed that the little squids will pull through for us. Aliens just aren't advanced is a fairly simple theory, I think, that says that aliens do exist somewhere out there, but they're just not advanced enough to travel to Earth. And this obviously would go against all of the alien and UFO sightings that have been seen or sighted on Earth, but I think personally it can go hand in hand with them. Like, it's always questioned about why we don't see aliens all over the universe. Why is it so empty? And this is one theory that looks to answer that question, and that is that yes, life does exist out there. Aliens do exist, but maybe they are the equivalent of like rats or squirrels or elephants, and so we can't really detect them from super far away, as they're not traveling space, they're not setting up satellites or sending out radio signals. But that doesn't mean that that all alien races are just simple beings. It could be that 1 or 2 are super advanced and we have seen them here on Earth, and that the rest of them, the ones that we should be seeing everywhere out in space, are just simple forms of life. And I don't think that theory is unlikely in the least. Tier 4, the Filiberto Cardenas abduction. So this occurred in 1979 Miami, when a man, one Filiberto Cardenas, was driving along in a car with some of his friends and family, when all of a sudden the car stalled, the engine broke, and they had to pull over. And when they pulled over, they got out to check on the car's engine, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange, powerful light appeared. The car itself started to shake, a loud humming noise was heard, and Filiberto was slowly being lifted up into this craft. And then, all of a sudden, the humming stopped, the car stopped shaking, Filiberto was missing, and all Filiberto's friends could see was this strange craft in the sky, in the distance, slowly disappearing. He was obviously reported missing by his family, and they went out looking for him, and they found him hours later, several miles away from where he went missing, and he was both confused and slightly horrified. He seemed to be a little bit worse for wear, a little bit shaken up, so they took him to the doctors, and the doctor found that all over Filiberto's body were like these tiny little puncture or needle wounds, almost as if he had been through a acupuncture session of some kind. And Filiberto himself couldn't really remember much about the whole incident, but under hypnosis, more and more of these memories came back to Filiberto, and he was able to remember sitting in a seat inside of this craft, and the seat seemed to kind of hold him down or tie him down, although he wasn't physically restrained with like a seatbelt or handcuffs or anything like that. It was maybe like a psychic restraint or even a gravitational one. And then these 3 strange creatures approached Filiberto and started speaking to him telepathically. He also said, get this, that all of these creatures had German accents, which I bloody knew the Germans were behind this. The aliens or creatures or whatever they were showed him this screen, and on the screen were recordings of humanity from the past, the present, and the future. And in subsequent interviews with Filiberto, he gave some predictions essentially for humanity, as he said he saw them displayed to him on this screen. And a bunch of them actually ended up coming true. The craft that Filiberto was in, he said, then approached a seafront and instantly, just with insane speed, dove into the water. And it didn't crash, it didn't slow down. It was almost, he said, as if the craft was hydrophobic, which we discussed a little bit earlier. So the water would just cut around the craft and never actually touch it. And that could allow the craft to go at these insanely high speeds, even in the water. The craft then went down and down and down until it reached this like underwater cavern, and then it came up into this vast cave or void of some kind, and down here there was breathable air. Filiberto was then ordered to leave this craft and to enter this cavern, and he was approached by this alien who had, as we mentioned earlier, a patch with a little snake on it. Now what this means, I don't know. But the alien then started speaking to him in Spanish with, he said, either a Portuguese or an Italian accent. He was then given a brief tour of this underground city, or rather underwater city, and he said he could only vaguely remember the details of this underwater city, but then he was taken back to, the surface and dropped off just a few miles from where they took him, which is super inconsiderate. I mean, if you have this high-tech, super high-speed craft, why not just go back to where you took him from and just drop him off there? Like, it's inconsiderate, it's rude, it wouldn't even be that much effort for you. Like, come on, aliens, do better. And Filiberto also almost got hit by a car, so it's like they didn't even drop him off in a safe place. Maybe they just zooped him down to the middle of a road or something. Like, Jesus, aliens, come on. But that's not even the end of this story. Shortly after this, Filiberto said the aliens spoke with him again telepathically, and they asked him to go to the same spot that he was in before so that he could be abducted again. And he said, sure, why not? But only if I can bring my wife this time. And they apparently agreed, which is just hilarious. So Filiberto and his wife went to this spot. The aliens just picked them up from there, like it's a bloody Uber or something. And the couple then described their experience on this craft with these strange little aliens. They seemed to be fascinated with the couple's bodies, like super weird and creepy. They were touching them up and feeling them. And after they were on this craft for a while, the aliens gave them the usual spiel, saying that, you know, you need to push for world peace and for environmental awareness, all that good stuff. Filiberto and his wife said that they saw these screens on the ship, which had like live video feeds of all over the Earth at all times. So they were able to monitor people everywhere, monitor where they went, if they were tracking anyone. Really some super creepy stuff. And after this encounter, the pair were then once again dropped off. And this time there was actually a separate sighting of something that resembled a UFO at around this same time in around this same area that the couple was abducted from. And a bunch of the predictions that I mentioned earlier that Filiberto made actually ended up coming true, like the election of Ronald Reagan and of multiple assassinations and certain natural disasters. So yeah, a very detailed case on this one. Quite a long case, quite a unique case with the whole re-abduction with his wife sort of thing. And as I said, it wasn't just Filiberto who witnessed this whole thing. Like his friends and family who were in the car at the time all witnessed the light, all witnessed the craft and the car shaking and Filiberto disappearing. And there was the other separate witnessing of the UFO looking thing around about the time and area of the second abduction. So yeah, as I said, a very in-depth case and probably one of the more famous ones in Miami history. Greys are androids. Is the theory that the typical common grey alien that people often witness in their encounters aren't actually organic living beings, but rather they are robots. Now this theory for me opens up a lot more questions and possibilities than it, answers or closes, and it is kind of a fun theory to think about. For instance, if these grey aliens are actually robots, the obvious question would be, who built them? Were they built by humans, a government project sort of thing to maybe fuel this idea of aliens in the sky? That's always a possibility. Or maybe they were built by other aliens. So maybe these little green aliens built the grey aliens, or maybe some other species or race of aliens entirely built these grey aliens. So like maybe the common grey aliens that everyone sees, maybe that race of alien never actually existed and they're just a style of alien built by these other aliens to disguise in some ways what actual aliens look like. Another possibility is that grey aliens do exist, but the ones that we often see are actually androids. So like the real organic grey aliens are living like far away on another planet or on a spaceship or on a space shuttle somewhere out there in space, and they've built these advanced grey alien androids and they send them down in these little ships, these flying saucers, these objects, whatever, and they come and fly down here and interact with humans so that the natural organic greys never have to do so. Poltergeist activity refers literally to poltergeist activity. Ghosts either attacking people physically or affecting somehow the physical world. But this theory says that either ghosts don't exist, or especially poltergeists don't exist, and whenever a poltergeist, knocks over a lamp or something, that's actually just aliens psychokinetically affecting the world around us. So you can imagine all poltergeist encounters as instead being alien encounters. Or there's the theory that ghosts do exist, but that the connection between our world and the poltergeist world is always very thin and flimsy. But aliens have this advanced technology that is able to, move between dimensions, move between realms. And so whenever and wherever they are moving between these realms, that kind of weakens the barrier between the two, and poltergeists are able to more easily, come through and affect our physical world. So, summarized, where there is a lot of poltergeist activity, then there is likely an alien connection somewhere there. Bigfoot activity near UFOs. So this refers to how often Bigfoot and Yetis and that sort of creature are seen around alien and UFO sightings, or at least all in the same area. Sometimes these hairy chonk monkeys are seen alongside aliens, like either an alien landing next to Bigfoot, or sometimes these creatures come out of alien spaceships, or they just possess somehow alien technology. There was a few instances of someone seeing a Bigfoot-like creature carrying this seemingly advanced metal ball? And are these Bigfoot Yeti creatures actually aliens, and that's why they're being contacted? Or are they, a cryptid or creature or just another being on Earth, and for some reason these aliens seem to contact them more than humans? Or are Bigfoot just very advanced beings, and they have all this technology that we mistake for aliens, and so aliens and Bigfoot are one and the same? There's quite a few possibilities for this one. I think it's more likely that aliens are just contacting these Bigfoot, and that they are in fact separate entities and species. Time slips refers to the often chunks of time that are either missing or experienced in a different than usual way. Like we've explored earlier, the concept of missing time, where big chunks of an evening or an event or an experience are just completely missing. And time slips can sometimes refer to that, but it can also refer to strange experiences during this time. So perhaps instead of missing time, you just feel time either slow down or sped up, or you experience it non-sequentially. So maybe you remember everything about an experience, but you remember it kind of out of order. Like maybe you remember being in a spaceship first, and then being in your home, and then getting abducted. You remember the whole night, but just out of place. And I would say this is down to the same sort of thing that missing time is down to. Being in that dreary state induced by aliens, or something like the Oz factor, or something like hypnosis. Those are all quite reasonable causes, I think, for this sort of experience. Underwater bases is something we've covered higher up in this iceberg, but that is simply the notion of these aliens, whoever they are, whatever they are, setting up these underwater bases on Earth. Now, they would mostly be underneath the ocean, but they don't exclude stuff like under lake bases or even under rivers, but it is mostly under the ocean. We've explored a little before that there are sometimes these flying crafts that we are tracking them, and they just suddenly, unexpectedly fly into the water. So unless they're just trying to avoid this tracking, or they are really desperate for a swim or something, it seems at least plausible that they are going down there for some reason. It would make sense, as I've said earlier, the ocean is very unexplored, it is very deep, it is very vast, and so if they're able to travel at full speed underneath the ocean, and they're able to withstand the pressures of the deep ocean, it would make sense that that is where they would put their secret bases. A really cool theory, and definitely something to think about. The Cisco Grove incident. So this was a UFO and alien encounter that occurred in 1964 in California. And I will paint the scene for you. It is 1964, it is autumn, pumpkin spice, eggnog, cinnamon, autumn, the best time of the year. And a man named Donald Shrum is out in the Tahoe National Forest hunting deer like caveman style, with bows and arrows. Well, I suppose a spear might be more caveman style, but no, he was using bows and arrows, and he's out there with a few friends, all doing the same thing, when all of a sudden, he just gets separated from the group. It's no big deal, he thinks. He just climbs a tree, waits up there, and since this is quite late into the evening, he reckons, okay, he'll just sleep up there, and then go to somewhere he can meet them in the morning. But as he's in this tree, at night, he's ready to, nod off, he sees this strange light in the sky kind of zipping back and forth between the trees. And naturally, he thought it was probably a vehicle of some kind, maybe a helicopter, maybe a truck driving in the distance or something. And so when he saw this light, he tried to get its attention, and then as it was coming towards him, he realized this was not a human vehicle. It wasn't a helicopter, it wasn't even anything that maybe looked familiar to him. And so as soon as he noticed this, he kind of stopped trying to get attention, and he just waited in this top of the tree. Then he said he saw this craft stop, he saw these two creatures get out of the craft, and they walked along up to the tree that Donald was sitting in. And then, without saying anything, they started shaking the tree, trying to get Donald out of the tree, which is just absolutely terrifying. Along with these two creatures, there was also, Donald said, a robot that came out with them, and he said when the shaking didn't work to get him out of the tree, the robot then fired this white vapor up at him, which just instantly knocked him unconscious. He woke up after a short while. He said he felt extremely sick and a little dizzy, but thankfully he was still in the tree, and unthankfully, these creatures were still trying to get him out of the tree. So he started lighting these matches and throwing them down at them, trying to, scare them away. And it did work for a short while. The aliens kind of backed off a little terrified, and then they came back and started shaking the tree again. So finally, after, warning them for a while, he ended up pulling out his bow and arrow and firing a few shots down at them, and he ended up hitting, actually, the robot. So not one of the aliens, unfortunately, but that did scare them enough for them to back away, at least for a little while. The two creatures grabbed the robot, dragged it away, and Donald thought at this point he was safe, but that was until the two creatures returned with a second robot, and this second robot once again fired a white vapor up at Donald, and he went unconscious again. And when he woke up this time, the two creatures were actually climbing up the tree. Bloody hell. He fought them off by throwing just random objects down at them, hitting their stupid alien heads. And the aliens eventually gave up trying to climb this tree, and they went away and left, and then they came back with more aliens, and they filled the whole area with smoke, basically trying to smoke Donald out. And this smoke, once again, knocked Donald unconscious. So he's having a rough night of this. Later on, he woke up from this unconsciousness, and he was still in the tree, but only barely. He was like literally hanging on by his belt. And he quickly scrambled, climbed back onto the tree, and he looked around, and there was no sign of this craft, no sign of the aliens, of the robots, of the smoke. And by this point, it was, daytime, it was morning, and so he looked around, he was sure they weren't here anymore, and he climbed down from the tree, he reunited with his group, and he told them about everything that happened. And his friends that night actually said they saw a craft or light of some kind in the sky. So that does lend some credence to the story, and this encounter is definitely up there in terms of my top favorite alien encounters. It is epic, it is terrifying, and it's one of the more unique ones that I've ever read. The Native American connection. So from what I've researched, this seems to be acknowledging the kind of connection, the spiritual connection that Native American tribes seem to potentially have with aliens. Like, I think very clearly they're more in touch with nature, more in touch with animals, and a lot of their traditions seem to be in that kind of vein. They have stuff like dream catchers, they have stuff like praying to ancient spirits, or praying to natural spirits, like literally nature. And so it is theorized that any aliens that came down to Earth, or that have come down to Earth, it is thought that they might choose cultures, civilizations like the Native Americans. And I know they're all varying cultures, they're all different tribes, so I'm not trying to say they're all the same, but they all have, I think, more in common with themselves than with a lot of the Western world. But it might make sense for aliens to contact them, or at least give a priority on contacting them, if aliens are in fact connected with the spiritual, connected with telepathy and dreams sort of thing. And you can sometimes interpret a bunch of their spiritual ancestors or encounters that they had, or experiences in dreams, or with mysticism, or with visions. You could tack all of that up to alien encounters, either physical alien encounters or mental or spiritual alien encounters. And yeah, it is kind of an interesting avenue once you dive into the whole Native American mysticism, spirituality, and potential alien encounters. Phantom social workers. So this is a terrifying entry that we actually covered in the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, but it's basically these social workers, or social workers, that have been seen going door to door or visiting the homes of children. I mean, it's their parents' homes, obviously, but visiting homes where children are living and saying, we need to check up on the children, we need to make sure they're doing okay, maybe we got a call from a neighbor, so we need to come in and check that everything is okay, which sounds fine, except when they're asked to provide ID, either they sometimes don't have ID, which is very strange as a social worker, or they show some form of ID, but when people have tried to call up the place or look up their actual phone number online or contact authorities, these people are unheard of, nobody knows who they are, nobody knows who they work for or where they came from, and they often just disappear without a trace when people are checking up on them or trying to contact authorities to report them. And one theory is that these phantom social workers are actually aliens. Like aliens come down disguised as humans, and maybe they learn like, oh, social workers are good people. They look after children, they save children. So if I disguise myself as a social worker, maybe people will trust me enough. And then they, knock on the door like, hello, I am human. I take human child for experiment? No, that's not human. I take human child for safety. Yes, safety. And then they get called out on it, and then they just flee the scene, go back into their craft or whatever. And the idea is that this is just another form of abduction. So they want to capture these humans, capture these, mostly children, and either experiment on them, do tests on them, or whatever it is that aliens do to humans during abductions. I've never been abducted myself, so I don't personally know, but I've heard that it's often not very good. But either way, with this one, I think, alien or not alien, these phantom social workers have never been caught, like not one of them, and it's just a terrifying and creepy case all round. The Dade City Flowers. My lord, this is a fun one, but it's also quite a short one, and it took place in Dade City, Florida, all the way back in 1924, which is this year 100 years ago. So yeah, long time back. And on this year, a little schoolgirl named Evelyn Went was out playing in the schoolyard, as kids do, when all of a sudden there was this immensely bright light that all but blinded her. After a short while, this light dimmed down, and she was able to see an egg, or rather an egg-shaped thingamajiggy, object, craft, whatever it was. But out of this craft came these little beings, these little creatures or robots that she thought strongly resembled flowers. And I kind of agree with her on this. They are very flower looking. They came out of this egg craft, and they were carrying or moving this other object that Evelyn thought maybe looked kind of like a weapon or something, and they were carrying it, moving it towards the school's science building. So a little suspicious there. Like, what are they gonna do in the science building with this giant weapon? Plant robot aliens looking to attack a school science building full of children, apparently? Like, for why, aliens? Evelyn, being the, innocent kid that she was, went over there, tried to help them push this thing along, but she found that this object was far too heavy for her to even move. And they told her that they were going to destroy the science building if the work inside of it continued. Which, I mean, what the hell kind of work was going on in there? Unless they were doing like gene splicing or human cloning or something. Like, it seems a bit dramatic if they were just doing kid stuff, burning little bits of magnesium or making these foam volcanoes or something. But these flower alien robots succeeded in moving this object along, and they went to leave in their egg craft, and they even offered, as aliens sometimes do, to take Evelyn along with them. She politely declined, but they said, alright, that's fine, but we'll be back in like 35 years, and you can maybe come with us then if you want. But sadly, they never did come back, and the science building actually was later destroyed, and it was left in, disrepair. So maybe these aliens did actually come back and make good on their promise. But yeah, a super fun one, a somewhat light-hearted one, and very unique, so I mean, I just love it. Gliders refers to aircrafts, spacecrafts, unidentified objects, UFOs, alien objects, whatever. Things in the sky that seem to or tend to glide instead of either flapping or being propelled by propellers or engines or anything like that. We have covered one or two of these higher up in the iceberg, but there are many, many more of them spotted every year all over the world. These, at least to me, make most sense as a UFO. Like, you'd think if this alien race is able to master space travel, that they wouldn't really need to use propellers or engines or anything like that. They might even use something like a gravity generator, which we touched on a little earlier in the iceberg. Or another theory says that these are instead biological items or objects. Or another theory says that these are biological beings or biological crafts or monsters or aliens themselves, cryptids, that sort of thing. And these are sometimes referred to as atmospheric beasts or serpents or jellyfish or leviathans or something similar to the 1925 Nevada glider. These are all possibilities, I think, but they are a fairly unique and interesting type of UFO. The Silverman is, this was a sighting that took place in March of 1978 in Manchester, England. Ken Edwards, who was a service engineer, was driving on his way home when he noticed this creature, this being, quite tall by all standards, like 7 or 8 feet tall, climbing down from this embankment near this nuclear facility. It was wearing this, silver suit of sorts that looked like it might be a science-y suit or a space type suit. Its eyes were glowing, and it had these like weird arms that didn't seem to be connected to the creature's shoulders. Like they were kind of in the front, connected to the body or the torso instead of the shoulders, as you can see in this expertly drawn recreation of this creature. And then after witnessing this odd creature, climbing clumsily down this embankment, the creature then turned towards him, which is terrifying, and out of his eyes came these two beams, and these beams seemed to just paralyze Ken. He was stunned, he was disorientated, and I guess he just wasn't Knuff. The creature eventually got away, and Ken did report this, but neither Ken nor anyone else ever saw this creature again. The long prairie cans. So these look a little bit like a upgraded R2-D2 or something, but they were first spotted in 1965 when a man named James Townsend was out driving in Minnesota, and then right bam in the middle of the road was this ship or craft or vehicle of some kind. James then pulled over, stopped the car, and he was just dumbfounded. I mean, was this a hoax? Was this an actual alien? Was this some government ship that he should really be getting away from or something? He didn't really know. And he did the only logical thing you can do in this situation, and that was to attempt to drive right into this thing and knock it over. Which, I mean, I said logical, I meant insane. Like, that's certainly not what I would do in this situation. But he was going to do this, and then his car ended up stalling. So then he got out and went to knock it over by hand, which this guy's a very determined fellow. And it was at this point that he realized that there was 3 creatures out in front of him. And these creatures, he said, looked somewhat like robotic beer cans. And the way they moved was they would walk along on these 2 little thin legs, and then when they stopped, they would extend a 3rd leg and, kind of rest on that. And even though these little beer can aliens didn't actually have eyes, or at least any that he could see, James still felt that these creatures were watching him. After a while of just watching them, and apparently them watching him, they just waddled back up into their rocket ship and took off into the night sky, never to be seen again. So once again, a very strange encounter, a very strange set of creatures, but I do truly love the diversity of some of these entries. Attempted abduction by a lobster thing is just a horrifying entry. This particular encounter took place in Pennsylvania in the late 1970s, and this is when a 14-year-old girl by the name of Sherry was just asleep one night in her bed, and she was, stirred awake. She slowly opened her eyes, and she was being dragged by the arm across her room by this giant lobster thing. Like, literally lobster thing. Like, holy cow, that is some scary stuff. She was pulled all the way up to the window, and this lobster creature, this lobster thing, was trying to pull her through the window, and she felt this was into like another dimension or into a spaceship of some kind, as behind the lobster, through the window sort of thing, was this immense bright light. So it didn't feel like the lobster thing was just trying to pull her out the window. It felt like it was a gateway or a doorway to somewhere else. She fought back against this creature. Eventually the creature let go, and she ended up falling to the ground, and then she kind of passed out. And the next thing she remembers is waking up in the morning on the floor with massive bruising on her shoulder and her arm, and that was basically the entire encounter. She did consider that maybe this was a dream of some kind, but she changed her mind when she thought that doesn't really take into account the injuries she suffered. Badly bruised hand, massive pain in her shoulder. Like, this stuff doesn't come from just a dream. So she wasn't sure if this lobster creature was an alien or a cryptid or something like that, but I think alien is definitely at least a possibility for this one. The Riri Carjackers refers to these adorable little guys. I mean, just look at these cute little fellows. What, you don't think they're cute? Alright, it might just be me. But this encounter happened in Idaho in 1967 when these 2 friends, Will Begay and Guy Tossi, were driving home after a night of drinking, which I do not condone that. Ever. Do not drink and drive. It is incredibly stupid for you and for everyone else on the road. And that is Connor's public service announcement. Don't drink and drive. But they were driving home when they saw this saucer flying in the sky, and then they witnessed it fly down and block their path. And then this flying saucer opened up, and then this little cutie patootie came floating down on a beam of light, and he hijacked the mother effing car. This alien went into the driver's seat, took control of the car, and drove the car a short distance into this nearby field. And bear in mind, the two men were still in the car at this point, but it stopped the car and then started chattering, they said, and it sounded almost like a bird or a woman. Like, that was their description of it, not mine. But they said it was like, you know, when the car stopped, one of these men got out of the car, went to get help, and it was at this moment that the alien just returned up to its ship, and the ship just flew away. Now, while this story does just sound like two drunk guys maybe seeing things in the night or coming up with some excuse for driving their car into a field, there were several other reports on that night of, firstly, a farmer seeing something, you know, zipping around above his field, and of another local actually stopping his car, and of his car almost being hijacked by what he described as a small humanoid. So perhaps this wasn't as made up as I first thought. Valiant Thor is one of those epic entries. So Valiant Thor was the name of this guy, apparently, and he claimed that he was an alien from the planet Venus, and he was working in and around the Pentagon and was familiar with these secret government projects, and all of this is explored in a book by Dr. Frank Strangers, and the book is Stranger at the Pentagon. And in the book it tells of Thor, who claimed he was the leader, the commander of these aliens, and that he came to Earth to warn us humans of all of the classical stuff to do with the climate, stuff to do with world peace, nuclear disarmament. It's always the same spiel. Thor said all of that stuff should be, you know, avoided at all costs. I mean, don't avoid world peace, but like avoid not attaining world peace. And he apparently came here on his spaceship, the Victory 1, which still to this day people are trying to locate, trying to find, as it was said to be reportedly left or buried or hidden somewhere around Lake Mean in Las Vegas. But what purportedly happened is he came down here from Venus in his spaceship. He went to the Pentagon and he talked with the government officials there. He said he complied with every order, with every regulation, every request, and then he was given access to a bunch of top secret government information, government projects, and was allowed to speak with some high government officials. And Thor himself was said to be able to walk through walls. Apparently he never left any fingerprints when he touched things, and he had no belly button, but he did look extremely human. And Thor himself gave talks, he gave conventions, and he discussed these government technologies, these government projects, as well as his own people, his own aliens. He discussed the planet Venus and the culture and civilization they have up there, and he said him and his people don't live on the surface of Venus, but rather they live underneath the surface. He said the Venusians, or aliens from Venus, were similar to humans in ways, but they were superior in every single way. They were faster, they were stronger, they were more advanced, they were more intelligent, they were less violent, and they were better looking, which I swear to God, this is what it says. Back to the book, the author Frank Strangers claimed still to be in contact with this alien, this Thor, and said that he would often take little trips up to Venus to visit him, to visit his people. A lot of the evidence and the information about him is from this book by Frank Strangers. So let me know your thoughts on it. Do you believe the book? I mean, I'm sure the photograph taken of this Valiant Thor was at least an actual human being, but there's not too much information on it either way. Kolob Star Abraham. So this is a super interesting entry, I think, especially if you're into ancient people, ancient texts, ancient civilizations, and stuff like archaeology, aliens, UFOs, all great stuff. But this entry refers to this collection of these ancient Egyptian texts that were found in the 1800s and then later compiled and translated into what's called the Book of Abraham. And these writings were said to be early writings from Abraham himself, from the times that he was in Egypt, and are very, very important documents to the majority of Mormons. So way back in 1835, Joseph Smith and the Mormons purchased these scrolls from a traveling mummy exhibition, which that was a thing. Pretty cool. And Joseph took these scrolls, translated them himself into English, and it told the story, he said, of Abraham's early days, as well as the star Kolob. Now, there has been a ton of dispute about Joseph's early translations, and there have been many alternate translations made by modern scholars, by modern archaeologists, and they say that his translations are just not correct. But if we go by his translations, there was this star or planet, depending on the translation, called Kolob, and these potentially strange creatures from space, from maybe this star or planet. And so it's again based on the translation that you choose, potentially evidence of early Egyptian contact with some form of alien. But people are quite divided on this, and it is quite a controversial case. The 10 Lost Tribes refers to a 1897 encounter in which 2 people in Texas witnessed these strange people coming out of this strange craft. And when they came out and spoke to these 2 people, they said they were the descendants of the 10 Lost Tribes of Israel. They came out of this airship-looking thingy, and they said that the airship originated from regions of the North Pole, and told these people that, contrary to popular belief, there is a large body of land beyond the polar seas. He said his people were descendants of the 10 Lost Tribes of Israel, and that they were clearly, obviously, still alive and in possession of some relatively advanced technology. Basically, in the Bible, there were 12 tribes of Israel, and they were all descendants of Jacob. And so of these 12 tribes, 2 of the tribes, Judah and Benjamin, set up the kingdom of Judah in the south, and the other 10 tribes set up the kingdom of Israel in the north. And when Israel was invaded by the Assyrians, these 10 tribes seemingly disappeared, whether they were all killed in some way, whether they just disappeared by being assimilated into Assyria, whether they fled and apparently by some stories went to the North Pole, we don't really know. So they are the 10 lost tribes of Israel. But according to this event, according to this encounter, they somehow ended up on the North Pole and for some reason stayed up there. Perhaps they were brought there by aliens, perhaps they were given this technology by aliens, but yeah, it's a very strange case and a strange story which I don't know if I fully believe or believe at all, but it is a little interesting nonetheless. Iraqi Stargate refers to the real, genuine, true reason why the US invaded Iraq. So the reason given, as you might remember, was that Saddam Hussein apparently had weapons of mass destruction, and that ended up basically being a lie. There was no evidence for this. But one theory says that he did actually have a weapon of mass destruction, but it wasn't the typical weapon that you might imagine. So normally when we refer to a weapon of mass destruction, we are talking about nuclear weapons, nuclear bombs. But this theory ties in something from ancient Sumeria, and this alien, this creature itself is super interesting, and we'll get into it in a little more depth further down in the iceberg. But the Sumerians basically worshipped these beings, these creatures called the Anunnaki, and they were apparently very wise. They were in charge of controlling the fates of the Sumerian people and bestowing them with gifts, with blessings, with advanced technologies. And so it's thought that these Anunnaki might have been actual aliens. And if they were aliens and they did leave some advanced technology behind, then this whole area of Sumeria is basically modern day Iraq. And there was a theory that Saddam Hussein had uncovered in maybe an ancient temple or buried somewhere some of this ancient alien tech left to the Sumerian people. And this perhaps was the Iraqi Stargate. So maybe the US discovered intel of him discovering this, and this was considered a weapon of mass destruction. That is at least the theory, but I don't want to let the US government off the hook too much, as it was a fairly unjust war. But Anunnaki, super cool story, super cool beings, super cool creatures, potential aliens, and as I said, we'll get into them a little further down. The Black Knight satellite conspiracy theory refers to this very obvious alien spaceship spotted in 1998 by NASA. Now, the entry refers to Black Knight, which is this purported alien spaceship that's been orbiting Earth for roughly like 13,000 years. There are these vague clues and bits of evidence all over the place that believers in this theory point to as proof of this alien spaceship, alien space station, whatever it is. Like various radio signals detected from as far back as like the 1800s, which believers in this theory say are, responses from this craft. And in 1954 with the US Air Force saying they detected 2 satellites in orbit, when at the time no country had put any satellites into orbit. It was before that time, so that's a little strange. And of course a few other little bits and bobs, and this photograph, which was the final nail in the coffin for proof of its existence. But what this Black Knight satellite ship is actually doing up there, we don't really know. Hopefully they're up to good and not being menacing or anything, but you never do know with aliens. Prospect Monoliths was an alien sighting in 1977 in Kentucky. 19-year-old Lee Parrish was driving home one day when he noticed in the sky this large object, this large rectangular craft of some kind, and as happens with a lot of these encounters, his radio stopped working, his car lost power, and then he just remembers arriving home. His whole body was sore, his eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't really remember how he got home. I mean, I'm assuming he drove, but he couldn't really remember much more than that. He seemed to have forgotten or lost the past half hour, and so naturally he was a little confused. He told a few people about his encounter, and then he went through some hypnosis to try and, reel up some memories about it, and he did end up remembering a few things. He remembered being in his truck, seeing the craft, and then being transported up to this craft. And then he remembers sitting in a room, quite a large room, with these 3 creatures or robots or whatever they are, basically just looking at him. One of these was, he described it as a giant black tombstone, but this thing was huge. It was like 20 feet tall. It had one single arm sticking out of it. There was a white one in the middle, a little bit shorter, around 6 feet tall, and this had, 2 arms, double the arms. And the third object or creature was a small red object that, to me, looks a little bit like a rectangular telephone. The red machine, Lee said, touched him on the forehead, and Lee got the feeling that it was reading his mind, reading his thoughts sort of thing. And then after this, the red being slid behind the white one, and the white one slid behind the black one, and then this black tombstone creature thing just kind of faded away into the background, and suddenly Lee found himself transported back into his truck. So honestly, a very, very strange encounter. You have strange creatures or aliens for one. You have strange events, like they didn't really say anything. What were they even doing? You have lost time as well. So a very strange entry, I think, all round. Bradshaw Ranch is one of those ranches, those areas in America that is just jam-packed with strange encounters, mysterious anomalies, frightening beasts or aliens or cryptids or whatever they see, and of course high security fences, government notices, strange anomalies with like magnetic fields, electric currents, and to top it off, a bunch of suspicious sightings in the sky above this ranch of lights and crafts and creatures. It's just a very all-round spooky, suspicious place. You can't get into the ranch itself, as there's security all around, there's fences, and I suspect you might get, shot if you try and climb in or something. But they have actually tried flying drones over into this ranch, and the most peculiar thing happens when they try this. They have their drone by the fence, they fly it up, they fly it over the fence into the ranch, and when it's just gone, a little ways in, it stops, freezes, turns around, and comes back the way it came, or goes back the way it came, returning to the controller sort of thing. So clearly this is some registered no-fly zone. It could be a top-secret military base, but all of these strange sightings, these strange creatures and lights in the sky, tilt it to perhaps being spooky or alien activity of some kind. But I think it could just equally be top-secret government base, testing secret weapons, testing new experimental secret crafts, and they just don't want anyone in there. But it does have some rumors and some theories and some suspicious activity surrounding it. Stardust Ranch, also known as Alien Ranch, which it's a great start already, but this is a ranch in Arizona, which according to its owners, John and Joyce Edmonds, has been constantly attacked and assaulted by Graliens over the last 20 years. Like, full on. John said that he has had to defend himself and his wife and the ranch from being relentlessly attacked year in, year out, and he said he often defends himself with this samurai sword that he has, and he's killed as many as 18 aliens, which that is a film that I would absolutely pay to watch. An elderly man from Arizona slaying aliens on his ranch with a samurai sword. Like, imagine you travel light years, you're this advanced alien race, you have all this crazy technology. Don't know why I said technology weird, but they probably have gravity generators, this advanced spaceship, they can teleport, they can do all this stuff, and then they end up dying to some random old rancher with a samurai sword. Not a great way to go, but as I said, it would probably make for an interesting film. He said that these aliens over the years had set up portals, like multiple portals on his ranch, basically allowing them to teleport all around the ranch. Like, he sees one here, and then he runs over there to try and attack it, and then it's somewhere else. So very hard to keep track of these aliens. And one time, Joyce, his wife, was actually being kidnapped, or alien napped, or abducted, and she was floating off into the sky on a beam of light, and John, the clever guy that he is, started shooting at the light with a bloody machine gun, which, it's like, that's a great way to kill your wife, man. But thankfully, he missed his wife. He only hit the light, apparently, and the aliens let her go, and it was a happy ending. And the whole story of this ranch is very nutty. There's actually a surprising lack of evidence as well, as you'd think killing 18 aliens with a samurai sword, you might have some body parts or alien heads or something lying around. But he said if you kill the alien normally, it just instantly disintegrates, so there's no evidence for it, which is very convenient. He said the only way to keep evidence is to decapitate it so it's not able to disintegrate itself. And he said he sadly hasn't been able to do that over these years because it's too complicated, it's too difficult. You have to like sneak up and catch the alien right in the head, and he said he hasn't been able to do this. So some people believe his account. A lot of people, probably most people, think he's telling a tale or two. It's a very fun tale, I think. As I said, would probably make for a great book, short story, series, a film, something like that. But I don't know how true this actually is. The Peru alien incident. So this one was a little wild, quite honestly. And this occurred in 2023 in Peru, where a bunch of villagers reported being harassed by these aliens. They said that the aliens kind of looked like Green Goblin from Spider-Man, in that they would hover or fly around on these little things on their feet, whether they were shoes, whether it was like a pad they were standing on. They didn't really know, but these aliens harassed the entire town, and they actually tried to abduct a 15-year-old girl. And then, when they were chased away, these aliens just ran away also, and they vanished, and they were never seen again. The official explanation for this, which the Peruvian government did come in, they did do their investigations, and they came to the conclusion that these weren't aliens, but that they were gangs of illegal gold miners that came from various other countries, and they were using hoverboards and thrusters to hover around, to fly around the air, and to harass these people in this small little village, this small little town, and they just believed them to be aliens, which, I mean, that's the official explanation that the Peruvian government gave. So it's up to you whether you believe their official story or whether it's just part of a cover-up for these actual menacing aliens. The official story is kind of whack, I think. Illegal gold miners flying around on hoverboards, harassing people, but there you go. Say Jesus refers to the strange fact that in a lot of these alien encounters, the aliens can often be warded off or repulsed by the person, the human being abducted or who's witnessing the encounter, just saying the name of Jesus Christ. Or, you know, the power of Christ compels you, or whatever you want to say. Anything really from Jesus' name to a holy prayer to even holy symbols like crosses or holy water can apparently all repel aliens, which has led some people to believe that aliens and demons are basically one and the same being. Now again, whether this means that aliens don't exist and all alien encounters are actually just demons, or whether demons don't actually exist and everything we've labeled as a demon through all of mankind history has actually just been these aliens that we don't know how to describe as anything other than demons. But for whatever reason, they are terrified, seemingly, of Christ and the representation of Christ. So yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. NASA cuts ISS feed 2016. So this refers to a specific incident in 2016, although this thing happens apparently all the time with NASA, where there was this object on camera during one of NASA's live streams, and it was, kind of coming into the view, coming closer up to the camera, and then the camera feed just cut off suspiciously, like, whoopsie, just happened to cut again. And then when it resumed, the object that was coming towards the camera wasn't really in view anymore, at least not in any great detail. So, NASA, what the heck are you hiding? Very strange. Very suspicious, and I think they are definitely hiding something. The Zanfretta UFO incident. So this happened in 1978 when a night watchman, Pier Fortunato Zanfretto, which I probably butchered that pronunciation, but it is a fun name to say, and I guess he wasn't too fortunato that night, but he was out night watching when he saw a large red object out there in the backyard of his work. He immediately called his supervisor, and his supervisor said that Pierre was screaming at the time. And then when Pierre turned round, there were these horrible 10 feet tall aliens staring down at him. They had these large triangular yellow eyes, they had wrinkled skin, and his supervisor asked on the phone or the radio if these beings were men, and he replied, "Non sono uomini," which means, no, they are not men. And then the connection just cut out. Pierre was found a little later unconscious, and it was under hypnosis that he recalled what he truly saw and what happened to him in this incident. These aliens, these huge, horrible green aliens, which had yellow eyes, red veins, these pointed ears. They abducted him that night. They took him up into their craft, and Pierre was there up in a large room that was just extremely bright. He doesn't remember much after this, but they finally let him go. They placed him back down where he was taken from, and then he was found there unconscious by his colleagues. He said that they told him that they were from the third galaxy, whatever that means. And I think very importantly for this case was that Italian law enforcement did an investigation about this, and they found that 52 at least other people on that night said that they saw something in the sky, some craft, some light, at around the same time that this incident happened. So 52 other witnesses is a lot of people. And on the ground where the craft was landed, there was this large horseshoe-shaped mark in the ground, and that was basically the end of this encounter. The Potosi Sheep Slayer was this scary-looking little alien that was spotted in 1968 in Bolivia. A sheep and llama herder named Valentina Flores was out bringing her animals in for the night when she noticed this strange large net covering one of her animal pens. She went out a little bit to look around to investigate this, and she noticed that underneath the net was this strange small individual with like a hook and a knife that was seemingly disemboweling her sheep and taking their guts and all that into this bag that it had, which, Jesus Christ. Flores started throwing rocks and stuff at this creature. She didn't want to get, too up close to it, but it was killing her animals, so she needed to do something. And she thought that it might be a animal poacher of some kind, like, a human. But when she started throwing rocks at this creature, it went over to this strange device, activated it seemingly, and this device zooped in the net that was over the pen and just retracted it, brought it all up into one, and then this creature threw the freaking hook that it was using at Flores, and it cut Flores a little bit, not too badly, but it did definitely injure her. And the strange thing is, this hook, this weapon, didn't just fall to the ground like a normal weapon, but it basically boomeranged back to the creature that threw it. So it was like a hook boomerang, maybe telekinesis sort of weapon, and she was obviously at this point just confused as all get out. She had no idea what was happening, no idea what this creature was. It had this strange weapon, and then after this, it grabbed the bag that it was putting all the sheep parts in, it threw it up on its shoulder, and it just took off into the sky, like it was a jetpack or something. She never did see this creature again, but due to this incident, whatever that was, it left 34 of her sheep sadly dead. So a very tragic case, especially for the sheep, a very sad case, a very scary case, and a case with this strange creature with a strange weapon and a levitation device or jetpack of some kind. Yeah, just very strange and weird all round. The Aztec UFO hoax was an alien and UFO encounter in 1948 New Mexico that is now largely considered a hoax. These two men, Silas Newton and Leo Gebauer, found a fallen UFO in Arizona, and they claimed that they also found 16 small humanoid bodies inside of it. They secured the whole scene, the craft, the bodies, everything, and they told the media about this. They started doing press conferences, started doing interviews, and they even charged people to come and see the craft and all of the evidence. And then as the case got more and more well known, more and more mainstream in a way, naturally the scrutiny about the case started also to grow, and there were just some holes in the story. Things started to kind of break. Like, there was a major lack of evidence regarding this case. There was a lack of, the bodies, the aliens evidence, and a lack of evidence in regards to the craft that landed, and there was inconsistencies about the stories from the two men, as well as a early journalist in this story. So one of the first journalists who, picked it up and told the story and published it, he then retracted all of his statements, retracted his story, and said that the entire thing was a hoax perpetrated by these two men in order to, get that cash money. So yeah, a bit of an interesting case. It is, as I said, largely purported to be a hoax nowadays. But as far as hoaxes go, it is probably one of the more important hoaxes. Or, the biggest, the most well-known sort of thing. And there's always theories out there, people speculating that this actually wasn't a hoax and it was just a massive cover-up by the government. But you don't want to get too far into that theory, because then you could just paint it on anyone's random claims. And that's not what we're here for. We are here for solid UFO and alien encounters, with preferably some decent amount of evidence. But as long as we're including UFO and alien stories, this one definitely fits the mark. The Sagrada Familia Cyclopses. This occurred in Brazil in 1963 when, after dinner, 3 children, Jose, Fernando, and Ronaldo, they went outside into their back garden to get water, to hang around, to do various kids things, when one of them was bending down into this barrel to get some water, and the other 2 spotted this giant craft there in the backyard. It was completely see-through, it was a spherical craft, and it was floating there above the boys, and because it was completely see-through, they could see the occupants of this craft, and they were these 4 large humanoid-looking figures sitting down inside of it. They had orange skin, they had 1 eye each, and they were dressed like this. Pretty fancy. The boys were at first just stunned at this thing. They were standing there looking at it when all of a sudden these 2 beams came down from the craft, hit into the ground, and there appeared before them, seemingly teleported from the craft, this large Cyclops figure. The Cyclops then started to walk up to this other kid who at this point hadn't noticed him. He was halfway into a barrel at this point, and his friend, seeing this, was worried for him, thought that he might get attacked or something, so he ran over and tackled his friend onto the ground. And then both of these kids got up because, they were both knocked onto the ground, or one of them tackled the other and then they both went to the ground. And at this point, all 3 of the kids were able to see this large humanoid figure. They were again just stunned. They were terrified of what this creature or alien might do. And this alien then turned its head, started to speak in this strange unknown language, and just turned around and faced the craft that it came from and just stood there seemingly looking at the craft. And one of the boys then grabbed a brick and threw it at this Cyclops, or at least he went to throw it at the Cyclops. And as soon as he picked it up, reached back, was about to throw it, this alien turned round and a beam came out of this crest on its chest, kind of like an Iron Man sort of thing, and shot at the kid, hitting his hand and just knocking the brick out of it. Then this alien proceeded to tell the boys off, talk to them seriously, scold them, and they didn't really know what he was saying because he was speaking this alien language, but they felt that he was kind of telling them off. He was very serious in a way. And then he pointed a single finger up to the moon, and one of the boys asked if he would ever return. The alien just nodded, picked up a plant from the garden, and went back into his craft. The craft then zooped off into the sky, never to be seen again. So this pointing up to the moon, some people have read as these aliens saying they were from the moon, but there have been other interpretations as well. And the kids did immediately run inside, tell their parents about what happened, and then they gathered some locals, they went out there, they went to investigate, and they didn't see the aliens, they didn't see the craft, but they did see a large boot print in the garden, about the size of an alien cyclops foot. Or, I mean, probably. I don't know what size their feet were, but it was, yay biggish. So, was this a alien spacecraft? Was this a, cyclops race of aliens from the moon? Or was it perhaps just some random creepy dude in their back garden who was walking around talking to these kids in gibberish? We may never know, as they were never seen again, but you be the judge on this one. Mystery airship is basically what people saw, or at least what they often saw, in like the late 1800s, as opposed to our modern alien and UFO sightings of like flying saucers, spaceship sort of thing. And it kind of ties back into a few other theories and topics and entries we've covered earlier on in the Iceberg, where it could be a TARDIS-like spaceship sort of thing from the aliens, where they are faking this advanced technology, dumbing down how their craft looks in a way to make it appropriate for the people of the time. That's always a possibility. Or it could be the other theory that I mentioned of aliens are also developing their tech at somewhat the same rate we are, but they are always just slightly ahead of us. So maybe back in the 1800s, they hadn't invented, gravity generators, lasers, flying saucers sort of thing. Maybe that is a modern invention by the aliens. It's definitely an interesting phenomenon when you compare it to modern day sightings. And as I said, quite a few theories you can work on for this one. So once again, with all of these theories, please let me know what you think about them and what side of the fence you sit on. Roman UFOs refers to a bunch of these strange, unidentified objects, crafts, things in the sky that were noted down by the Romans during the time of the Romans, so, very long ago. And these include this passage by Plutarch, where he describes this scene of this great battle, and he says the sky burst asunder, and a huge flame-like body was seen to fall between the two armies, which sounds very alien-like. Or as recorded by Titus Livius, or Livy as they called him. He wrote during the Second Punic War, and I am going to butcher this Latin pronunciation, so if there's any ancient Roman people out there, I am terribly sorry. But he wrote, Navium specium, di caello ad fulcisse, or phantom ships had been seen gleaming in the sky, which again, very alien-y. There's a bunch of odd, vague, sometimes specific references to these, and things like flying crafts or strange things in the sky. And this was all the way back, like 2,000 years ago. And so I think it's kind of a nice entry. We rarely look this far back when it comes to alien encounters, UFO encounters. Most of them tend to be in like the last 50 years or the last 100 years. So these sorts of ones are very interesting, at least to me. Magonia is a really cool topic that I had no clue about until I started this Iceberg. So it was a land, some say mythical, some say real, that was popular in the medieval times around the area of like France and French folklore sort of thing. And this was a fantastic land, a world inhabited by these strange creatures, these otherworldly beings. And Magonia was basically in the sky, and these creatures would travel around on these strange ships or strange crafts or even clouds sometimes. And yeah, this was a typical folklore sort of thing, and it might very well have been based off real encounters that people had at the time with stuff like UFOs or aliens. Some of this stuff goes all the way back to like the 800s, so very, very far back. And at least for me, it is a very, very cool piece of folklore that may very well have been inspired by real encounters and events. Tier 5, UFO with tentacles. So these are another flavor of UFO, a type of UFO with these little legs, these little tentacles often hanging down from the craft. And honestly, that is just terrifying. There are ones like the atmospheric jellyfish, for example, which are a little higher up in the sky or up in the atmosphere sort of thing. And then there are ones like this, which honestly look a little more organic than mechanic. Like we mentioned before, perhaps some of these are sentient UFOs or they're actual creatures instead of crafts. But whatever this thing is, it is definitely terrifying. The distortion theory refers to some potential advanced technology that can actually distort people's reality or their perception. So often, as we explored earlier and through all of these UFO encounters, people sometimes give accounts of being transported somewhere, or going up in the spaceship, or going to another planet, or in seeing things that aren't actually there or that can't physically or possibly be there. And this is a theory that says that these aliens have this technology that's actually able to distort reality for these people. So while they are really just sitting in their truck, or sitting at home, or sitting even in this alien spacecraft, these aliens make it seem like they are traveling all around the galaxy, or traveling back to their home planet, or basically giving them, illusions. So an interesting theory that I think leads quite nicely into our next entry. And that is that the absurd nature of some of these sightings is purposeful. So this tags onto our distortion theory a little bit, but I guess it gives it more purpose, and says that sometimes when people say, they experience things in strange ways, or they experience things that are like super silly or unbelievable, or that sound just ridiculous, perhaps this is actually by design. If you were an alien race or an alien species, and you came down here and you abducted people, and you wanted them to seem as ridiculous and unbelievable as possible, you might just make illusions for them, or say things to them in strange ways that when they retell the story, even if that is exactly what happened, their retelling of the story will just seem ridiculous and nonsensical, and maybe you can make them remember things like out of order, so that their account, their timeline for this encounter is just all over the place, their memory seems to be whack, and it's kind of like a massive psyop sort of thing. A pretty cool theory, and there's no real reason to believe that if these super intelligent aliens came down to Earth and started abducting people, that, they wouldn't do something like an alien propaganda or psyop operation. Psyop operation? Or psyop. So I do like these theories and different ways to think about things and imagine things, and some of them do get really, really whack and crazy in the last tier. Stick people refers to some of the strangest aliens that I've seen, or that I've ever read about. I've never seen a stick person alien, and they aren't your common type of alien, but they are basically described often as your stereotypical stickman drawing, except they exist in real life, in the physical world, and they are completely two-dimensional. And they are not just two-dimensional, but they seem to exist in a two-dimensional world, even though we are in a 3D world, which sounds kind of strange, but basically if you see these aliens, you see these creatures, they will just be a stick figure sort of thing, and even if you go around them to try and see them from the sides or from behind, they always just appear as two-dimensional to you. So you can see the stick figure here, all in stick figure shape or size or whatever, and normally if this was a 3D figure, you would go around the side and you would see it, from this angle or view or whatever. But with these stick figure aliens, as you go around the side, you're always seeing the same view, the same 2D view of whatever this creature or alien is. So a very, very strange entity, a very strange sighting, and I am all for aliens breaking the physical world, as long as it's not too scary. The 1981 Phantom Clown Wave refers to this relative mass of these creepy phantom clowns that was seen eventually all over America in the 1980s. They started really in Boston, and I emphasize phantom clown because while there were multiple dozens of reported sightings of these clowns, there were calls to 911, there were multiple eyewitnesses at a lot of these, no police officer or law enforcement officer ever saw any clowns ever. Like, it was almost as if they disappeared into thin air. They were known to lure or harass kids. They would harass random citizens, random people on the street. And eventually, after starting in Boston, they kind of spread around the whole country, and there were sightings in cities everywhere and states. And as I said, the police never got a glimpse of these clowns, no matter how fast they were, no matter how hard they tried. And they could have been people just hoaxing, just pranking like we had recently, or they could be some cryptid, some demon akin to like it, or potentially could be aliens. A lot of awes on this one as there wasn't too much further evidence besides the sightings, but it definitely would have been a scary thing to live through, as I just hate clowns. I hate them. I hate them. I don't know why people even find them funny or hilarious or cool or whatever. They may as well be demons. The vegetable man is this handsome looking fellow. I'm just kidding. Even I do not find this creature handsome. Even I. But this creature appeared in 1968 in West Virginia. And West Virginia, as we all know, is kind of a hub for these sightings, for cryptids, for aliens. But it was spotted in 1968 when a man named Jennings Frederick was just out in the woods hunting, small critters, small birds, squirrels, that sort of thing, when all of a sudden Jennings heard a strange noise, which isn't too unusual out in the woods, especially not out in West Virginia. But he said this noise was strange because it was kind of like a record player playing really quickly, like talking or something, but really sped up. So he looked around, he couldn't see any source of this noise, and he ended up narrowing it down, finding where this noise was actually coming from. And when he found it, he saw the creature that was making the noise, and it was this creature. He said he felt that the creature was like harmed or injured or sick in some way. And then the creature started to talk with Jennings telepathically, and he said, "You need not fear me. I wish to communicate. I come as a friend. We know of you all. I come in peace. I wish medical assistance. I need your help." And then, as Jennings was just stunned, he was just processing all of this, this creature just launched forward and basically hugged him, which is adorable. But this hug wasn't a loving hug. No, it was a tight hug, almost like a bear hug. And Jennings couldn't get free, he couldn't do anything. And as he was hugging him, these little thorns on the creature's arms, on its body, dug into Jennings and started extracting blood from Jennings. So like, what the hell, creature? I thought you came in peace. Now you're just gonna suck all the blood out of this dude? But it was there, hugging him, slowly draining his blood. And Jennings thought that, I guess, the creature was like healing himself by draining the blood of someone. So I don't know if this is like a vampiric vegetable man or something. And then the creature let go of Jennings and ran up a nearby hill and then over the top of it, and it was never seen again. Jennings heard this strange humming or buzzing noise, which he assumed was this alien creature going down the other side of the hill, going to his craft, and actually taking off, but he never actually saw it. So a bit of a strange creature. There's some like borderline, if not actual assault going on here, but at least it is unique. Black Dogs refers to, at least partly, another entry we covered higher up, that being Jinn. So as we mentioned, as well as being able to travel through walls, as well as reading people's minds and teleporting, they could also take on various different forms, and one of these forms was a black dog. And these black dogs were and are still currently being seen or witnessed during alien encounters, during UFO sightings, and so people think that perhaps these dogs are connected to aliens in some way, whether Jinn are actually aliens or whether they are separate entities and they are just, buddy-buddy sort of thing. We don't really know on this one, but there seems to be some connection, at least as far as what people are reporting. Other worlds seen during encounters are fake. So this entry again ties into some other stuff we've discussed earlier up in the iceberg, but it's about these delusions or illusions that are being implanted in people's minds of the things that they've witnessed. But this entry would, I guess, go one step further, where it's saying that the actual worlds and bases and environments that people have witnessed are actually fully fake, whereas the other ones say that they're an illusion, which do have minor differences. So if their experience of visiting this kingdom on Venus or something is an illusion, then perhaps the kingdom does actually exist, but these aliens just, implanted into the person's head, so the person never actually went there, but the place still does exist. Whereas this entry would refer to the kingdom never actually existing, and it all just being made up by these aliens and implanted into the person's head. So a minor variation on this one. It's probably not too important, but it might help explain a lot of the inconsistencies in these alien encounters and UFO sightings. I mean, either that or some of these people are just making stuff up, or they're confused, or what have you. But this is a theory that's at least out there. Aliens aiming meteorites. So this is a general theory as well as a specific hilarious encounter. So the general theory is that aliens fire these meteorites, or at least redirect them, down at Earth for various reasons. You know, even going so far as like the asteroid theory, where they redirect asteroids to hit Earth, to wipe out life in some way, but that's the general theory. And then there's the specific encounter that happened in Bosnia, where there was this man whose name I'm going to butcher, Radovoj Lajic, but he said over the last 6 months that he had been purposefully targeted by aliens, and he had no idea what he did to annoy them. He said that the chance of someone's house being hit by one meteorite is like extremely slim, but 5 separate meteorites over just 6 years? He said the chance is so small that the only logical explanation is that aliens out there in space are specifically targeting him and firing these meteorites down at his house. So yeah, that's definitely a theory, and it is just a hilarious story, I think. Probably not for him, because he has to deal with meteorites hitting him, but I quite like this one. NASA warns that alien life may not be desirable. Now, the original entry for this used a word that was maybe a little less PG, but the point still stands, and it still all refers to the same thing, and that was this statement put out by a official NASA spokesperson. And they said horny writers that were paid by the word to appeal to teenagers set a standard that lingers to this day. Do not expect aliens to be ageless nymphic figures that are fascinated by our naive ways, or statuesque stoic warriors who somehow find nebbish heroes charming. They later went on to say what would be the evolutionary advantage for having cat-like eyes or tentacles for hair? Like, seriously? It is entirely possible, they said, that first contact takes place with insectoid creatures who lay thousands of glittering eggs, or a self-producing slime that would have absolutely no use for our rudimentary genitals, which a bit rude. Or if the aliens are a gaseous spirit that communicates telepathically, where would you even, like, how? So yeah, they are basically saying, officially from NASA, don't expect aliens to be like sexy or weird or that sort of thing. Don't expect them to be attractive in any way, or even viable for intercourse. And certainly don't engage with them in that way, you know, if you do ever meet an alien. And once again, I just love that this was an official statement from a NASA spokesperson, but I think it probably had to be said. The Anunnaki is something we touched on briefly a little bit higher up in the iceberg, but these were essentially the gods of the ancient Sumerian civilization, and they were in charge of controlling people's fates, and they would be, you know, prayed to and bestow particular things onto people. Now, these beings, these gods, are generally considered to be a myth or a legend, or, you know, something akin to Zeus or Thor, but there are theories that these Anunnaki were actually a race of alien beings. One theory is that they were on their planet which passed close by Earth, or, you know, at least within our solar system sort of thing, and these Anunnaki then got off, went to Earth, kind of enslaved the Sumerian people, got them to mine gold for them, and then as a thank you sort of thing, these Anunnaki kind of blessed these people, maybe gave them some, you know, ancient technology or some insights into perhaps mathematics or engineering, as these ancient Sumerian people were some of the most advanced people of their time. So it's thought that the Anunnaki maybe helped them along with that. Then, after getting all of this gold, the Anunnaki took the gold, went back to their planet, and the planet, you know, drifted off into space. That would explain why they haven't been seen since. That might explain the relative advancement of the Sumerian people, and the Anunnaki do kind of, in a way, look like these strange alien sort of figures. So a kind of a cool theory, but I think the even more cool thing is just the topic of these Anunnaki and of the Sumerian civilization itself. And maybe this idea takes some credit away from the Sumerian people. Like, if they were just gifted all of their knowledge or whatever by these Anunnaki aliens, it might kind of take away from how cool this civilization actually was and how advanced they were in terms of writing, in terms of mathematics. You know, they were really the first civilization, the first people to divide time into hours and minutes, base 60 sort of thing. And yeah, super cool civilization. If you have the time, just go watch a documentary on them or something like that. Roswell was humans is honestly a wild theory that says that the UFO that crashed in Roswell in 1947 wasn't actually filled with aliens and wasn't actually an alien craft, but it was actually an orchestrated attack by the Russians, and they sent this strange craft over into the Roswell area, filled it with deformed children to cause like mayhem and panic, I guess, and spoof a alien UFO crash. And yeah, that's basically the entire theory. As I said, a wild one. I don't know how much evidence there is for this one. It's definitely like a theoretical theory, but it is unique, so I'll give them that. Qian Teng Kong is a really cool painting by Wu Yuru, and I definitely butchered that name, Wu Yuru. But this painting was of an event that took place in the 1800s, and the name of it, Qian Teng Kong, translates roughly into Red Flame Take Off. This was in Nanjing, and crowds of people all gathered to look at this strange thing in the sky, and it was this red flaming fireball sort of thing. And this was really the first, at least illustrated encounter of like a UFO or alien experience in China. Accompanying this lovely painting is a 190 character description basically, which I will show you here translated for your reading pleasure. Please pause if you would like to read it in full, but for those who are otherwise occupied, I will briefly summarize it. It says that everyone was gathered to see this large egg-shaped thing in the sky, and the text basically firstly describes it and also rules out any possible explanations for it, that being like a meteor or a floating lantern. It says, some people say it was a meteor. This is why it couldn't have been a meteor. And so, yeah, the conclusion that a lot of people came to was that this was a alien craft or something at least of alien origin. Very cool entry, very cool old Chinese painting, and completely puzzling. The O'Neill cylinder. So this was this idea proposed by physicist Gerard O'Neill, and he proposed the idea to be kind of like a ship or a living space for people in space. So the idea would be that you take these two tubes essentially, and everyone is living on the inside of the tube, but on like the outer side of the inside, if that makes sense. These two tubes would spin in opposite directions, so you don't have like a spinning motion going on that moves the whole thing unnecessarily, but the spinning opposite directions would cancel each other out, and as it's spinning it would create a force that basically pushes anything on the inside of the tube out to the outer region. Again, I don't think I'm explaining this too well, but as you can see on the photo, everything is on the inside of the tube and it's held down basically by the spinning of the tubes, essentially creating like a fake gravity force of sorts, so everyone doesn't just fly around in the tube like zero gravity style. And it seems kind of a strange design. Like, why not just make it a sphere or something? I mean, maybe a sphere wouldn't work. I don't know. I'm not a physicist or an astronomer, but I don't know. It's likely many, many years away from even being created. And before it is created, I think we will have developed, some better design for it perhaps, or some better technology. But it is an interesting part of history nonetheless. Utsurobunne refers to a strange UFO-like object that washed ashore in 1803 on the east coast of Japan. So yeah, this was a long, long time ago. But according to the legend around this vessel, it washed ashore. It was found by these locals, by these sailors, and as well as the vessel, they found alongside of it a young woman. And the vessel itself was very peculiar and very strange. It had like metal plates on the bottom of it. The middle to upper part was made of wood. It had these strange glass windows made of crystal, and it was covered in these strange writings of an unidentified language and script. The locals who found this brought the vessel as well as the lady, upshore, and they tried to talk with her, but she couldn't seemingly speak their language, so it was kind of pointless. In her possession, she also had a small box that she wouldn't let anyone touch. She was like hyper protective of it. And after a while of trying to communicate with her, getting nowhere, the sailors then brought her back to her vessel and pushed her out back into the ocean. There were theories that said that this lady was perhaps a local princess of some kind, or not necessarily local because she didn't speak the language, but maybe from a neighboring country. And it was theorized that maybe she had an affair with like a commoner, and as punishment she was sent away off into the ocean in this vessel, and the commoner's head was chopped off, as punishment. And so this box contained the head of the beheaded commoner. So very gruesome, very brutal. But I mean, that was kind of the standard practice in those days. Well, if not standard practice, then at least it was reasonable to do that in those days. Or there is the theory of this woman being some type of alien, and of this vessel being an alien craft of some kind that, crash landed, but it crashed into the ocean. So it was still bopping around, still a bit unusual. Perhaps the lady was lost from her ship or something like that. She couldn't contact her fellow aliens, and yeah, they sent her out back into the ocean, and that is where it ended. A very cool story, I think. It does kind of remind me of the jellyfish story from Being Puppycat, which, shameless plug here for that amazing cartoon, but it is the best cartoon. Go and watch it if you haven't already. America's first UFO sighting. So this either refers to something we mentioned earlier about the American Indian sightings, with their apparent or suspected better connection with aliens, or some of the spirits sort of thing that they saw, or the prophetic dreams or mysticism, like perhaps that was connected to aliens. But it could also refer to the account of John Winthrop, who was the governor of Massachusetts at the time, all the way back in 1639. This was back, obviously, before the United States was the United States. They were just the United English Colonies of America back then, which is got kind of a cool ring to it. And John Winthrop writes of this occurrence, this event, witnessed by a local man, James Everell, and he was out with some friends rowing along in a boat, and all of a sudden they saw this fantastic light in the sky. They stayed there in their boat, just completely in awe of this thing. They watched the light kind of zip back and forth, and they saw it kind of traveled from where they were all the way to this local village of Charlestown, and then it would, zip back up to where they were. Now, they said that this light in the sky, when it was at a standstill, it would kind of grow and, compile almost into a bigger light, a bigger flame. And then when it was moving, it would diminish, it would shrink in size, and it would somehow take on the form of a swine. Another local person did witness these lights, so it wasn't just these three men. But finally, the light did fade, and the men found themselves 1 mile upstream of the river, which they found awfully strange because they weren't rowing during this time. And so you'd think if you're not rowing, the stream would just bring you downstream, but they ended up somehow upstream. So they suspected perhaps that they had been, moved or teleported or something like that. So yeah, a very odd encounter, and probably one of the oldest in the modern era. There are older ones that we've mentioned, like 2,000 years ago or in the Romans times, but this one is kind of modernish era. It's just right at the start of it. STS-48 Discovery UFO. So this was an object, an unidentified object, that was spotted on camera during a 1991 space mission. Now, little pieces of rock out in space, like space debris, that's not too unusual. We sometimes see them floating around on these live streams or on these cameras, and I don't think anyone except the most hardcore ufologist sort of people are claiming that these would be, UFO spaceships or something, but this one is particularly peculiar and strange. This little dot, whatever it is, this object, was caught on camera traveling along, at a normal speed in a normal direction, and then there is a bright flash of light, and this object instantly travels in like the opposite direction, or like a 90 degrees direction at a super high speed, almost as if they got, jump scared by something and just took off in the other direction, running away from it. So yes, very suspicious. Could it still be a space rock? Could it be an alien spaceship? Could it be a space shuttle or space squid of some kind? Perhaps yes, perhaps no, perhaps I don't know. Perhaps let me know what you think. And I've said perhaps too many times. The 1561 Celestial Battle over Nuremberg was this immense epic scene that supposedly took place in the skies over Nuremberg in 1561. And I am just absolutely loving these early sightings. The text below the image basically describes the scene, and it says that many men and women all gathered around to, see this strange occurrence in the sky. And it describes this giant battle in the sky with this large arrowhead, this triangular object, and many, many smaller tubes in the sky, many smaller spheres, and the sun, of course, is up there, and there's little crescents around the sun, and they're all apparently duking it out, fighting for dominance in the sky. When a lot of these spheres got hit, they said, they would fall down to the earth in like a puff of smoke, which sounds kind of like alien spaceshipy. I mean, that might just be me, but it definitely sounds like a Star Wars-esque kind of scene. It was a very mysterious event. Loads of people witnessed it, and there hasn't really been a solid scientific explanation for this. There has been some where people say that this might have been like a sundog or something, which is where the sun's light kind of reflects in strange ways and creates these other suns or these crescents. But the scene depicted here isn't quite like that. Like, that doesn't explain the crosses or the tubes or the spheres in the sky. It doesn't explain them falling to Earth in poofs of smoke. So yeah, a really cool one. Emilchin abduction was an alien abduction that happened in Emilchin, Poland in 1978. Jan Wolski was driving along in his cart along the road when he was attacked by these two short green creatures, and he said he originally mistook them for foreigners, and he said they jumped up front with him, they started speaking this strange language, and they looked kind of human at this point, but like not really. And he said they had slanted eyes and prominent cheekbones, which I am not even going to get into. He drove his cart a little further along until he saw this strange hovering craft. And then Jan was taken aboard this craft, where he met some more strange little green creatures, and he was ordered to strip, and the aliens just examined him and then reclothed him, thank God. Then they offered him some food, which resembled icicles, and he said no thank you. Which, come on, if you're gonna offer people icicles as food, like at least eggs, bacon, avocado, for Christ's sake, not bloody icicles. Icicles are not a balanced diet, too much ice. But he refused this offer of food. He eventually went back home, back to his family, and he told them the tale of his abduction. And they all wanted to see this craft, you know, these aliens. So they all went back with Jan to the abduction site, and sadly, there was no craft, there was no aliens, but there were some footprints around, as well as some flattened grass, which perhaps might have been where the craft landed. There were some other witnesses in the area at this same time, saying they saw something strange, something unexplained, something unusual in the sky, but Jan did never meet or see his alien abductors ever again. And to commemorate this incident, they actually made this monument and placed it at the original abduction site, which is pretty cool. The Gdynia UFO incident. So this is another Polish UFO incident, and it is often called the Polish Roswell because, you know, of how interesting and seemingly elaborate the entire case is. This happened in 1959, and on this day, a large unidentified object came flying along the sky and crashed into the waters of the Gdynia port. And there were dozens of witnesses for this one. There were random civilians, there were port workers, sailors, and they described a large, flaming, pinkish, orangish object, as I said, flying through the sky and then smashing into the water. Logically, the next step was to, you know, send people down and search the waters to try and find what this object was. And they did find what we only know as a distorted metal fragment. It was sent off, it was analyzed, and they said it was just a piece of old metal. And then they just kind of stopped all reportings on this case and didn't give it any media attention whatsoever. Like, almost immediately after this incident, the authorities came in, the military came in, they did searches, they kind of closed off at least that area of the dock, and then they took all of the evidence away, stopped reporting on it, as I said, and that's kind of the entire story. It was honestly very suspicious, very strange. I don't know if we can trust their analysis that it was just a random piece of metal that they found. If it was a strange piece of advanced, maybe tech or a ship or something, I'm sure that is something that they would want to keep secret from the public. Or even if this was a Soviet secret weapon or secret craft, you know, experimental technology sort of thing, then they would also probably want to keep that a secret. So it makes sense that they hid it from everyone and then made this excuse of it was just a random piece of metal that they found. Like, they never actually explained what this thing in the sky was. People were saying it might have been a meteor, but for a meteor to be this size, it had to obviously have been traveling from space, and they calculated that a meteor this size traveling from space, it would have hit this port with so much force that it would have blown up the dock and blown up ships and just caused mass deaths and damage and everything. And that is not what happened. So it probably wasn't a meteorite. As I said, a very public event or occurrence or encounter, very secretive government sort of cover-up style, and no even decent explanation as to what this might have been. So I think calling it the Polish Roswell incident is honestly very appropriate. Operation Paperclip TR-3B. So the TR-3B is this theorized reverse engineered alien tech that apparently the United States has possession of, or they have created sort of thing, and it is generally thought to be this large black like triangular craft with super advanced technologies and, you know, flying capabilities, stealth capabilities, all that good stuff. And this craft doesn't just fly, but it like floats along or glides along, as we explored earlier. So it definitely seems to have some type of advanced technology with it. That is if it actually exists, which a lot of people think it doesn't exist, but a lot of these theories about its existence comes from something called Operation Paperclip, which took place just after World War II. And this was after the defeat of the Germans in World War II, and after their defeat, the US brought 1,500 at least top scientists, top mechanics, top engineers over to the US to work on US technologies. So they took a bunch of the brain power, a bunch of the working power and ideas from the Germans after the war. And also it is thought that anything that the Germans were working on during World War II, the US eventually learnt about through their scientists. And that's when you get into the theories of the Germans developing something like this, you know, advanced technologies, advanced crafts, advanced weapons like the Wunderwaffe sort of thing, either on their own or through extraterrestrial discoveries, and then the US taking this information, using it for themselves, and building the TR-3B. So it's something like a thing of legends, but it might possibly exist. The Ukraine UFO was this strange object, UFO, spotted in Ukraine in like 2003 or 2023, 2024, and the guys observing it are just confused as heck at what this is, where it came from. They think maybe it's a strange craft of some kind or that it's a drone, but then they comment on how peculiar it is. You know, it's not bopping up and down, it's not really flying around, it's just there, and they think it also might be a UFO. So yeah, a very strange one, a very recent one, and since they're at war with the Russians, maybe it's some advanced Russian tech or craft, who knows. Zygmunt Adamski was a very strange case involving a coal miner from Yorkshire, Zygmunt Adamski. Now, he had gone shopping one day, and when he didn't return, he obviously was reported missing. There were multiple searches started, and none of them were really successful, and it wasn't until 5 days later that they found Zygmunt's body on top of a pile of coal. He was dead. He was 20 miles from his home, and he was wearing a suit, except he had no shirt, and his watch and his wallet were missing. They took the body in, they examined him, and there was no necessary cause of death found on him, but he did have these burns, these strange burns on like the back of his neck, on his shoulders, and there was this strange ointment seemingly applied to them, and they had no idea what the ointment was. They said that these burns might potentially have been like radiation burns. His facial hair had only grown 1 day's worth, even though he had been missing for 5 days, which that's a bit of a small detail, but it is important for some theories, because like if he's been missing for 5 days, you'd expect his beard to grow 5 days worth. So either he was shaving himself, either someone else shaved him for some reason, or there was some sort of time slip where he only existed for 1 day, but was found 5 days later. And the people who initially found him, as well as the people doing the investigation, all said that it looked like he had been scared to death, like quite literally. The look on his face was just sheer horror, sheer terror. And also where he was found was really strange. Like he was found in this coal yard on top of this pile of coal, and it's like, what did he take off his shirt, hide his wallet, hide his watch, and then run up to the top of this pile of coal and then just die on top of it? Like, that seems strange. Or did someone kill him somehow and then place his body on top of this pile of coal? Which also seems strange, because why wouldn't you just bury the body or hide it, or like any number of things besides putting it up there? And there was no real signs of another person being there, you know, having climbed up this thing. It was just all kinds of strange. The other theory was that obviously he was abducted and he was taken around. Perhaps he got burns from the aliens, perhaps he got burns somehow other, and the aliens used this strange ointment to maybe try and heal the burns, and then either they killed him or he saw them and he scared himself to death, and then they were flying by and, you know, reverse abducted him, let's say, on top of this pile of coal. As I said, it's a very, very strange case. There's a bunch of theories for this one. None of them really seem to fit perfectly or are satisfactory, but it is a case that will stick in my mind for probably quite a long time. Aliens are long dead. So this is the theory that aliens did once exist. You know, either they were primitive beings as we discussed earlier, or they were this super advanced, high-tech, spacefaring alien species. But for whatever reason, for one reason or another, they ended up getting wiped out and dying off. And it's always a possible answer, I think, to something like the Fermi paradox that says, you know, we should be seeing life kind of all over the universe, but why aren't we? And I think one reason for this, and one interesting kind of perspective or thing to think about, is firstly that planets and galaxies and stars and all that are like really, really far away, and the light we are seeing from these other planets is like a view into the past sort of thing, which is always kind of strange when you think about it. Like, if there were a planet that would somehow be able to view us, like say they had these, you know, telescopes, hyper powerful telescopes that could somehow see Earth, and if they were 100 million light years away, then they wouldn't be able to see humans. They would see the light that was coming off the Earth 100 million years ago, and at that time there was, you know, dinosaurs. So they would look out into space, they would look at our planet, and they wouldn't see humans, they wouldn't see modern technologies, they wouldn't see cars or rocket ships or anything like that. They would just see these primitive, basic lizards, these dinosaurs just walking around, and maybe they wouldn't even try to contact them. They would see them as like not even a threat. And so I think that is applicable for a lot of the planets that we look at. Like, we are looking out into space, and all of these planets that are really far away, we don't see any sign of life on them. But perhaps we are just looking into the planet's past, and right now, currently, those planets do have life. They do have maybe intelligent life. And yeah, that's always a strange thing to think about. But the other theory is that aliens developed on these planets long, long ago, and maybe something like Mars, where they used to have a habitable planet, and then something happened to the planet, they were no longer able to live on it, they all died out. I think something like that is completely plausible. I mean, for basically hundreds of millions of years, life was almost the same on Earth. Like, yeah, you had different variations, different species, but they never really developed much. And it's only really in the past few thousand years, and especially in the past maybe 100 years or so, that humans have had this exponential, you know, explosion of technology, from mobile phones, the internet, satellites. All of this crazy stuff is happening so fast that it's at least plausible that maybe it'll continue to happen so fast, or there'll be a nuclear disaster or something like that, and all of this progress will just get wiped out somehow, and maybe that's what happened to these aliens. It's a sad thought, it's a somewhat scary thought, but I think it is always a possibility when you're considering aliens and deep space and faraway planets, that sort of thing. Jesus UFO refers mostly to this painting, but also to a few other paintings and references in the Bible in Jesus's time surrounding Jesus and potential UFOs. I mean, look at some of these paintings. These are straight up UFOs. And I know most people do just consider these to be depictions of the divine being or depictions of the Lord coming down from heaven. I do understand that. But there are theories, there are people out there who believe that Jesus had contact with aliens, or that he himself was an alien, or the angels were aliens, or God was an alien, and these divine powers, this divine blessing, is actually just advanced alien tech. Not saying it's a necessarily strong theory, but here, we must cover all theories, and this is definitely one theory out there. The interdimensional UFO hypothesis. And this one, for me, is super fascinating and interesting to cover, as it imagines that aliens don't necessarily come from other planets, but rather from another dimension. And this explains a ton of things, which I will get into right here. So you might have all seen the representation, the drawing, the demonstration of a 2D world with like a a 2D creature in it. Right, so I'll try and explain it very briefly. Imagine you have like a 2D world that's completely flat, and you have a person living on this flat world, and they are 2D as well. So their entire existence exists just here. They have maybe their little home, and in their home is their little kitchen, and there's a little closet and all that sort of thing. If me and you are out here in the 3D world, and this 2D being is not able to perceive this 3D world, they would not be able to see or look at us. So we would basically be completely invisible to this creature. And I hope this is all making sense so far. This is like a classroom lesson or something. But as we are here observing this 2D creature, we could seemingly teleport or suddenly appear inside of this world. Just, if we came over here, touched our finger here, we would appear seemingly out of nowhere in this world. And then we could zoop away, we would seemingly disappear, and then we could appear over here. We could do any number of these things, and we could also watch this being without it watching us, and we could track it, we could see it wherever it goes. And so there are some theories that these aliens, whatever they are, demons, beings, are from a fourth spatial dimension, one that we can't exist in, we can't observe, just like this little flat dude. And so these aliens are able to watch us at all times, they can see us, we can never really hide from them in any way, and they are able to just appear places, disappear other places, go into this other dimension. And yeah, it's a pretty complicated theory, but it is super cool, super sci-fi-ish almost, with a little bit of like theoretical realism in it. Honestly, it is just super fascinating. And since they are able to watch us all the time from this, other dimension, that might explain why a lot of these abductions and encounters happen when, no one else is around, when this person is in their truck driving along at night. Perhaps this alien watches you, sees you're alone in the truck, and then waits until you're out on the road, looks around, there's no one else here, and then it just appears and comes out and encounters you, or you encounter it. So very fun theory, very fun topic, and might be a little complicated. I know sometimes these get, a bit dizzying in a way, but regardless, very, very cool. Inside an alien simulation. So this is a somewhat terrifying theory that says that we are perhaps inside another alien species simulation. This has been covered before in a few of the other icebergs I've done, where we are just, living inside of a simulation. But the next obvious question for that would be, whose simulation is it? And I think maybe one of the more logical explanations, answers, would be a alien species. Some other species that has developed their technology so much, becomes so advanced that they're able to create these simulations, and then maybe they just breed humans and put them inside the simulation. Maybe we are aliens ourselves and we are living in this simulation as this strange species called human. Like, there are almost infinite possibilities here, and all of them are absolutely terrifying. The Spaceships of Ezekiel. So this is this fascinating book by Josef F. Blumrich, or however you say it in German. And this was written in 1974 and puts kind of a alien UFO spin on this account from the Bible of Ezekiel seeing these strange visions. And one of these visions includes seeing these strange creatures floating around in the sky, and Joseph basically argues that these are flying saucers, or at least aliens. Now, when he started the book, this theory already existed, and he actually started the book with the mind and goal to disprove these theories. But he said when he studied it, looked into it, looked at enough of the evidence, he himself was convinced that this theory was true. So he basically changed the goal or the aim of the book, and then he finished writing it. And he said that he'd never felt so delighted, satisfied, and fascinated to have been proven wrong. In the book, he basically goes over the encounter that Ezekiel had, and he, as an engineer, tries to create and design some crafts, some technology that fit in with Ezekiel's description of what he was seeing. He saw these beings up in the sky with 4 different faces, and they had wings. And we've gone over the descriptions earlier in the iceberg, and there's also the description of a giant wheel within a wheel that moves in 4 different directions, which Blumrich actually designed and patented a designed for, and he called this the Omni Wheel, which he thinks maybe the aliens might have used, but maybe it was an actual spaceship or shuttle or flying saucer or something, or maybe it was genuinely a vision of God, the divine grace, angels sort of thing. But it is quite an interesting account, and this book does kind of put a spin on it from an engineer's perspective. So yeah, very fun. Tier 6. Now in this tier, the deepest, darkest tier, we will mostly be getting into crazy theories. Now some of these theories are so complex, they're a little confusing, they're very scary, and they are all absolutely awesome. So the first theory is the dark forest theory. So this theory suggests that aliens, species, intelligent species are all naturally very destructive. And so if you're an alien species, you might know how destructive you are, and so naturally you would assume other alien species are also that destructive. Like say an alien species did come down here en masse, something like a Mars attacks incident where their entire species, say millions of aliens, all came down. You don't think maybe there would be a war there? Some guns going off, some alien ray guns or laser guns, rockets, missiles. Like we fight enough between our own race, between humans. Of course we would be fighting other aliens. So if we assume that, and we assume that other alien races are like super deadly or at least unpredictable and would very likely kill us, attack us, wipe us out, because space is so vast and you can't really defend yourself from everywhere, it makes sense that the best defense is just to remain silent. You know, it's like kind of being in the Hunger Games or being in the woods with loads of other people that want to kill you, and everyone has a flashlight to see where they're going, but obviously if you turn on the flashlight or start a fire or something, you've just given your position away to every other person in the forest. So what's the best way to survive? Well, it's just to turn off your flashlight. And obviously, if every alien species does turn off their flashlight, and then you are in the forest looking out, you might assume that you are all alone in this forest because you see no other signs of life, no flashlights out there, no fires. And that is basically the dark forest theory, is that alien species do exist out there, but they are not showing themselves out of fear, out of being defensive. And I think it's a very cool and somewhat terrifying theory, and maybe we'll find out the truth soon enough. The physical law theory is, once again, as a lot of these are going to be, a very wild theory that suggests that aliens might not be like physical beings, or at least not anymore, but they might currently be strange stuff like physical laws. Like perhaps if aliens evolve so much, so far into the future, they have all of this crazy tech, they might get kind of bored with living in a physical body, and maybe living in a physical body and walking around and having to eat and all that, maybe that's not super fulfilling in the end. It might be more fun, it might be more of an experience sort of thing, you know, a wild ride to maybe exist as a star. You know, how kind of rad would that be? Existing for millions, billions of years as this little hydrogen thingy, and then eventually exploding outwards and flying all across the world or the universe and the galaxies. Like, I can imagine that being pretty insane. Not for me, obviously. I kind of like being a human, but you can imagine some alien species doing something like that. And so there is the possibility that aliens might exist as stars, might exist as gas clouds or trees or rocks or like barren planet somewhere. Maybe that is the height of existence. There's also the theory that aliens might be something like dark matter, which is this strange matter which we can't really observe. We can only see it's there by the gravitational pull that it exerts. So it kind of does exist out there, but we just can't observe it. But it does affect gravity still, so it must exist. And it is responsible for roughly like 85% of the matter in the entire universe. So most of the matter by far in the universe is this dark matter. And there is a theory that perhaps aliens have, you know, turned themselves into dark matter, either accidentally, either on purpose, you know, maybe in an experiment to try and cross dimensions or something. They ended up warping large amounts of the universe into this other dimension that doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum, which is why we can't see it. But that is a very complex theory. It is very insane, but the main idea behind it is that maybe aliens don't look like how we'd imagine them to look. And as I said, I do love theories like this. They really open up your imagination. They don't get you stuck on some boring concept or something like that. They really make you just think and think wildly and think out of the box or out of the universe or whatever. And it is just really fun to imagine. But as I said, once again, also very terrifying. Alien internet is the theory that there is just some vast alien internet out there, like out in the galaxies, maybe from galaxy to galaxy, maybe across our galaxy, that we just can't observe. They liken it to like if you went 2,000 years back in the past and somehow you still had computers, you still had your phone, and you still had satellites up in the sky, so like you were able to utilize the internet like we are today, then the people of the time, 2,000 years ago, they would have zero way of detecting these internet waves or detecting the information you've sent across them. It would basically be invisible to them, and that is only because they hadn't discovered stuff like that. To them, from all that they've discovered up until that point, this would basically be impossible. So the idea is that aliens, maybe across the galaxy or maybe in between galaxies, have discovered some way of sending mass amounts of information out across there into the universe really quickly, and we are just none the wiser, and it's just passing by us without us being able to detect it. Very interesting theory, very interesting thought, and I honestly just sat here for about 5 minutes just thinking about it. It is really mind-boggling as to what we don't know that we don't know. The regression theory posits that aliens do exist out there in the universe, and they are super advanced, but that they have grown, they have developed technology on their planet, and then they developed space technology, you know, maybe a little more advanced than us, but then they figure out how to create AI and hyper-realistic simulations. And these simulations are so advanced, maybe they can experience 1,000 lifetimes in like 10 minutes. And so if they go into these simulations, they are basically immortal. And there's no downside to it either, because they're not able to distinguish it from real life because of how high-tech and realistic it is. So it might make sense that the entire alien race just regresses in a way. You know, they stop space travel quite as much, they come back down to their planet, and instead of developing and being spread out all across the universe, they kind of collapse back down into their planet, into these pods, and just exist in these simulations. Probably quite a realistic theory, I would think, and it is quite scary, I would say, especially for something like the future of humanity. Like, if we ever got to that point, do you think we would do that as well? I like to think not, but then you never know with humanity. Mars exploration refers to a CIA document, like an actual CIA documentation that you can actually visit right now on the CIA official website, and it is titled Mars Exploration, and it basically covers some experiments, some projects regarding psychic viewing and astral projection that took place in 1984. The idea was to study these abilities and phenomena, like just in case they were real, so they didn't fall behind the Russians, and they brought people in who said they were able to psychically project and to read minds and that sort of thing, and they often asked them to, you know, project yourself up onto Mars or onto Venus and to give some descriptions of what they saw up on these planets. They didn't really find anything conclusive, but it is a mind-blowing study and document that I still can't believe is officially up on the CIA website. Well, that's if it's still up there. Maybe it was taken down after this video was put up, who knows? But while you still have the chance, go and check it out. The Kardashev scale refers to this scale created by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev. This was back in 1964, and it was kind of like an attempt to categorize alien civilizations as well as our own. They're all kind of ranked and scaled based on energy consumption and the, I guess, efficiency of energy usage. Like Type 1 civilizations, for example, are able to utilize all of the energy on their planet, and we do this partially by, you know, setting up wind turbines or windmills sort of thing, or like waterways where we gather the energy of the flowing river. But a full Type 1 civilization would be able to extract energy from stuff like earthquakes, tsunamis, natural volcanoes and stuff like that. Like all the energy that the Earth produces, we would be able to utilize and to convert into some usable energy. So we're not quite even at a Type 1 civilization just yet. Type 2 civilizations would be able to utilize all of the energy coming from their local star. So obviously we're only using like solar panels. We're using a tiny amount of energy that comes from the sun. But a full Type 2 civilization might hypothetically set up some device or space station or something around the sun. And then this device would maybe have like solar panels on the inside or something. And instead of absorbing this tiny little bit of sun that comes to the earth, it would be absorbing the entire energy output of this sun. And then you could, go up to it, plug in your iPhone or something, and get almost infinite energy. Like, you'd probably be able to power every single thing on the planet, as well as all of your space travel by that point, if you're able to utilize this energy. Like, you wouldn't need coal or oil or wood or literally anything. You would just take it all from your local star. And I mean, really, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. The energy from the sun isn't really doing anything besides on our planet, so I don't think the rest of the solar system would really be losing much. Then there are Type 3 civilizations that would be able to harness all the energy in the galaxy. So, every solar system, every star within the galaxy would have its energy kind of siphoned and directed and stored in some way for this civilization to use or distribute in any way they saw fit. Scientists estimate we are probably likely millions of years from being a Type 3 civilization, probably at least thousands of years away from being a Type 2 civilization of, building something around the sun sort of thing, and likely at least a few hundred years away from being even a Type 1 civilization. A very cool concept, a spacey, science-y concept, and the idea of like building a device around a black hole or something, or I especially like building something around a star and then charging everything that your civilization needs off this one star. I really like that concept. It's really cool, and potentially other alien species out there have done exactly this. Artificial alien theory. So we've covered the theory of these Greylians down here on Earth being potentially androids, say, so they were built by other aliens. But this theory is a little bit terrifying, and it kind of says that these aliens, wherever we encounter them, are not biological beings, but are actually robots. Not built by anything necessarily, but only built by AI. So you can imagine this other species on another planet, it develops this technology, it develops AI, maybe much like we have down here on Earth, and then this AI gets away from them, it gets a little too intelligent, and it takes over the planet for itself, killing all the other natural aliens. Then, because this AI is so advanced, so intelligent, it builds these bodies for itself, kind of like Ultron from Marvel, and figures out advanced space travel, and then, shoots off itself into space, has these little alien bodies all connected to one hive mind, and it says that the aliens we encounter are these AI robots. Very insane for a theory, very mind-boggling, but also hyper interesting, and probably a little scary for us humans if we don't keep an eye on AI. An eye on AI. It's kind of funny. Grey aliens are dolphin-based life forms. Right, so this is a very strange theory. I don't know how realistic it is. It's probably not realistic at all, but it is very strange. So it basically says that these grey aliens, the ones that we always see, at least more recently, are actually descendants of basically dolphins. So, the skin is kind of similar. The skin is grey, they have black eyes, and they are very intelligent. So it says that somehow, perhaps, dolphins evolved into this hyper-intelligent species long ago, and then these aliens went to another planet, and by the time that they left for this planet, they had developed arms and legs and all that, but they were still dolphin-based, so they had the grey skin, the black eyes, and this is basically the theory. Yeah, these theories have gone from interesting to a little bit loopy. Sounds kind of like a fanfic sort of theory, but it is a theory and it does exist. The Blue Planet Project was an apparent leaked document or collection of documents that was kept top secret by the government until it was leaked in the 1990s by an anonymous source. It contains full lists of alien languages, alien species, alien technology and crafts, and it has a bunch of evidence of alien encounters all in this one giant collection. Some people think it's a clear amateurish fake, a hoax sort of thing, which I'll be honest, it does look a little amateurish, and other people are wholly believe that this is some important top secret government document and like the absolute proof of aliens down here on Earth. But I don't really know about this one. It definitely does look a little amateurish and basic to me, and you'd think the government would take more care in covering something like this up. And so, without further ado, grab a drink. My choice today is alien tea, which is identical in absolutely every way to regular English tea, except, you know, it's made by aliens and it comes from space. Tier 1, Gary McKinnon. So this was a guy, a British guy, in 2001 and 2002 who committed, and I quote, the biggest computer military hack of all time. He was in his mid-30s at the time, living in London, and he said he didn't really kind of technically hack anything. He said their security was so bad, you know, the security of like NASA, the US government, the US military. He said it was so bad that he basically just went onto their servers, used, you know, default passwords. Like he just went to their login portal, entered like user 0 password 123 sort of thing, and he just got access to all of their servers and all of their files. Now it probably was a bit more complicated than that, but he said he was kind of thrilled to actually have gotten in, but also a little bit disappointed in the government for having all of these secrets and not really even protecting them. He even left a message on the government website saying that your security is crap, and I mean, yeah, he's not really wrong. The whole case is a little bit unclear as to what he actually did versus, you know, what he was accused of doing. As after they found him, after they identified him and tracked him down, the US government and the US military just kind of went crazy against him. They threw all of these accusations, all of these charges at him, basically because they, you know, kind of made them look a little bit silly. So he faced the possibility of being sentenced to like 60 years in a US prison for stuff like storing data and logins, for deleting military weapons logs, and a few other, you know, smaller charges. But his case was this whole like decades-long case with him living in England and the US basically trying to extradite him to charge him in America. Originally, it was, you know, the old bill, the British government who did arrest him, but they subsequently let him go after they realized that he hadn't actually hacked any of the UK, you know, computers and systems. But then obviously the US was saying, no, actually, you need to send him over to America because he hacked us, national security sort of thing. And eventually, like a decade later, it was actually Theresa May, of all people, who basically put an end to this. She said, we're not going to extradite him. He had been suffering for years. He wasn't able to work. He wasn't able to sleep or eat. His anxiety was like through the roof. He hadn't arguably caused any, you know, lasting damage. And so, yeah, as I said, she decided not to extradite him. And he then went to live out his life in the UK, which he's still living here now. And that is where the case currently sits to this day. But I hear you say, Connor, what the heck does this all have to do with aliens? Well, I will tell you what it has to do with aliens. So this Gary guy was basically always a very curious person. Ever since he was a kid, he was always interested in mysteries, in questions and answers. And so he used to ask himself a fair bit, you know, where did we come from? Are we alone in the universe? Are aliens really out there? And that was at least part of his reasoning, he said, for doing these initial hacks. You know, he hacked the US military, he hacked NASA somewhat in order to find out if there was any evidence, you know, of aliens, of UFOs. And he said that when he did these hackings, he found a ton of evidence. He said he found documents exploring and, you know, documenting stuff like anti-gravity technology. And this anti-gravity technology was at least reverse engineered, but possibly even taken straight from UFOs. There was also documents on infinite or near infinite energy sources. There were photos of large alien crafts. There were like spreadsheet documents, which were very shadowy and very shady. And they had the names and ranks of all of these Air Force members, but the names of these individuals didn't pop up anywhere else, and they weren't traceable or trackable to an actual person. There were also, he said, details on ship-to-ship transfers, and none of the names of these ships were traceable to anywhere else. So Gary theorized that perhaps these individuals that weren't linked anywhere, perhaps these were non-human members of the Air Force, and these ship-to-ship transfers may very well have been ship or aircraft to spacecraft transfers. So this would have been a, you know, humans working with aliens sort of thing. Because let's be real, who transfers from like plane to plane. I mean, I'm sure it is possible, but it is still a bit strange. But just as he was downloading some of these images, in the action of downloading, it kind of alerted the, system admins to the fact that he was there. And then they did subsequently cut the connection, kick him out, and then, trace him down and arrest him and try and prosecute him. And then the rest of the case went, from there, as we explored earlier. The Communion film. So this is in reference to the film Communion, which we actually did touch on in the previous Alien Iceberg episode, which the Communion film was based on the Communion book, and that was based on the real world life experience and actually written by Whitley Strieber. He was an author who had these experiences, these encounters with aliens one night, or rather over a period of time, and he wrote a few books about it, one of them being Communion. And then this was made into a film, but the film itself is one of the most absurd, amazing pieces of media you will ever see. Whitley was abducted by, well, he didn't really call them aliens, they were like visitors, he called them, or non-human beings. Like, he wasn't sure if they were aliens, or just time travelers, or interdimensional beings, but he did know they were a little bit weird. And I included this entry because I don't think we did it justice enough in the last episode. We just kind of, danced, kind of skirted over it. But I have recently watched the film and it is amazing. Like, do me a favor and at least watch the trailer if you don't have a lot of time. And I'm not too sure how much of the film I can actually show here. Maybe it's like a little clip I can show, maybe it's nothing at all. I'll figure that out in the editing stage. But if you want to go watch it and don't want any spoilers, then just skip over this next part. But this film stars Christopher Walken, which already is a fantastic start to a film. But he basically gets abducted by these strange visitors. He gets probed by them. There is a weird dance scene, and he ends up revealing that these are not actually Gralians as they may, first appear, but they're actually reptilian aliens that use this gray alien kind of facade, disguise as a mask sort of thing.
I don't recall them being human.
And honestly, even that is not doing it justice. It is like one big fever dream of a film. It feels so eerie and magical at the same time. It seems like something akin to a cult classic. Like, imagine a film like The Room, but just super terrifying, super scary, and starring Christopher Walken.
You people, you sit there, you're in for one big surprise.
And I can't tell if this is an absolutely terrible film or, the greatest masterpiece ever to have been made. But on top of all that, it has a score written by Eric Clapton, arguably one of the greatest guitarists of all time. So it's like, how did this film even happen? You got Eric Clapton, Christopher Walken, aliens, Whitley Strieber, seemingly terrible acting and directing, also beautiful and magical at the same time. So yeah, a super unique film, and go and check it out if you have the time. Cross-shaped UFOs. So this can refer to a bunch of different instances, but it almost always refers to these flying objects in the sky, which often appear to be lit up or orange or glowing, and that also seem to both appear and disappear very, very swiftly. Someone even did this fancy little representation of what, a lot of them look like. And there have been many, many sightings of these over the years. This specific one just being from Georgia. But these UFOs are seemingly seen all over the world from year to year. Here is a lovely one from 2009, Birmingham, England. And as I said, they come and go very quickly. They move about the sky or wherever they are very quickly. And they range in size from like yay big sort of thing to, yay size of an airplane. And yeah, they're kind of interesting. Could they be alien crafts? Could they be tricks of light? Could they be secret military weapons or secret military crafts? Or are they something else entirely? We don't really know. Diseases from space. So this is, for me, a super interesting one that either I think refers to this book, Diseases from Space, or just to the general idea of diseases from space, which the book covers diseases from space anyway, so they're basically the same idea. And that idea being that a lot of common bacterias or diseases, stuff like the flu, the common cold, the whooping cough, as well as like dozens more. The theory or idea is that these might potentially have originated from space. So, whether this was before life on Earth, or whether it was after we evolved into humans, or long before that, or basically any period in time before history sort of thing. The idea is that these little bacteria, maybe the common cold, spread and developed somewhere out in space, whether this was, an alien planet or an asteroid or something like that. And then eventually this cold, these germs, these microbes did end up on an asteroid. That asteroid ended up hitting into Earth, and then you get these diseases spread into animals, spread into humans, and that is where they came from. It's a pretty cool little book written in 1979, and it's not just pure theorizing. They do take stuff like space dust, they do tests on it, and they found that a lot of it contained like organic materials like carbon, like nitrogen, as well as these other compounds. And they also found space compounds around, asteroid meteosites, which is not too unusual, I don't think, because, they did come from space. And there are additional theories that say stuff like SARS might have come from space, but the evidence is a little unclear on this one. It is somewhat theoretical, but I think it is a very, very cool theory nonetheless. The Berkshire Incident 1969. So this refers to an incident that happened in Berkshire County, Massachusetts in 1969, where hundreds of people all reportedly witnessed basically a UFO. This event was deemed a significantly historic and true event by local historians, which is reassuring. And these hundreds of people that witnessed this event, this object, it wasn't all just one big group of people. It involved loads of encounters of small groups of people, of individuals, scattered all over the county, all at different times. And while I can't cover every single one of them, we can cover one here, which was from a man named Thomas Reed and of his family, and they were crossing what was called the Old Covered Bridge, and this was in Sheffield in Berkshire County, and they saw what they described as a large disc-shaped object hovering above them. And they described it as spherical, very white, very bright. It was glowing or shining down on them, they said, and they estimated it to be as large as a football field, which is pretty large. They were all inside the car at the time, and so with the light from this thing seemingly, engulfing them, they tried to drive away, they tried to get away from it, and it did eventually slowly suck them in, pull them in, and they were abducted. They were later let go. Thomas made his report, and eventually Thomas did take a lie detector test, and he was found to have been 99.1% truthful. And honestly, that 0.9% is probably him just lying to sound cool, as guys tend to do. He was probably like, yeah, I saw the light and I just took off at 100 miles an hour, as you do. I was skidding around corners, outmaneuvering it. Then I jumped out of the car into a roll, into a backflip, just typical guy stuff. There was another account that came from Lake Mansfield, where Melanie Kirchdorfer, which that's an impressive name. I think it's German or Dutch or something. But anyway, this lady and her family were all abducted after being in her car, parking up, and then once again being engulfed with an intense bright light. They decided to chase this craft for whatever reason, and also ended up being sucked up, being engulfed by it, and being abducted. They all had vague memories about being inside the craft, being laid out on tables, of each member of their family kind of disappearing one by one, and then waking up at the lake all alone and having to walk home. There are honestly a bunch of these stories, a bunch of witnesses and, cases like this one that all share fairly similar details, are all roughly at the same time in the same county. So it is a very spooky one, definitely one to think about. The 1974 Medellin encounter. So this encounter took place in 1974, obviously, in Medellin, Spain. And this was when a man named Santiago Pulido Romero was one day heading over to his dad's farm when he saw this strange floating thing in the sky. He said it was circular at its base with kind of a pointed roof on it, and that it was kind of spinning in place. He was in his car at the time, driving along, so naturally he was a bit confused, he was a little bit scared, and he did just turn on his lights to kind of get a better look maybe at what this thing might be. And it was when he turned on the lights that this thing kind of shot towards him super quickly, which is terrifying. And he did then, turn his lights off, and this thing kind of shot away again. So very strange right from the get-go. Santiago did actually manage to see when this craft was, close to him. He did manage to see 3 tall, what seemed to be men inside of this craft, and they were all standing up, wearing some sort of helmets, and seemed to be using some sort of lever or controls, probably of the ship. He was, completely terrified by this point. This weird craft that had zoomed towards him, zoomed away, and was now currently just hovering there, watching him menacingly. He did eventually make it all the way to the farm, and he got out of the car. These beings seemingly followed him there and were again just chilling there, watching him. So Santiago went inside for a while, and he eventually came out with a freaking pitchfork because he was apparently ready to engage in like interplanetary, inter-alien combat, ray guns versus pitchfork. And the craft didn't in fact fight him, but it did hang around for a little while longer before eventually disappearing by, zooming away at an incredible speed. And that was basically the end of the case. It's a, in my opinion, fantastic, somewhat terrifying story, but it wasn't actually just Santiago that witnessed this craft or whatever it was that night. There was a young boy nearby who saw this craft. There were also 2 other nearby residents that saw this craft. And there were also 2 traffic policemen who witnessed something very similar. And Santiago himself was found to be quite a down-to-earth man, quite sensible, not really into the whole alien spaceship sort of thing. He often kind of laughed at his own story because he said like, yeah, if someone else told me this, I probably wouldn't believe it, which I think, in my opinion, adds actually a little credence to his own story. But that was the Medellin encounter. The Night of the Living Dolls was a super rare sighting, which this was incredibly hard to find evidence for online. And honestly, if you want a bunch of links to a lot of these cases, I'll probably leave them somewhere in the Discord server, so head over there and check that out if you want to. I know it's been a while since we talked about the Discord server, but it is still going, it is still somewhat active, and I would love to bring all of you lovely people in there for daily quotes or discussions or what have you. But yeah, I'll leave a lot of these sources and a lot of these links in the Discord channel. But this case took place in August in 1979 in Gateshead, England. And this is when a lady named Carol W., the W probably being for privacy purposes, but she was sitting alone in her bed waiting for her husband to come home when there was this sudden super bright red light from outside of her window. And naturally, she got up, went to go check on what the light was, and she said it was this huge disc, this floating disc, just hovering in the middle of the street, and it was, lit up, it was sparkly, it was shimmery, and almost immediately this disc shot up into the sky, and then there was, silence like it was never there. So after a while, Carol just went back to bed, which it's like, how the heck do you just go back to bed after something like that happens? But she did, and then while she was in bed, a mini version of this craft that she saw outside, a mini version of it came floating in through her window, and it just shot glitter all over the room, which firstly, it's like rude. Do you know how hard glitter is to clean up? And yeah, that's kind of all it did initially. It came in, shot glitter everywhere, just floated there watching her, and then it shot out of her room, went into, her hallway, other bedrooms, and she did go out to check on it, but she basically couldn't find it. And this was kind of a recurring thing. It would come back randomly, zip in through the bedroom door, scare the dog a little bit with the buzzing, zip out, and every time they saw this, they would go after it, they would go and check, it would scare the dog would start barking, but they never actually did end up catching it. And one time, eventually after these repeated sightings, Carol was a little annoyed, a little scared, and so she went to stay with her mother. And still, this little craft found her, came into her bedroom, and this was at like 4 a.m. mind you, so they're also disturbing her sleep. But yeah, this time they actually paralyzed Carol, and these little tiny men in white suits, they came out of the craft and they basically were just watching Carol and clicking to themselves, which, I mean, sorry, is this a alien encounter or a horror film? Like, Jesus Christ, that's so weird and jazzy. And yeah, eventually they did stop appearing. Carol and her family and the dog stopped hearing and seeing them, and that was the end of the case. So a very strange one, a very rare one, but it is still very interesting. The Michelin Men refers to a sighting in May 1960, and this was in Cadiz, Spain. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce Cadiz, but this is when a man named Don Miguel Timmermans Ceballos, again, I think that's how you pronounce it, he was riding along on his motorcycle when all of a sudden he saw this strange looking creature. And this creature was around 6 or 7 feet tall, it was completely red, and it seemed to have trouble walking. Like, Don thought it was a robot or something because of how stiff its joints were. It was, you know, walking along. And there was also a second creature, very, very similar to this other creature, just a lot smaller and with a black boot, which I don't know if that's super relevant, but that's what the case says. These creatures or beings or whatever they were the shape of, you know, the Michelin Men or the Michelin Man, hence the name Michelin Men, and they seemingly appeared out of nowhere according to Don. They were walking down the highway along the side of it, and then they seemed to cross over the highway, and by the time Don had looped around, gone back to check on them, they were just nowhere to be seen. Like, they couldn't have gotten that far on foot, so Don was just completely dumbfounded. Bit of a strange one, this one. These types of creatures, these, you know, Michelin-shaped creatures, are seen in many other cases. They are seen all over the world, it seems. So, yeah, definitely a strange case, and definitely one to consider. The Erba Encounter. So this is an encounter that took place in Erba, Como, in Italy. It involves a man named Renzo Pugina, who, I kid you not, says he was a stock cube salesman, which is one hell of a unique job. Yum, stocky. But anyway, this man Renzo was coming home after watching a film, and as he parked his car up in his, you know, villa, he noticed at the top of the stairs there was this strange light there. But at the time he said he just attributed this to the glow of the moon, and so he finished parking up the car, actually went upstairs to the front door himself, and lo and behold, there was a strange little figure standing at the top of the stairs. This creature was just leaning against a tree that Renzo owned, and this creature, mainly from the top of his head, was actually emitting this light that Renzo saw. Renzo said this strange creature was wearing this weird armor, and he had a helmet on that kind of looked like a motorcycle visor. You know, it mostly covered his face, kind of except for his eye sort of area. Its upper body was covered in these strange metal, almost fish-like scales, and it's a bit of a strange description, but he said his lower body was like inside of a pipe, or at least a pipe-like mechanism or machine. I just imagine it to be that like little plant that's coming out of a pipe in Mario. But anyway, when Renzo got to the top of the stairs, this creature, whatever it was, actually rotated around to face Renzo, and it flashed him with a light that was so bright that it actually paralyzed Renzo. So he was stunned, he fell to the floor, he couldn't move for a few moments, and the glimpse he got of this creature at the time said it was an almost maybe human-like face, except it didn't really have a forehead. Its skin was like dark olive sort of shade, and it had small almond-shaped eyes. And he said at the time he was absolutely convinced that this was a Martian. Like, no second thoughts, no doubts, this is like 100% Martian. And so when he regained control of his body, he just got up and he started screaming at the creature Marte, or Mars in Italian. And as Renzo approached this creature, screaming Marte, this creature was kind of taken aback a little bit. It seemed in pain or upset, and it actually, along with its pipe machine, flew away or hovered away and was never seen again. Renzo was living with his wife at the time, so he immediately ran inside. He was, shook. He was upset. He was terrified. He was exhausted. And his wife actually woke up and noticed all of these things that Renzo was going through. He was terrified, traumatized. He was visibly physically shaking, and after this incident he was actually bedridden for about 2 days. Now, Renzo wasn't known to be a drinker at all. He wasn't known to take any substances or to have hallucinations or any psychological issues whatsoever. And once again, the investigators who interviewed him afterwards found him to be very down to earth, very logical, very sensible. And so obviously the big question is, what exactly did he experience on that night? The Portuguese angel hair UFO. So we actually covered this entry way earlier on in the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, like right at the beginning of that one. And it covers something called angel hair. So this is this strange kind of silk-like hair that was spotted on the ground and in the sky in Portugal roughly 10 years ago. Now, it has been spotted in various other places around the world, but as you can see, very fine substance, slightly sticky, kind of hair-like, and because it comes from the sky and floats down, it was originally named angel hair. Now, there are a bunch of potential explanations for this which aren't related to UFOs or aliens, but there are, of course, ones that are related to UFOs and aliens. Those being that it might be alien excrement, it might be some form of alien blood or life force, or it might be related to the UFOs themselves. So it might be an alien fuel source, it might be a waste byproduct of the, propulsion systems. So yeah, bit of a short one this one, very strange substance. So let me know what you think about this one in the comments below. Tall whites. So tall whites are a generic form of alien or type of alien that we have actually covered in the past, that being stuff like Nordics, stuff like Venusians or Space Brothers. But for this one, I will cover a particularly interesting case, and that was the case of Charles James Hall and his account of what he called walking with the tall whites. So he was a member of the United States Air Force, and he joined them in 1964. This was all the way back when he was 19 years old. And while he was in the Air Force, he was stationed in the Nevada desert for around about 2 years. And this was mainly as a weather observer, but he said that while he was stationed here in the desert, he had some very strange, very scary, very terrifying encounters with what he called the tall whites. And the tall whites were obviously this alien species, and Charles said that they had come down to Earth, they had made contact with humans. He did encounter them a bunch, they stalked him for a while, he actually physically interacted with them a few times, but he didn't really tell anyone about these encounters at the time, partly because he didn't want to seem like, a bit of a weirdo, a bit of a kook. And so he eventually left the Air Force, he got married, he ended up going back to school to get some, education, to get some degrees. And then he started a family, had kids, had grandkids, and it was eventually years after he actually left the Air Force that he did tell his wife Marie about all this stuff, and she more or less believed him, but she didn't really care too much. It didn't really bother her. She basically said, oh, if I ever meet these aliens, I hope they're nice, and I hope I'm nice, and I hope I don't offend them. So she definitely passed the vibe test. But yeah, years later, Marie ended up catching Charles on his laptop, and he kind of closed the laptop and she told him to open it, and what he was writing was, he said, his memoirs. And these were memoirs basically of his life, and they were for the eyes of his children and his grandchildren. And he ended up showing Marie the memoirs, and they included stories of Charles's life and stories of what he experienced with these tall whites in the desert. Marie told him that this is, super cool, and that it should be public knowledge, and that he should publish it and show it to everyone. He apparently wanted to keep it all secret, have it just for his kids and grandkids, keep it just in the family. But she did eventually convince him to, finish the writing and to go public with it. And these memoirs have been made into books in what is called the Millennial Hospitality series, which are 4 books basically explaining and exploring his encounters. There was a documentary made about Charles and his stories and his, experiences in 2020, which is a pretty cool documentary if you want to go check it out. But yeah, in my opinion, pretty cool type of alien, pretty cool encounter stories from Charles, and it comes along with a documentary. So if you don't want to read all the books, go watch the documentary, go hear Charles's stories, Charles's side of it, and decide for yourself what you think on this one. Tier 2, Daryl Anker. So this is a man that you may have heard of. He was a spiritual guy, a medium, a psychic, and he claimed to be spiritually connected with an alien called Bashar. And he will regularly have, full-on interviews, full-on seminars and talks and speeches from the perspective of this Bashar. Bashar will take over his body and then he will speak as Bashar. And what we have learned from Bashar is he has said that he is from an alternate dimensional planet, and this planet is 500 light years away. It's called Esasani, and this whole thing started back in 1973 when Daryl said he had this strange encounter with this black UFO. He said he simply saw this UFO floating there around 150 feet away, and then he saw it a second time around 60 feet away. And these were two separate occasions from what I can tell, but he never made contact with any aliens, at least at this point. But just by seeing the UFOs, he was basically fully convinced at the time that aliens existed, that UFOs existed, and that we weren't alone in the universe. So he started to delve into this sort of stuff, he started to study it, he started to learn about it, and years after this, he met a channeler, and this channeler started to teach him in the ways of spirituality and connection, and through him, he learned how to channel or how to connect spiritually with, this alien who ended up being Bashar. And this Bashar is honestly a pretty cool dude, or alien dude, Dudelian. When he possesses Daryl, he tends to talk about alien mathematics, alien politics, alien spirituality, just normal stuff, but alien. I mean, I guess all mathematics is more or less the same, but yeah, he talks about these complex ideas. He talks about space, he talks about different constellations and different galaxies and solar systems, and he also claims that, and I quote this, but he says, "We are interacting with you to share certain perspectives. That may give you an opportunity to see within yourself more of what it is you contain, to know more about yourselves, to allow us to reflect to you certain ideas that you may already know, but perhaps as a civilization have forgotten about." Bashar also has 5 laws of creation, as he calls them, and they're basically, supposed to help humanity to figure out our true purpose and our true nature and function. And these laws of creation are as follows. 1, you exist. Pretty simple one. 2, everything is here and now. 3, one is all and all is one. These are a little like Chinese fortune cookies. 4, what you put in is what you get back. And now these are a lot like Chinese fortune cookies. And 5, everything changes except the first 4 laws, which honestly, that's some pretty good advice. But the 5th one is starting to sound a bit like Fight Club or something. So that's all super interesting. But I think the most interesting part of this is that Daryl Anker is actually cousins with the teen idol Paul Anker, known for many songs such as these. But that is a story for another day. Phil Schneider was a government employee who worked in, as well as many other places, but he worked in what he called DUMBs, which these were deep underground military bases. And he claimed that these bases and tunnels were absolutely huge, like way bigger than any, base on the surface. And in these bases, some insane experiments were taking place. He said that we were fighting with aliens, that we had captured a bunch of them, we were reverse engineering all of their technology. And he said part of how we actually built or dug these tunnels was the acquisition of these hyper advanced digging, boring machines that could apparently cut right through rock like it was butter. And this was apparently technology taken from Germany in World War II, and it was perfected and developed in Los Alamos in the United States. And so I'm guessing this was, at least originally, alien technology. So Phil at the time came out, he started talking about all this stuff. He gave information on his employment, about where he was working, what he was doing, what he remembers, what he saw, and he said he actually had a clearance level of Rhyolite 38, which sounds like an arbitrary name, but it was apparently a clearance above top secret. Top secret is thought of as the top security clearance, but this was apparently one step above that. So he had unfettered access to all of the sites, to all of the information, and as well as access to just the information, he said he actually had physical altercations, physical contact with these 7-foot aliens, and they were these huge grey aliens that actually had a shootout with Phil and his colleagues. Phil described the scene, he described the fight, he said a bunch of his military friends ended up losing their lives. He was seriously injured from these battles, and all of this happened, all of this was taking place in these secret military bases. Among all of this other info, he also seems to confirm an alien that we've already covered, that being Valiant Thor, and he also asserts that there are at least 11 distinct species or types of alien, and we know all of this information because Phil actually came out and was speaking about it. This was out in public after his employment with the government, and during this time he was constantly being harassed. He was actually physically shot at multiple times, and they never did find out really who shot him. And so after all of this, Phil was actually found dead in his apartment. And so the circumstances of his death, the information that he was giving out, and the attacks on him prior to, his eventual death, they all led to a ton of suspicion. And it also didn't help that when Phil was found in his apartment, the detective at the scene didn't even call a coroner. He just sent Phil straight down to the morgue, which apparently is illegal to do, but he did it anyway. There was evidence on Phil's body that wasn't found or detected at the scene that seemed to point to this being a murder rather than, Phil doing this to himself. And there was some evidence to show that he had actually been physically tortured before his death, which again is a very strange thing to do to yourself. So honestly, a bit of a heartbreaking case, a very interesting and suspicious case. And if you'd like to check out Phil and his stories a bit more, there are a few really decent podcasts, documentaries, articles, etc. covering both Phil's claims, Phil's life, Phil himself, and the story as a whole. The Robert Taylor incident. So this was an encounter involving a man named Robert Taylor, and this was in the Detchmont Woods in Scotland in 1979. So Robert was out in this forest, he was walking his dog, when all of a sudden he saw this large, circular, spherical sort of object floating in the forest in the sky in, a clearing. It was metallic, it was dark, it was suspicious, and apparently it had a rough texture, almost like sandpaper, he said, and nothing was really happening. And then he said he smelt something like burning, and then these tiny spheres, like sea mines, he said, came out of this larger craft, and the sea mines were pulling him, tracting him into the main craft. And then all of a sudden, he lost consciousness. He woke up a little while later, all of these crafts were gone. He was just lying in the middle of this forest, and I hope his dog was with him because it didn't really mention that in the case files. But he ended up going back to his truck to, get the heck out of there. His truck wouldn't start, and so he actually had to just physically walk back home. And he arrived back home, he was exhausted, he was shaking, he had cuts on his cheek and his arms and his legs and stuff. His trousers were just torn and muddy, and his wife was like, "What the hell happened to you?" And he said, alien abduction. So they ended up calling the police. They drove back to where Taylor was actually abducted from, and they didn't find any trace of the UFOs or of the abduction, but they did find these 4 strange marks in the ground, which were, as they described them, ladder-shaped marks. And I think that means where a ladder was, extended down and placed. And this was around the spot that Taylor was abducted from. So I mean, that's a little suspicious. Taylor felt poorly for a few days after this, ended up fully recovering just fine, and there was actually a plaque put up in the area around where Taylor was abducted from, you know, referencing or commemorating this abduction. But Taylor never actually did end up seeing or witnessing these aliens or UFOs ever again. The Kelly Hopkinsville encounter is a super interesting one that occurred in Kentucky in 1955. And this is where 5 adults and 7 children all one night showed up at a police station, and they said that they had been holding off a bunch of small alien creatures from their ranch or their farmhouse. They said they had been fighting them back and holding them off via a shootout, which a shootout in Kentucky with aliens, sign me up. And they said they had been holding them off for almost 4 hours, which just sounds amazing. 2 of the adults, Elmer and Billy Ray, said that they were in the house and they randomly saw these small creatures with pointy ears, super sharp claws, long dangly arms, and these yellow glowing eyes. And these creatures would, initially kind of pop up from behind a window, or they would appear in a doorway and then disappear. And so naturally, they just shot at them with their gun to protect their families, as you do in Kentucky, I guess. First, one of these creatures popped out outside the house, and they ended up shooting at it, and then apparently it backflipped and jumped away. And then one appeared behind a window, and then they ended up, shooting at it, and then it backflipped again. And they did this a bunch of times. Apparently, one of the times, one of these creatures actually was above them and ended up reaching down with its creepy alien claws and grabbing the hair of one of these people. So yeah, they were terrified. They were shooting all over the house, and eventually they just said, look, let's all jump in the car, all 12 of us apparently, and they drove down to the local police station and said, look, you're not going to believe what we have to tell you. Alien shootout. And so with this report, they sent down, along with the inhabitants of the house, they sent down 4 city police officers, 4 military police officers, 5 state troopers, and 3 deputy sheriffs, all down to the house, ready for a potential full-out war with these creepy little aliens. And what they found was no aliens. They found a ton of bullet holes in the side of the house, or gunshot holes, or whatever they're called. I'm not a massive gun guy, as you can tell. Shout out to my boy wendigoon, or wendigoon. And that was that. All the people from the town and the village and the neighboring town and everywhere, it seems, all kind of flocked to this farmhouse at the news. They went in, they took photographs, they kind of toured around the farmhouse and the lands and the house itself, and it did garner a bit of attention. It was a bit of an attraction sort of thing, at least for a while, until everything settled down. UFO saved Earth. So this is a very interesting theory by one Dr. Yuri Labvin, who is a Russian scientist who says that the Tunguska event, which was this insane, massive, strange explosion that took place in 1908 Russia, that we, once again, shout out to the Unsolved Mystery Iceberg, we covered it in that series. But at this explosion site, there were these strange kind of imprints, if you can call it that, in some of the quartz. And Yuri said, he theorized, he thought that these imprints resembled a, alien craft control panel. And there was also some space matter ferrum silicate that was found. And all of this for Yuri came together, he brought it together and came up with the theory that basically there was this giant meteor that was coming down to Earth, and this was in 1908, and this would have wiped out the entire planet. But there was this alien spacecraft who basically, sacrificed themselves, and before this meteor hits into the Earth, this UFO comes flying by, smashes into the meteor, causes the explosion to take place far above the ground, which, reduces the impact of it. But in flying into it, it has caused the explosion to kind of hit down into the UFO, and this kind of imprinted the shape of the control panel into the quartz below. I know, it sounds unbelievable, but Yuri is very convinced of it, and I'll leave it in the iceberg because I think it's a very fun theory. Eric von Daniken. So this is this guy, a very interesting character, and I won't get fully into his story because it is quite long, but he was at one point a hotel manager who ended up basically getting convicted for fraud, because what he was doing is taking out loans for apparently his hotel business, and he was using a lot of the money from these loans to go traveling around the world to more or less investigate and explore these ancient mysteries. And he was also using the money to live like a lavish lifestyle. But the reason he was going out to explore these mysteries was because he basically believed that these were all gifts or inspired from aliens. And at the time, he was writing a book that ended up being called Chariots of God, or Chariots of the Gods. And so him traveling around the world he saw it as research for these books. Or actually, the name is Chariots of the Gods, because there's a little question mark at the end. But anyway, this book goes into details about like the Egyptian pyramids, about the Nazca lines, about the Iron Pillar of Delhi, and even this little Japanese Dogu figurine. But he basically goes into details in the book about how these were either gifted from aliens or it was inspired by aliens. You know, they taught us how to make them. And the whole book is more or less how aliens came down, they inspired humans, they taught them mathematics, physics, engineering, and allowed them to create all of these things. And at the time when the book was first released, it was actually super popular and became like a hit seller. He made a bunch of money just from the book. And he also offered theories within the book about how we could advance our own technology, about how we could advance our space technology and then go out traveling, find other civilizations, and perhaps if these other civilizations were less advanced than we were, then we could impart some of our knowledge to them, we could teach them how to make stuff, and then, you know, basically complete the cycle. And then he was arrested for this, you know, hotel fraud or this financial fraud or whatever it was. He spent a year in prison, but with the funds or with the, you know, income from the first book, he was able to basically pay off all of his debt, leave the hotel business, and while he was in prison for a year, he wrote his second book, Gods from Outer Space, which, as you can tell by the front cover, is the international bestseller that presents evidence of extraterrestrial visitors through all the centuries of Earth's existence. It's like a billboard cover on a book, and that is basically what he's best known for, these books, which it's not a terrible theory. I think it's a pretty cool kind of, you know, breakdown of at least human achievements. Like, even if you don't fully believe that they came from aliens, it is a nice book to explore some of the greater things we've achieved, and it's probably a bit of a compliment to say that, yeah, these things were built so incredibly with such skill and precision that they can only have come from aliens. So yeah, either way, kind of a fantastic theory. Avocado-shaped UFO. So this was an absolutely fascinating account that took place in 1945 in New Mexico. And this was during the first ever nuclear explosion test, famously dubbed the Trinity test. And as far as the official, you know, account or story goes, the bomb was being tested, it went off. If it was actually a bomb, which that's still up for debate, because as this account suggests, that explosion might have actually been an alien craft, you know, either breaking into the atmosphere or crash landing on Earth, and then they made up the excuse or cover of this being a, you know, nuclear explosion. But basically there was a massive explosion, a super bright light, and these two boys who were living on a farm somewhat nearby, who were named Jose Badia and Remigio Baca. They were out on horseback looking for this cow that had, you know, gone missing, gotten lost sort of thing, when they, you know, witnessed this huge explosion. So they were like taken aback, they were kind of blinded by it, but they did see, once everything kind of cleared up, they saw this little, you know, billowing smoke just in the distance, and they thought to themselves, why don't we just go over there, go check it out. Kind of interesting, nothing really else to do on a farm. And when they got nearby, what they saw was this huge kind of crater, kind of groove or mark in the ground. And they said it was only about 30 centimeters deep, but it was about 30 meters wide. So from what I can tell, something large basically came flying down, hit into the ground, and then skidded along. And right at the end of this groove, there was this craft. They said it was a pretty big craft. It was kind of shaped like an avocado, which firstly, yum, and secondly, also yum. I love avocados. But they estimated it to be roughly 9 meters long, 4 meters high. And yeah, so it wasn't a tiny craft whatsoever. When they got to the crash site, there was like metal all over the place. They said it was like, a plane crash. There was like debris and little chunks everywhere. And when they got there, they saw this small opening in the craft and these small tiny creatures kind of moving around inside of it. And eventually these creatures came out and they were walking around the craft. They were doing stuff in front of it. And according to the description, these creatures seemed to be in pain. Like, they weren't humans. They were like weird, creepy bug praying mantis sort of creatures, but also kind of humanoid. Like, they weren't just giant bugs. They had emotions and feelings and eyebrows, and they seemed to be screaming or crying or in pain or suffering because, their craft crashed into the ground. So these weird giant praying mantisae, they were out doing their thing. The boys saw this. They got maybe a little freaked out by it, and they just decided, we're in over our heads, it's quite late, it's getting dark, we best head back home. And so they did that. They went home, they told their parents about what happened, and the account doesn't really say whether their parents believed them or not, but they didn't end up going back there until not the next day, but the day after that. So I'm assuming the parents at least didn't believe them on the first day. But eventually they did go back. The two boys, they went with their two fathers and with a state police officer. They went back to the crash site. They actually still saw the craft, and the two fathers said, boys, wait outside. They went into the craft themselves, and they were in there for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then they came out. They were like shaking, they were traumatized, and they wouldn't talk about what they saw. They wouldn't talk to the boys. They told them explicitly, don't tell anyone about this, don't tell your mother or your auntie or the bloody cows. And apparently when they got there, these creatures that the boys had seen on the first day, they weren't there anymore. Like, it was just the craft and whatever was inside of it. And so everyone went back home. The next day the military came to the family and they said, hey, we've got a fallen weather balloon in your farm area. It's a top secret government military balloon. Do we have permission to just go in there and retrieve it? And the family was like, yeah, sure, do whatever you want. And the military did go in there. They started to build basically roads. I guess the giant truck that they needed to drive in there and carry this craft up into the air, it would have just sunk into the ground. So they actually needed to go in there with smaller trucks, kind of tarmac out a road for this larger truck. And so this took like a few weeks to complete. They were in there, they're going back and forth with trucks and deliveries and stuff, and they told the family it was top secret, and they couldn't look at anything. And just as the military on the last day had loaded this thing onto a truck, they were literally the next morning set to head out, take this craft away. On the last night, the family snuck out there and broke a little bit off this craft, and they kept it and they called it a souvenir, or the souvenir. This craft overall was a bit strange. It was made of metal, they said, metal plates. There's no rivets or bolts or connections, and this is often, I think, something you find in other UFO sightings. But the family kept this souvenir for quite a few years and then eventually did donate it to a university. So yeah, it's similar in ways to the Roswell incident, if not a little better in my opinion, a little more exciting, got a bit more variety, it's a little bit more unique, and it has bug praying mantis aliens, which is pretty cool, if not somewhat terrifying. The Mariana UFO incident. So this occurred in 1950 when this was filmed by a baseball coach, Nick Mariana. He was a local baseball coach who said he was just looking up into the sky one evening or afternoon, and suddenly he saw these two shiny, tiny metallic objects flying through the air. And so he ran downstairs, he ran to his car, he grabbed his camera, which was like a video recorder, and he started filming these flying crafts. Now, they're a little hard to see as this was, the 1950s, so the footage is a little bit less than optimal, but when it is zoomed and enhanced, you can clearly see these two what seem to be metallic objects that are, flying through the air. And there was actually evidence and comparison in similar videos of stuff like birds, stuff like planes, stuff like balloons, and none of these other things seemed similar in any way to what Nick had captured. And what's also interesting was that the direction that these crafts were flying was actually against the flow of wind on the day. So, stuff like birds might go with the flow of wind, stuff like weather balloons or actual balloons, they would, naturally go with the wind. So the fact that these were going against the wind is also a little strange. So a super interesting one, somewhat of a classic one, I think, with the age of it, but it's not too well known, I don't think, not too well talked about, and so I thought it was pretty interesting. The Galactic Federation. So this is a super fun concept, I think, that has been used in so many medias, stories, books, TV shows, films, and it basically explores the idea of a, space federation. So like you had with the Russian Federation or something like the European Union, federation just meaning group or collection of different entities that all come together in order to make rules that they can agree on, laws that they can live by. And this, in theory, would be one for the whole galaxy. So as I said, it has been used in a ton of medias over the years, or media. And some people do, of course, believe that there is an actual galactic federation, but that you are only invited to this federation once your planet becomes, wise enough or smart enough or enlightened enough, and we apparently are simply not quite at that level. So I think a super interesting one to think about, to write stories about, or to actually theorize about one actually existing and why we have not yet been invited. Pat Maguire. So the case of Pat Maguire is a very strange story. So Pat Maguire owned a ranch in 1971 in Wyoming, and one day he just decided to start digging on his ranch. And this wasn't for oil, this wasn't for gold, this wasn't even for something crazy like gemstones, it was for water. Now at the time he had contacted various digging companies, various insurance companies, water experts, geologists, mud scientists, and they all basically said this land is completely dry, there's no sense in digging, there's literally no water down there, we've done tests. And he said, screw you, I'm gonna dig anyway. And to make a long story short, he decided to keep digging and digging and digging, and he eventually struck a underground river, which resulted in tons and tons of water coming through. He made a well there, he was able to water his crops like infinite water, and this allowed him to start farming and to start planting and growing and harvesting crops. And then he sold the crops for lots of money, became semi-rich off it, and that's basically the end of the story. So now let's go back to the beginning, or back to before the beginning. And this was years ago when Pat was just chilling on his ranch, and he noticed one of his calves being sucked up by a UFO. And calf as in cow, not calf as in, his leg, because that would be pretty awkward being sucked up by a UFO. But he saw one of his cows being abducted by a UFO. He decided to keep an eye on them, to watch them. It happened again, and he thought at the time that it was an alien craft or a prankster or some other farmer or something, taking his livestock. And so he decided to wait one night for it to happen again. He got his rifle, he planted it down, he took aim, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, these aliens basically completely paralyzed him. He couldn't move like any of his body except his head, and this one alien started, speaking to him. The alien said his name was Michael, and he told him that he was kind of like an angel. He told him not to shoot, and he told Pat that they meant no harm, except for, apparently stealing his cows. Pat said Michael was around 6 feet tall, he had grey, whitish, pale skin, and he wore a full-body jumpsuit with a belt, and on the belt buckle was the Star of David. So yeah, Michael said that he worked for the Supreme Being, and that he was actually the Archangel Michael. Michael said that all of their alien crafts were powered by this advanced magnetic system or magnetic technology, and that how they traveled in space was that they would lock onto a planet. If they wanted to go to Neptune or something, they would just go lock onto it and then sit back and relax, and the specific magnetic frequency of the planet would actually just pull in the spaceship at apparently an insanely fast speed, because they said they were able to do space travel like super quick. But anyway, that's how they traveled. And Michael also told Pat that he should dig for water on his ranch. And so Pat listened to Michael and not the experts, and lo and behold, he did dig and there was water and it was good. Michael also instructed Pat to do various other things like run for governor and send messages to Ronald Reagan and also to Israel, instructing them, on what God wanted them to do. And he also instructed Pat to drop out of the race when he seemed to be losing. The evidence of this craft was never found, but Pat never stopped believing, and Michael stayed in contact with Pat for pretty much the rest of his life. The Jarina humanoid encounter. So this one is a little terrifying. It occurred in 1978 in Spain, and this was when a group of guys were out in the woods. They were hunting at, in the middle of the night at nighttime, which I guess that's a thing. And they were just traipsing through the woods, going over hills, going through rivers, and they saw this strange kind of red light, which they thought belonged to a car, which I think is a pretty reasonable guess or suggestion. But there was a gypsy in the group for whatever reason. Bit of a strange detail, I don't know why that matters, but he was a gypsy, and the gypsy said, no way in hell is that a car. Like, that is super strange, kind of scary. And so all the men decided to get a closer look. They went closer to this thing, they turned off their flashlights, and they said if it was a car, we couldn't really see into it. It was oddly shaped, we couldn't see any passengers or anything, or any driver. And as they got closer and closer to it, they saw that it was this strange circular vehicle, and it had many lights on it. There was actually this strange creature, this strange individual who seemed to be walking around the vehicle, not constantly, but just existing around it. And yeah, as they were watching this strange creature, it seemed to grab something and then said, and I quote, which that's literally a quote, and that is like, mwah, poetry. Who among us have not said Anyway, the men got completely frightened. They took off running into the night, and they were all interviewed like separately, and they all had more or less the same idea, which was evidence for them actually seeing something rather than them just making it up. And they said this individual seemed to be wearing a motorcycle helmet or a space helmet or something like that, and it seemed to be around 6.5 to 7 feet tall, and that was kind of that. The men ran away, they filed this report. As I said, they were interviewed, they went back to the scene, but when they went back, they couldn't find any craft, they couldn't find any evidence of the craft, nor of the strange creature with it. And so, that is the tale of the Jarina humanoid encounter. Humanoid dies in Sweden. So this is a super interesting case that covers the crash of this little alien creature in Sweden. And what basically happened was there was this lumberjack in Sweden who was with a few other people chopping down a tree, as lumberjacks tend to do, and this was on a lovely July morning in 1955. And all of a sudden they witnessed this cigar-shaped craft flying through the air, crashing through some trees, and then crashing into the ground next to this river. They thought this was, some aircraft, like a plane or something, that had got its, wings, broken off. But they kind of changed their minds when they basically heard no crash. Like, you'd expect metal flying into the ground, it would make a crashing sound, or maybe a booming sound when the fuel, lit up, or something like that. But no, they said there was a bright flash of light, but basically no sound whatsoever. And they said this flash of light was so bright that they could see through the trees. Like if you have a light behind your hand sort of thing, or your fingers, and you can kind of see through it. They said it was like that, but for the trees. Like, if it's that bright, surely it would blind you, but maybe it was a translation error and they didn't actually mean it like that. But anyway, they went over to this crash site and they found this little dwarf humanoid kind of creature individual, and they described him as being in this strange uniform. It was very pale and it had this white halo aura emanating from it. And so the men were a bit concerned. They bent down to touch this individual, and the creature screamed in perfect Swedish. Do not touch me, it will only bring you difficulties. Perfect Swedish. This creature was, as I said, quite small. It had these pointed ears, these thin lips. It had hands and fingers without nails on them, and it wore a deep red uniform. Then the creature said, "It is because of this clothing that I can stay a while, because internally I am destroyed." He then pressed on a little device, he threw it a short distance away, and he basically said that that device was to contact home, to let them know that he didn't make it. So he said, don't touch the device, it's doing its own thing over there. And he said it's basically telling them not to come looking for me, me being the alien. And then he just lay there, slowly dying, telling the men of his tales and some juicy info. He said he and his people have come from the Eagle constellation. He said that several alien races had visited Earth. He said a bunch of these aliens were watching us and kind of using Earth as a harmless science experiment. Like, not that they were testing people or experimenting on them, although they might be doing that, but he said they were, coming down, taking air samples, taking soil samples. And then he said to the men, "When I die, here is this strange bag." And he said, "Put me in the bag and then throw the whole thing in this nearby river." And then the men eventually did do that. The bag started to fizzle up. They smelt kind of burning in the air. And then nothing. The men didn't really speak about this encounter for many years until, eventually they did, because we know about it. But I think, in my opinion, it's one of the cooler ones that I've heard. Hillary Porter. Okay, so this one, I think, out of all the ones that I've covered so far, which is saying a lot, is one of the most insane. Hillary Porter is a woman from Wales in the UK who, since the 1950s, has basically been in contact with and has been abducted by aliens. And I think what's unique about this one is that she has written about her experiences and also illustrated and drawn them. And some of them, if not most of them, are absolutely nutty and definitely not safe for me to show on YouTube. Like, they're not family friendly, if you know what I mean. And you can totally go and check these out if you're interested. But she also claimed that aliens as a whole were looking to breed with humans, and they were looking to create these alien human hybrids called reptilians, which I'm not too sure that's how that works, but okay. But yeah, as I said, this one is just absolutely wild. Go check the images out if you want for yourself. You will not be disappointed. Passport to Magonia by Jacques Vallée, or Val, or Valles, or something French. But this is a super interesting book that explores the phenomenon of basically flying saucers, UFOs, aliens sort of thing. And it says that while the exact details of aliens, UFOs, etc. hasn't really, or rather has changed over the years, the general idea and vibe of them really hasn't. Like, for example, you have flying crafts in the modern era, you have flying saucers in the 1960s, flying airships in the 1800s, flying angels or flying creatures or demons or entities in like the 1400s, to even stuff like gods and ancient beings and all that even further back than that. And the common thread between all these seems to be strange, mysterious, powerful creatures that seem to come from another dimension or another planet or from the sky, or Magonia, as the book is named. And yeah, this was first published in 1969. Nice. And it goes over the connection theory, as I mentioned, as well as detailing roughly 900 actual, visitations and encounters. So yeah, as I said, super fascinating book, I think, that has some incredible information about individual sightings. It has some great theories and, ideas in there. And I think it's an essential piece of literature for anyone who's serious about UFOs, aliens, anything like that. Operação Plato. So this was an operation carried out by the Brazilian Air Force, and this was between 1978 and 1977, or, the other way around. And this translates into English as literally Operation Plate, which I've got this here to demonstrate. And Operation Plate being, flying saucer. don't know why I brought a plate in here. Nobody knows. But this was following some reports of UFOs in the area, and it was this kind of common trend where some people had these weird bite marks on them or suck marks, and this was often following these strange lights in the sky. So the local people named the lights Chuppa Chuppa, which literally translates to sucker sucker, which is a little funny. There were a number of people that reportedly died after being struck by these lights. A lot of the people who didn't die ended up suffering from and showing signs of like radiation exposure. And very strangely enough, the captain who kind of dealt with all this, who ran the operation at the time, 20 years after this took place, he was giving an interview to like these UFO-ologist sort of people, you know, talking about what happened at the time, what his thoughts were, different theories about it from the, you know, viewers. And he gave this interview. He was quite honest, or at least as honest as he could be. And then 3 months after this interview, he was found dead in his apartment, having, you know, seemingly taken care of himself, which is very suspicious after a situation like this. The official report was that this operation found nothing of interest in this operation, which it's like, of course they would say that. But yeah, it was a strange, somewhat suspicious, definitely odd, dangerous case that, I mean, seems like it's being covered up, but that might just be me. But without further ado, grab a drink. My choice today is mint, apple, and baobab tea. And join me as we explore the ultimate alien and UFO, Iceberg. In Tier 3, we have the Lake Baikal swimmers. So this is this wild case based in Russia, but more specifically based in Lake Baikal in Siberia. So this is actually the world's deepest and largest freshwater lake in the entire world. And this case takes us back to 1982, when these Soviet divers were diving down underneath the lake, and they saw what they described as an insanely fast-moving vehicle underneath the water, or in the water. They're also on record saying that there were these strange, glimmering, kind of almost shiny beings down there that were, you know, swimming in and out of the shadows. And so they decided to try and capture one of these creatures. And according to the team, when they tried to capture one of these creatures, the creature used this small device, which actually triggered a whirlpool, basically killing half of the diving team. So yeah, don't mess with these aliens in particular. They are not your friendly neighborhood alien. The creatures looked a little interesting: dark bodies, blue iridescent fins, and round heads with these big eyes on them. And creatures like these, as well as what people have described as, you know, incredibly fast moving vehicles, have been spotted and sighted by the locals over the years, you know, by people who live in the area, by divers, by fishermen, and as well as sightings and encounters in the water. There's also evidence of strange lights and creatures outside of the water, you know, on the shore, in the sky, all around Lake Baikal. It's a super cool case, in all honesty. It's a pretty cool, little scary area. And there are some people that say that these creatures that live down there are in fact the same species of underwater alien that has been seen in other places around the world, and that this might have been one species that landed down here on Earth long ago and have made their home in various lakes and waters around the world. But who knows? The Battle of Magé, Brazil, 2020. So this is honestly an insane case. And this case took place in 2020, obviously, in Magé, an area just north of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And on that day, multiple locals witnessed this strange light in the sky, and it was actually caught on camera by multiple sources. Now, I think for me, what sets this apart from your, you know, regular everyday UFO sighting is the movement behind this, and also the suppression of this movement. So when it first happened, when it first came out, the people who witnessed this, they caught it on camera, they started posting it to, you know, various websites, and then they noticed on places like Twitter that some of their tweets were being censored. They were being shadow banned, they were being removed. Comments regarding this were also being deleted, as were mentions on YouTube, mentions on Reddit. And so it seemed like some powerful people were maybe trying to get this suppressed, didn't want the information to come out. The people also tried to get a Twitter hashtag going, but that didn't really work out too well. And then the people thought that this light, this thing that they witnessed, might have been an alien craft. And there were also reports of gunshots, of explosions, so people started to think that perhaps this light was a UFO, and perhaps the explosions were maybe the government taking it down, maybe another craft taking it down. And so naturally they started to look in the area for crashed sites, for suspicious images, and then someone found this. And this is a Google satellite image of a small area just north of Rio de Janeiro that suspiciously has this teeny tiny area blanked out. What the hell, Google? Google came out and said that it was a glitch in the system, that this was like a reflection of light that hit the satellite and temporarily blinded it in that exact spot, but it is still a little dodgy. There were also reports of military presence in the area, cordoning things off, blocking off roads, arresting anyone that tried to get past, and it seems like there was at least some censoring, but potentially some very, very deep censoring by the Brazilian government, the Brazilian military. And so what exactly happened on that day is still, as far as we know, somewhat of a mystery. The Atacama humanoid is honestly a very disturbing case. So the Atacama humanoid was this tiny skeleton, like 6 inches tall, that was found in this abandoned mining town, Atacama, in Chile in 2003. And it is a very unique and peculiar case. As I said, the skeleton was only 6 inches tall, it had fewer ribs than a normal human, it had these deformed bones, this misshapen skull. I mean, you can see for yourself, it doesn't really look human. The official explanation was that this was a newborn child that had suffered these deformities and so was left and abandoned, which resulted in the skeleton of the Atacama humanoid. But obviously, based on the fact that it doesn't really look human, people have claimed that this is the body of a alien race, of a strange, tiny humanoid, or that this was some failed attempt at a human cloning experiment, or some other equally weird project by the government. And while scientists have studied the DNA of the skeleton and said that it is, human DNA, skeptics have said that this is part of the conspiracy and that the scientists were coerced by the government in order to find these results, or that the DNA is at least mostly human, but that it is a alien-human hybrid, or a, branch and offshoot of humans that broke away long ago and developed faster than us and developed space travel, and so they are aliens, but they are also human. So yeah, as I said, if it is the body of a deformed kid, it is very sad, very tragic. And if it is an alien, it is also very sad because it's a dead alien, but also very peculiar and interesting. But either way, quite a memorable case. The Lonnie Zamora incident. So this was a UFO incident that took place in 1964 in Socorro, New Mexico. And it was in the early evening when this local police officer, Lonnie Zamora, called in a possible motor accident that he had witnessed. He called up and told the dispatcher that he would go check out this car crash. And then apparently he did, and he called up the dispatcher again and told him to look out his window to see if he could see anything strange in the sky, which he couldn't. And he also requested that the local sergeant meet him at his location. So it was all very strange, and when the sergeant got to Lonnie, he was basically like, "Why did you bring me out here? Can you start talking," sort of thing. And then Lonnie basically told him everything that happened. He said that at the time he was pursuing this car for speeding, and then he heard this loud crash or roar, as he described it, and he saw this explosion of a flame way in the distance. So he stopped pursuing this car. He thought that might be an accident, it might be a car crash or a dynamite shack exploding or something. So that was clearly the priority, to see if he could go and save anyone. And so after telling the sergeant this, he went with the sergeant to this crash site, or where he said he saw and heard the explosion, the flames. And when they got to the scene, there was sort of an accident. It wasn't anything super noticeable, but there were patches in the ground, burnt soil, burnt brush and grass. So there likely had been a flame or explosion of some kind here. And for now, that was it. Now, Zamora said before he made like the last phone call, when he saw this flame over in the distance, he decided to get closer and saw this small white metal object. And next to the object were these two creatures or beings who were both wearing white. And he said he watched them for a short while before these flames started to come out of the bottom of this craft, and then it just took off and went away into the night. And that was basically the whole case. Now, people have suggested that Zamora might have been hallucinating, or that perhaps it was a mirage, light from the star Canopus, or that this was, an alien spacecraft, or that it was a government craft, either like a missile or some other kind of military craft, or a space-based lunar landing module or something that was being tested out in secret by the government. And actually, to commemorate the area and this case, and because there were a bunch of people actually going to the area, they decided to build these stone walkways and benches, etc., partly out of commemoration, partly just to make visiting the area easier. But importantly, it wasn't at the actual crash site or the landing site or whatever, because there were rumors that it was still radioactive from that night. So, pretty cool case. The Antonio Vilas Boas abduction is an abduction that took place in 1957 in Brazil, and that was of this man named Antonio Vilas Boas, who was a 23-year-old farmer who was working late one night when he described what he saw as a red light or star in the sky. And this red light got closer and closer and closer and larger until he could actually make out what it was. And he said it was a circular or egg-shaped flying craft that had a spinning dome on top of it and a red beam of light shooting outwards. This craft, as I said, came closer and closer, and then it stopped and then started to descend upon Antonio. And it did come down quite close to Antonio, and unlike a lot of these alien cases, Antonio wasn't having this at all. He was like, hell no, I'm just gonna get the hell out of here. And so, since he was in his tractor at the time, he started to try and drive the tractor away, which, that doesn't make a really great escape vehicle. What does it go, like half a mile an hour or something? But the tractor itself wouldn't start. The engine shut off, all of the lights shut off, and so Antonio jumped out, started to try and run away, and was captured by these small grey humanoids. They were around 5 feet tall, they were grey, they had grey outfits and gear on, your typical alien stuff. And they had just small blue eyes. They didn't speak strictly, but they did communicate in not really words, but barks, he said. Literally being abducted by dog aliens. What an insane time to be alive. But slowly, more and more of these creatures came out of the craft. They took Antonio up into it. And once he was inside the ship, he went through the typical process, being stripped down, being laid out on a table. And for some reason, they covered his entire body in gloopy gel. They took some blood from him, not from his arm or leg or neck or anything, but from his chin. And then they just filled this room with a strange gas that made Antonio incredibly ill. And he was moved a few more times from room to room, and as he was being moved around, he noticed this strange red writing or symbols or whatever all around the ship, in doorways, over arches or hallways. And so he remembered these as best he could and wrote them down later to help prove his story. And then this is where this encounter starts to get a little bit weird. He was moved to a final room, seemingly, and in this room was this small alien, this small female alien, who was, according to Antonio, very attractive and very naked. She had a pointed chin, these large blue cat eyes, long, elegant white hair, and then these two started to make sweet, interplanetary, consensual, I may add, intercourse. The lady alien, after all this happened, kind of gestured that she would take the child and raise it up in space, which, that's a bit rude. Antonio doesn't even get a say. And then she basically dressed Antonio and kicked him off the ship, with him saying he felt kind of used, like he had just been a stallion for the aliens or something. And then he went home. He did try to take something off the ship, a strange piece of alien technology or an artifact or something, but apparently the aliens stopped him at every point, so he wasn't able to get any physical evidence. And when he looked at his clock, he saw that he was basically up there for 4 hours. And until the day he died, almost 40 years later, he stuck to his story and never changed it or went back on it in any major way. And after this, for several days after, he seemed to be suffering from dizziness, from nausea, from, as a lot of people have seemingly experienced, some form of radiation sickness. And that's the case of Antonio Villas Boas. Quite interesting, I'd say, but as always, do heed, I think, NASA's warning about alien-human relations. Space STIs are no joke, people. A public service announcement by Connor's Curiosities. The Jerry Myers encounter took place in 1970 Florida, where policeman Jerry Myers was driving home after his shift, and from time to time he liked to go to this little area. You know, it was remote, it was near the water, and he sometimes used it to relax, to kind of decompress after work. And as he got to this area, as he was getting closer and closer to his spot, he started to notice this strange humming getting louder and louder. Eventually he saw a light starting to appear, and then the light got larger and larger and larger until what Jerry Myers described as a space being appeared. Now this looked like, he said, a man in a spacesuit, and this being started speaking to Jerry, but speaking into his mind instead of his ears. So it wasn't like a sound from the being, it was like a sound from inside his own head, with this creature seemingly speaking telepathically straight into his brain. And this conversation was basically the alien being super interested in war. You know, he was asking Jerry what war was, how and why people were selected for wars, who started them, why they were started, and what the purpose of all of these weapons were. And I just imagine this like, okay, so what do mines do? Oh, they blow up? Okay. What do bombs do? Blow up also. And grenades? I think I'm starting to see a pattern here. And Jerry said that this conversation wasn't strictly like a normal conversation. Like, he would get asked the question, and then to respond, Jerry would just have to like think about the answer, but he wouldn't think about it like word for word. He said he felt this creature was like taking snapshots or little snippets or thumbnails of his memories. And so if you asked him like, what's your favorite recipe for pancakes or something, Jerry would just have to think about pancakes, about what they look like, and when this alien knew where in his brain the pancake memory was, you know, where it was kept, where it was sorted sort of thing, then the alien could quickly just go into that area, take all the pancake information, and that was that. Like, okay, it's roughly in the C9837 quadrant of Jerry's brain, filed right in between waffle and crepes recipes, and then the alien did the digging themselves. And from Jerry's perspective, he was only there for like 20 minutes max, maybe half an hour. But after the encounter, when he went back to his car, he had seen that over 2 hours had passed. And after all was said and done, even Jerry didn't fully know whether this was an alien encounter or like a time traveling encounter. Like, either he was in a time dilation or something himself, or this being that he met was actually a time traveler. So yeah, all in all, quite a unique encounter, I'd say. And for me, probably one of the more memorable ones. The Paciencia abduction involved this creature, I know, terrifying, and took place in 1977 in Brazil, which Brazil seems to be the hub of a lot of these encounters, it would seem. But when this 33-year-old bus driver named Antonio Larrubia was just chilling at home, he was suddenly alerted to the presence of this huge craft, like 70 meters across, and he was soon abducted. Now, Antonio was sitting in a field near his home, and when he saw this craft, he started to run away, but was frozen by this super bright beam of light. Then, as he stood there kind of helpless, there was these 3 robot alien creatures that came out and took him up into the now landed UFO. He said they were around 4 feet tall, they had this large antenna coming out of their heads, and across their heads they had this strange row of bluish mirrors. But as I said, they were short, they were quite stocky, you know, well built, like little tiny Mike Tyson robots. And once he was inside, he was still mostly paralyzed, and he saw just dozens of these creature robot hybrids just like floating around everywhere, doing ominous things, alien things. They were measuring him, they were prodding him, they stuck him with a syringe at some point, full of God knows what. And so, suddenly, Antonio just got the courage, I guess, to just scream at them. And he just said, "What do you want? Who are you?" And this sound of Antonio screaming just, I guess, caused all of the aliens to collapse onto the ground. And after screaming at them and disorientating them, the little antenna that was coming out of their heads seemed to be kind of a solid antenna beforehand. But when they were knocked out, this antenna stopped spinning. And Antonio realized that it was actually kind of shaped like a spoon. But when it was spinning round and round and round and round, it looked like a solid antenna. Which, I don't know why that information is relevant, but it adds some detail to the encounter. While he was in the craft, he thought he heard something like the robots breathing, like in and out, which at the time he said he thought was weird because, robots don't really breathe. And within the craft, Antonio said there was this strange device, like a box or something, that produced these images. And these images were of various scenes. One of Antonio lying naked on a table, another of Antonio again naked, but this time standing up with no table in sight, then of a horse and a cart, then a giant orange ball. There was a factory, a base of some sort, a dog, a tunnel, just a whole range of things, with some of the scenes seemingly being from the present and some being from the future, which after Antonio was released, he seemed to almost fulfill some of these future images. He, as is pretty usual, suffered from sickness, nausea, dizziness, and was looked over by a bunch of different doctors, psychologists, who said he was of fairly sound mind and they couldn't find any physical explanation for his symptoms. So yeah, a pretty gnarly case with some cool looking alien robots, or robot aliens, and also with their wavy tentacle-like arms. Pretty creepy. The Hungarian Alien Graveyard. So this was a graveyard discovered in Hungary, and it is thought to be from around like the 400s, making it somewhere in the ballpark of like 1600 years old. And as I said, it was discovered in the 1960s. And as you might have guessed, this is no ordinary graveyard. The bodies and skeletons and skulls found inside of this graveyard seem to be, for some people, outright proof of aliens. And as you can see by the skulls of some of these remains, there are a ton of deformities, slimmer and elongated skulls. And there were certain traditions about, feet wrapping, about skull wrapping. So that does tend to be the skeptic explanation for all this. But there are others who believe that this was an alien race of some kind. Maybe they lived here for a while, maybe they just crash landed. And when the bodies were found, the local people just ended up burying them. So, they are pretty strange, and definitely let me know your thoughts on this one down below. Chinese communication with aliens. So this is a reference to the huge Chinese Sky Eye telescope, which is actually the world's largest radio telescope, and it purportedly picked up radio alien signals in 2022. There were actually two suspicious reports on this, one in 2020 and the other in 2022. And even more strangely, China actually released these out as a, announcement, but then afterwards quickly retracted them and censored the information and references to them all across China. And because it's China, the only information we really have about these is kind of whatever China is willing to, allow or to release. And there are kind of more or less two beliefs about this one. Either China had these discoveries, these radio signals, and figured that they were from an alien source and then hid and suppressed them from the people and from the world, or they got something wrong in these signals, some technical error, or maybe the scientists were off or wrong about something, and they were just so embarrassed that they had to take it down, and that is why they were censored. But yeah, it is pretty strange. They did kind of basically kill the story nationwide, stopped any references to it or any mention of it, and it is for me a very interesting story, as well as aliens. I do like the space stuff, sciencey stuff, radio signals from distant galaxies and stars and all of that. And I think it makes for a nice, interesting change from the typical alien abduction stories on this iceberg. Cosmic pluralism. So this is a concept that broadly covers the idea of multiple or plural worlds, other than Earth, that contain or harbor life. Now, these other worlds can range from like actual physical planets to dimensions to stuff like religious ideas, other realms or an afterlife or something. And as you might have guessed, this idea or concept goes way back into the past. Like, humans were probably debating this as far back as we could debate anything. There was an ancient Greek philosopher, Anaximander, who used to discuss things like this. And even before that, there were likely, individuals, tribes, free thinkers, a random dude sitting in a cave somewhere who would actually throw this idea around. And it seems to be quite a popular thought and question even to this day. Are we alone in the universe? And over the years, as you can imagine, there were different versions of this. Everyone had their own spin and their own take on these ideas. And a few of them, like Plato and Aristotle, were convinced that there was only one world, our Earth, and that it was wholly unique, it was an individual, and that we were alone in this universe. And this idea was just further reinforced by early Christianity. The idea of one origin story, one people. They don't talk about multiple civilizations, multiple children of gods on other planets in the Bible. And so, after Christianity got woven into the Roman Empire, that kind of influenced the world basically up until today. But for medieval Islamic scholars, this wasn't necessarily the case. You had a few who talked about ideas like this, and one scholar, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir, wrote that maybe you see that God created only this world, and that God did not create humans besides you. Well, I swear by God that God created thousands and thousands of worlds, and thousands of humankind. And they often used quotes from the Quran to, reinforce this idea, to back up their beliefs. And one of the common ones was a quote saying that God was the Lord of the worlds, not just world, but worlds plural. And that the idea is that we are so small compared to God, and who are we to say that he has only made this one world, but that he has in fact made maybe infinite worlds, but at least many worlds, all with humans or their versions of humans all over the place, and God basically controls all of this. And I think it was a way of saying basically that who are we to put limitations on God? And the whole thing is quite an interesting idea, I think, at least for me, as this one ties in space, aliens, science, religion, and even stuff like history and philosophy. So yeah, super fun one and a very interesting topic. The 2009 Norwegian spiral anomaly. So this happened in 2009, obviously, in Norwegia, obviously, and this is where this spirally bluish grayish light appeared in the sky and was seen by many people and lasted for about 10 minutes. Now, it looks to be a beam of light that kind of shot out from this mountain area and then like exploded in this spiral of light, which is pretty cool. And as I said, this was seen by hundreds of people, potentially even thousands of people. And at the time, you had all of these people calling into the local space meteorological, unit or institute in order to report what they were seeing. Others were saying it might be a secret government or military weapon, or that it was perhaps a scientific one, like an accident at the Large Hadron Collider, which had maybe opened up a portal or dimension or something, which, I don't really know what it was, but let me know some of your best theories on this one down below. The Isidoro Ferri encounter. So this took place in 1984 in Polcanto in Florence, Italy, where a man by the name of Isidoro Ferri was just sleeping at home when he was awoken by a super bright beam of light hitting his face. Now, this case is a bit all over the place, but from what I could gather, there was this intermittent red light that appeared outside where Isidoro was sleeping, and he said that when the light was shining, it would basically blind or hurt Isidoro, causing him to flinch in pain and have red eyes for the next few days. And Isidoro first thought that this was a poacher of some kind, a man coming in with a head torch or something, looking about for any loose swine lying around that he could throw up into his backpack, be on his merry way, one swine richer. But this figure was moving around very strangely, very alienly. As I said, the red light hurt his eyes, and the light actually seemed to paralyze him. The family dog, who seemingly barked at everything normally, notably was just completely silent. And for days after this, the dog refused to eat, and it more or less stayed in its, doghouse, refusing to come out, refusing to bark at anything. It seemed to have like alien PTSD or something. So yeah, honestly a pretty strange case. They did find these 3 strange holes in the ground near where the figure was seen, and all of the locals said that Isidoro was an honest man, he was a sensible man. Why on earth would he make anything like this up? And also, to back up Isidoro's testimony, there were other separate people who also saw lights of some kind in the area at the time. So, I mean, I personally had never heard about this case, but it is definitely a fascinating one to read through. Abductions in Lower Silesia refers to these abductions that took place in Silesia, Poland in 1985. This was in Legnica in Poland, and Mr. Władysław, which I probably just butchered that Polish name. It's either Władysław or Vladislav, but he had a shop. He finished work, he closed up his shop at around 6 p.m. and he made his way home. And this is where things start to get a little strange and unusual. While he was on his way home, he started to have these time skips, these memory lapses, and he doesn't remember exactly the journey, but he does remember ending up in a nearby field. And when he was suddenly in this field, he, looked around, he looked up, and he saw this large craft hovering above him. And he said it was huge. It was like bigger than the entire village. He said it was oval in shape. It had these blue lights all around the edges. And then suddenly he found himself just engulfed in this blue light and, sucked up into this craft, and he was in this singular room with these blue tinted lights everywhere. And there was also in this room with him these 2 strange beings who had these blue jackets on and blue hoods, which, there's a lot of blue here, but they were more or less the same height as humans, he said. When they walked, they didn't seem to really move their feet or their legs. They, hovered or floated around everywhere. He said they might have had wheels in their feet, which I think hovering is a slightly more likely explanation. But they eventually bring him to this other room, sit him down in what he describes as a dentist chair, and just start talking to him like, don't be afraid, you'll be fine, everything will be alright, which honestly would make me even more terrified. And he said he felt that these aliens weren't like speaking to him, but rather similar to one of the earlier cases. He felt that they were like signaling these words into his brain, like speaking to him telepathically, I guess. And then they do a few minor experiments on him. They take some samples, they take some data, and they, talk about the normal stuff, world peace, international relations, all the alien talking points. And then suddenly he is down back in this field, and he just makes his way home. Now, these abductions happened to him multiple times over the years, and he would often go through memory lapses and time shifts. He wouldn't know where he was, how he got there. He was in a field, he remembered being abducted again, and sometimes he would get abducted, be back in this field, go home, go to sleep, wake up the next morning, only to realize his car wasn't on his property. So he took the, public transport into town, went to his shop to open up, and there was his car. So it seems like he hadn't even taken it home on a few of these occasions, which begs the question, how did he get to the field and how did he get home? So a very odd series of events. Over the years, these abductions got less and less frequent until they actually stopped altogether. And another interesting part about this case, he said that he felt this weird, hard thing on his thumb, which he was convinced was a microchip implanted by these aliens. And so he said he didn't want to get it removed because he had been not abducted for so many years that if he did get it removed, it might anger the aliens and they might start abducting him again. So yeah, a very obscure case, a very rare one, I would say. It's not in the least bit mainstream or popular, but it is an interesting case nonetheless. The Lake Champlain UFO abduction. Now, there have been a few abductions and encounters kind of in and around Lake Champlain over the years, but we'll just go over this specific one that occurred in 1907. But this is when the governor of Vermont, of all people, was having dinner. He finished up, he went outside for some fresh air, and it should be noted that he was with two other men at the time, A.A. Buell and John S. Michaud, who were not unimportant people in their own right. You know, they were quite well-known, quite respected men. But as I said, these men went outside for some fresh air, and they heard or saw this huge explosion above them. And when they looked up, they saw hovering overhead this 6-foot-long torpedo-shaped craft, they said. The craft itself was kind of dark, it was kind of tinted with copper, and after a short while it just zipped away and disappeared into the sky. And that was more or less it. Oh boy, that was quite a short case, wasn't it? Okay, I guess we can cover the case of the 1967 encounter. And this is where Michael Lapp and Janet Cornell were both sunbathing at the Buff Ledge summer camp when they saw these 3 strange aircraft up above them in the sky. And one of the aircraft kind of stayed hovering overhead, you know, near them. And the other 2 went and shot off towards Lake Champlain. As I said, one of them just stayed there, hovering above them menacingly, and they heard this strange noise, this sort of buzzing or humming, and this just got louder and louder as this one aircraft got closer and closer. Eventually it got so close that the pair could see through the, you know, craft's dome, and they saw just these beings or creatures or something within them staring out at them as they were sunbathing. And just then, before they could do anything, the pair was shot with this beam of light. They were paralyzed, they were taken up into the craft, and they described these creatures as small creatures with huge eyes, no ears, and they said they spent a bit of time up in this craft before eventually being just released, let go, back down to the camp to tell their tale. And that was just 2 cases around this area, but there are honestly loads of encounters around this area, especially in places like New England for whatever reason. And I don't know why aliens and creatures seem to like this part of America, but it is what it is. Tier 4, the Japan Airlines cargo flight 1628 incident. Now, this case happened in 1986 with this plane, a Boeing 747, flying from France to Japan. And during the flight, mid-air while flying over Alaska, the pilot, Captain Kenji Terauchi, said that he saw out of the windows these 3 strange flying objects. And he said they weren't planes, they weren't crafts of any kind that he recognized. And so he radioed them in. He was told to basically take evasive maneuvers to, get away from them or to dodge them. I mean, nothing too fancy because this was a Boeing 747. But yeah, he slowed down a little bit. He changed his trajectory, did like circles, went up and down and all that. Did a few little loop-de-loops. And still, after all of this, he said these things were still following him. He said one was actually bigger than the other 2. So he thought 2 of them might have just been regular space alien crafts, and the other might have been like the mothership or something. But yeah, these crafts were only seen by this airplane. There were some other airplanes somewhat in the area, and they said they didn't see anything. And when the plane landed, the crew, the pilot, all of the staff, they were like interviewed, and doctors checked them, to see if they had alcohol in their system, or if they had substances, or if they were maybe hallucinating. But all of their systems were incredibly clean. Their minds were all there and clear. This didn't seem to be like a mass hallucination of any kind. And so what the crew members actually saw is, to this day, seemingly a mystery. Other explanations say that perhaps Kenji saw like Jupiter and Mars out of his window, which for an experienced pilot might be a little far-fetched. It could be possible, I don't know. But it also doesn't explain the 3rd craft that he saw, unless the 3rd craft was like the sun or something. But yeah, as I said, that is as far as the case went. UFO over Slovenia. So this is a very interesting case, I think, because it once again involves a pilot, a captain, a plane, and a UFO sighting. But with this one, we actually do have the air traffic controller, recordings to listen in on this conversation that took place. So this involved flight TOM 7KL, and it was just last year actually, in 2023, and it was going from Rhodes to Nottingham in England. And while it was over Slovenia, it called in to air traffic control to ask them a few questions.
A bit of a strange question, but in about our 1 to 2 o'clock position in the distance, I don't know, maybe about 40 or 50 miles away. Are there any military aircraft doing an exercise?
You said 40 miles, 1 o'clock. 27 clearly not, actually no reports of any military traffic.
Okay, I've got it. At this time we've got a bright light that's shining towards us, and just before I called you, it had been shining towards us and then it disappeared and became flashing lights that were then jumping around in the sky, and then it returned back to a constant light shining at us.
The captain asked if there were any, extra flights or military operations or something taking place in a particular area in the sky nearby them. And after a while, the air traffic controller gets back to them and says that no, there's no extra flights or military occurrences or anything like that taking place in the area. And the pilot replied that, okay, that's a little strange because we are seeing this odd craft or light or something in the sky, and it seems to shine something at us and then kind of go away a little bit, and it didn't seem like a plane. There was no registered planes in that area, and as the controller said, there were no military operations either. So the air traffic control couldn't explain it, the crew members, the pilot, the captain couldn't explain it, and that is more or less all we know about this case at the moment. There were a few news stories written about it, mostly those in Slovenia, and yeah, it is a pretty unique, pretty interesting case, I would say, especially so because we get to hear the behind the scenes of the call that was sent out. But as I said, we don't know what it was. The Conil incident is an interesting one involving this scary little fella, the Conil alien. So this all took place in 1989 in Spain, and at the time around this particular beach, Los Bateles, there were these strange lights in the sky, these strange sightings, and this became sort of like a local attraction. Like the locals would sometimes go down to the beach at night and sometimes see strange lights, sometimes they wouldn't. But on this particular night, September 29th, these 5 young locals headed down to the beach, and they were just looking to chill there, look at the lights, maybe see something interesting. And after about an hour, they saw this strange crescent-shaped object that had red lights in it, and it was just kind of floating menacingly with not a care in the world, with no direction, until it started to float towards the nearby village. Then the group said they saw these 2 other lights, one at a nearby port and one seemingly directly overhead. And then suddenly, shortly after, there appeared these 2 creatures, these 2 beings, these 2 humanoid beings, dressed all in white with no face or even hair, which is absolutely terrifying. And the beings started to just walk up to the group, which caused them to just become terrified and just get the hell out of there, as I think any sane human would. So the group ended up backing up a little bit, but they could still see the beach from where they were, and they said that these beings were like interacting with the lights somehow. The lights kind of floated down towards them, they passed the lights between each other, and then they were joined by a third different looking creature, being, and after a series of these morphs and changes and strange things, the 2 beings started to look more and more human. They shrunk a little bit, started growing hair, growing facial features, and even somehow donned like normal human clothes, flannel jacket and some jeans. And then these 2 beings started to walk towards the town, which a few people in the group tried to follow them, tried to track them to see where they were going, but they ended up eventually losing them. It was foggy, it was a little hard to see, and yeah, they lost track of them. And the third being, the one that was left on the beach, he or it suddenly stared at the group, and then this crazy, thick, strange fog, mist, cloud came in from the sea, and the group just again completely lost sight of this being. Now, they waited a while after everything had kind of cleared up in a way, and eventually they went down to the beach. They saw these strange footprints in the ground. Like, some of them were huge, they had like 4 digits, 4 fingers, 4 toes sort of thing, and they were leading from the beach into the town. Now, over the next few days, a man named J.J. Benitez, who was a ufologist, he heard about this news in the town. He immediately went over to the town. He arrived there, started doing his little investigation, and he said he discovered that these two beings had actually walked from the beach into town and rented out a hotel room, because I guess, you know, he asked who had stayed there the previous night, checked a bunch of different lodges and hotels, and found that last night two humble Dutch engineers had walked in, took a room, and by this point were nowhere to be seen. So yeah, very strange, a little spooky with them, you know, imitating humans, blending into society sort of thing. And after this, there were a few sightings around this beach, but when the people approached these beings on the beach, they just seemingly walked into the ocean and completely disappeared. So quite an interesting one, quite a unique one, and it comes all the way from Spain of all places. So how about that? The Leverland UFO case. So this was this fascinating one that took place in Leverland, Texas in 1957. And this is when these two farm workers, Pedro Saucedo and Joe Salas, they called the police in order to report this strange thing that they saw in the sky. So the pair were driving along at night when they suddenly saw this strange, ominous blue light in the sky. And then their engine in the car died, which is very strange. And this object, which they said was kind of rocket shaped, it started to slowly approach the vehicle, which is a little terrifying. So one of the men jumped out of the car and said he just experienced these massive vibrations, you know, humming, buzzing. He said he felt this immense heat. There was crackling, almost like thunder overhead, but it didn't really feel like thunder or look like a thunderstorm. And this thing didn't stop above them, but simply kept on going. And when it passed, when it got far enough away, the heat kind of dissipated, the engine started back up again, and for the most part, that was it. And at first, when these two men called this into the police, the officer who answered the call, AJ Fowler, thought that this was a prank of some kind, maybe, you know, two drunk guys out of their minds, and said to them like, yeah, absolutely, I'll follow up on this, you know, I'll get out there right now. So didn't take it very seriously. But about an hour later, another call came in reporting a huge bright object that was just chilling in the middle of the road, blocking this guy's path. Now this was also around Leverland. The man said he had been driving along, and as he got closer to this thing, his car just completely cut out, and so he was more or less stuck there. But as the man got out to investigate, this object, whatever it was, seemingly took off and away, the lights kind of faded on it, and his car started back up again. Then there was also a married couple who called in that night, and they also reported a flashing thing floating across the sky and reported their electronics dying. And so honestly, what the hell is going on here? And these weren't the only reports of this incident. There were like dozens of reports all around Leverland, all at the same time, or at least on the same night, about this weird blue floaty thing flying around the area and basically breaking people's cars and electronics. And these weren't just, you know, alien buffs, conspiracy theorists sort of thing. This was like the fire chief in town, the bloody sheriff himself. Like, this was a big deal. And this whole case was investigated by the Air Force later on as part of Project Blue Book. And they went in there, they interviewed a few people, they basically concluded that this was ball lightning or some other freak event of nature. And this conclusion that the Air Force came to was basically kind of questioned and doubted both by locals and by people interested in UFOs. Like, the Air Force came in, they interviewed a few people, but lots of people said that they didn't interview enough people, that they didn't investigate for long enough, that they said that there was thunderstorms in the area on the night, even though all the locals say that wasn't thunder at all. And they said, for instance, the testimony of the farm workers was unreliable because one of them only had a grade school education and had no concept of direction, which I just thought was hilarious. Like, having a bad sense of direction is one thing, but no concept of direction. Like, geez, how often would you get lost on a daily basis? You're just going up and down and left and in, and no concept of it whatsoever. And that's more or less as far as the case went. As I said, it was investigated by Project Blue Book. Nothing really much came of that. And so what everyone actually saw on that night is, to this day, still a mystery. Alio Schenker. So this one is very, very weird, and a little similar to another case we covered earlier, the Atacama humanoid. So this case starts in 1996 in this remote Russian village, Kaulinovi, and I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly. All of my Russian viewers can comment down below and let me know. But in this village, this slightly crazy local old woman named Tamara Prosverina was out for a walk in the woods one day when she heard this crying, and she thought it sounded kind of like a baby, so she followed the noise. It got louder and louder as she got closer, and eventually she came across this baby that was lying there on the floor, but this baby was a little strange. It was like teeny tiny, it was only 10 inches tall, and so she took the baby, took it inside back to her home. She called it Alyoshenka, and she started to more or less care for it. And as I said, this baby looked very strange. It was seemingly deformed, it had a weird, strange-shaped head, it had grey skin, these big eyes, these misshapen bones. And I know what you're thinking, Tamara was clearly insane. She was just making the whole thing up, except some locals did actually see this baby, as did Tamara's daughter-in-law, who said she came over one day, she saw that Tamara was taking care of this baby, and that it looked incredibly strange. You know, these misshapen teeth in its mouth, this weird red kind of tube as a mouth. And soon after this, Tamara was taken in for psychiatric evaluation because, you know, she had been acting a bit crazy, a bit loopy, and while she was there was no one actually at home to take care of this baby. And so, according to Tamara, it ended up dying. Its remains were later found by one of Tamara's relatives inside the home, and then an investigation was started. The body was taken away for safekeeping, and then it just went missing. Like literally, although we have photos of it, nobody knows where the body actually went, who currently has it. Some people believe that these aliens came down and took the body back. Others believe that this was just a distraction and the Russian government actually came in to secure it. And some people think it was a hoax or a prank. Some people think it was an actual alien species or an alien-human hybrid or a government secret experiment, a failed clone or something. Or there's actually the local folklore that tells of these strange, tiny humanoid creatures living in the forests and the caverns nearby. So that could always be the explanation. Another explanation that's been thrown around is radiation, as there was a local, somewhat of a recent meltdown in the area, and people think the radiation might have got far enough out, actually mutated some mothers and their babies, and so this was the result of, you know, radiation mutation. It could be a lot of these, but as I said, it is a little hard to investigate when the main piece of evidence no longer remains. The Calvine UFO suppression. So the Calvine UFO was this UFO, and this was seen in Calvine, Scotland in 1990. Now, according to the report, two men were just walking along in the hills, in the moors, and suddenly they saw this strange craft in the sky. So the men ran for cover, kind of afraid of what might happen, and when they were safe, they started to take these photos. And lo and behold, alien spacecraft. And when they had the photos, they went to the newspaper, the Daily Record, and they interviewed them, they gave them the story, they gave them all of the photos and the negatives, and the story and the event was just completely suppressed, and the images were never released. The Daily Record never posted this story, and the Military of Defense apparently came in, silenced the newspaper, took all of the photographs, and just like the One Ring, this entire event, this entire case, just kind of fell out of knowledge until years later, in 2009, rumors and memories of this encounter started to pop up from various sources, and some documents were actually released into the National Archive by the Ministry of Defense. And through these documents, one of these original photographs was actually found and recovered. The Daily Mail ended up posting a story about it, posting this photograph, and actually on the back of one of the photographs was this signed name of Kevin Russell. Now, because this story was more or less buried, more or less suppressed, the names of the two men who originally took the photographs has never been known, but I think it was a decent assumption that maybe Kevin Russell was one of their names. So investigators took this name, they took the, time frame and the area, they did intense investigations and research trying to find the man, but sadly, they never could. So we have these photographs, but we don't know who took them or why the story was originally so heavily suppressed. Batteries not included. And oh boy, this is a fun film. And this was actually produced by Steven Spielberg. And basically the plot is, and obviously spoilers ahead, but the plot is that this elderly couple basically manages this apartment building, and the owners of the building basically want to do some development on it, some major development, tear the whole thing down, sell it, but there are tenants actually living inside the building. So they say, you can't sell this as people living here, it's their homes. And the evil property developer says, I don't care, I'm gonna sell it, so you better, get these people out. And the elderly couple actually runs a cafe in the building, so they as well obviously don't want to leave. And this results in the property developer sending through threats. They basically hire like these thugs to go around there, intimidate people, threaten people, and vandalize the building, spray paint it. And because of this, one or two of the tenants actually agree to leave. They say, this is way too stressful, I can't live here. The elderly couple actually ends up almost giving up, but just before they do, just at the end, there's no hope, nothing they can do. Then these tiny living alien spaceships come into the building, and they just basically start fixing things up, cleaning graffiti off walls, repairing broken damage, and basically helping the tenants and the elderly couple defend the building. They find out that one of these weird alien spaceship thingies is actually pregnant, and she gives birth to 3 smaller alien spaceship things. And so the rest of the film is them basically defending the building from these, evil developers, and them making friends with these spaceship aliens. So yeah, a little bit of an unusual one, definitely a fun one. I had to, slip in there. If you like kind of wholesome, well-written movies, definitely go and check it out. The Westall UFO was a sighting that happened in 1966 in Australia, where some students and a teacher said that they saw this strange object, this silvery whitish object floating around in the sky. And initially they saw this thing, saw it kind of hovering around for a bit, and then descending down below this row of trees. So the students and the teacher went over there to investigate, and the accounts of what happened after this are a little all over the place. There's slightly different details from testimony to testimony, but the general idea is that they went over there, they saw this craft landed on the ground, or some say it wasn't landed, but it was hovering really close to the ground. And the Air Force did investigate this one. They found in the area like burnt patches, they found flattened patches, but all in all, the Air Force wasn't really impressed, and they said there was nothing of interest in this case. And some don't really know what to believe. Some think it was a hoax, some say it was a weather balloon that they saw, others say that it was an actual alien spacecraft, others still say that it was some sort of secret government technology, so it's still a little bit up in the air, if you'll pardon the pun. 1973, Judy Doughty, and oh my lord, I love this website, like straight out of the 1990s. But this case covers the abduction of Judy Doherty in Houston, Texas in 1973. Judy and 3 other women had just finished up this bingo game. When they left, they were driving along and they saw this strange light up in the sky. A few of the women exited the car, they looked up at this thing, and it was kind of an impressive light in the sky, and then they went back into their car and drove away. So nothing strange to see here. But Judy started to suffer from headaches, migraines, anxiety, and after undergoing hypnosis, she came to realize that she had been abducted on that night. She said she basically experienced 2 experiences at the same time. She said simultaneously she was standing outside the car looking at the light, but also at the same time being abducted by this light. She said she was zooped up along with a cow, and while the cow was being dissected, pulled apart in every which way, she was just more or less being made to watch. They did a few minor experiments on her. She said they also had her daughter Cindy up there, which Cindy was actually one of the people in the car with her. But she said they had Cindy up there on an operating table. She was begging them to let her go, to stop doing whatever they were doing. And these aliens just ignored her, continued to, bop around her daughter. And yeah, that's kind of all she remembers. Years later, her daughter Cindy did go under hypnosis as well, and she said she came to the same conclusions as her mother did. You know, she had very similar memories of that night, and her story kind of lined up with Judy's. Now, whether this is because they talked about them beforehand, or whether it was an actual genuine memory, you know, it's very hard to tell. But Judy said while she was on board, these aliens gave her this strange substance, and this thing that they gave her was actually causing her migraines. There was also some evidence that the Air Force had tried to stop Judy talking about this event, tried to suppress it in some way, but apart from that, there doesn't seem to be much evidence for it. Judy said the other women on that night were likely abducted as well, but they just don't remember it, like, you know, Judy and her daughter originally didn't remember. But that's more or less where the case sits today. The Bentwater UFO incident was a very strange case involving not a civilian UFO sighting, but rather personnel from the British and American Air Forces. And this was in 1956 in England, and they detected on their radars these strange, abnormal flying crafts, flying objects, and is one of the cases written about and recorded in the original Project Blue Book. And on the night of August 13th, these local radar operators were tracking this object in the sky on their radars, and this object was coming from the sea towards the Bentwaters base at, it seems, several thousand miles per hour, which is insane speed, especially for something in the World War II era, or, you know, just after World War II. They also detected several other smaller objects on this radar, and they seem to, like, eventually clump together into one larger object. And the size of this large object on the radar was absolutely bonkers for the time, and that is still to this day unidentified. After seeing these things on the radar, they told their men to, you know, look out of the base, look into the sky, but they couldn't really see anything. And then they saw another thing traveling at these crazy speeds, and it was followed by a bright flash of light. And this light was, you know, zipping across the sky, and it was seen by both people on the ground and also by pilots in the sky. And they had a few of these at the time. They tried tracking them, they tried keeping track of them, but eventually they just went on their merry way out of, you know, the range of radar, and they were never seen again. So whether they were alien spacecrafts, secret alien or government technology, or just something else entirely, we have no idea. So without further ado, grab a drink. My choice today is Marrakesh mint tea, and join me as we explore the bottom two tiers of the ultimate UFO and alien iceberg. In tier 5, we have the Allagash abductions. So these were the abductions of 4 men in 1976 in Allagash, Maine, and they were out camping in the middle of nowhere in August in the Maine wilderness when one of the men saw a strange light up in the sky. He was kind of taken aback by this. He looked up at the light, it kind of flickered, moved around a bit, and then eventually disappeared. And that was kind of it, at least for that night. Then a few nights later, they saw another bright thing in the sky, but this thing was so bright, they actually compared it to the sun of all things. They said it was so bright it lit up the entire surrounding area, and it was just hovering there in the sky. Now, maybe the men were so drunk they didn't know what time it was, and it actually was daytime and this was the sun, but I mean, probably not. But one of the men tried to signal to the craft SOS, probably with a flashlight or something. Alright, I think I've just burnt my finger. But when he sent this signal up to the craft, it shot down like a spotlight at the men, or rather not directly at them, but kind of in the area. It was trying to locate, apparently, these men. And at the time of this incident, they were actually out on a boat doing some fishing. Night fishing, apparently. And then all of a sudden, this light actually managed to find them. It struck them, and they just woke up back on the nearby shore. They had very little memory of how they got back to the shore, and the fire that they had just lit like minutes before actually going out onto the boat, when they found it, it was completely gone out, as if multiple hours of time had passed, even though they were only out there for a few minutes. And then that was more or less it. They finished their camping trip, they went back home, nothing really came of this, until 2 of the men started to have these strange memories, these strange nightmares of many things, but notably of these 4 men fully naked, sitting on a bench for some reason in a strange place, feeling very vulnerable. And so they thought this was kind of strange. They went under hypnosis to try and fish out some of these memories, and then it all came back to them. While they were on this boat, when the bright light flashed down at them, according to this memory, these 4 men were actually abducted by this flying craft, and they had their skin probed and taken, they had their bodily fluids taken and tested and all of this, all while the aliens were telling them not to be afraid and to just do as they say, which again would make me even more terrified. And it's easier said than done when you're literally being operated on by aliens, and that was it. The men all did polygraph tests. All of them came back, positive, truthful, and while in the hypnosis sessions, the accounts all seemed to be fairly similar, so it seems pretty solid. There was the one small detail, however, of in 2016, one of the men came forward and said that he had lied about the abduction experience. He said he personally didn't remember it, but he just went along with it. And so it's up for you to decide whether this entire thing was a hoax, whether he personally just didn't remember, or he did actually remember and for some reason was coerced or talked into saying he didn't remember and saying it was all a lie. But anyhow, that is the case of the Allagash abductions. Aliens live in video games, the transcension hypothesis. So this is a minor theory that we've actually covered earlier in the Iceberg, and this says that the more advanced aliens get, the more likely they are to actually regress in terms of where they live rather than progress. So progression would be like physically moving outwards, exploring the galaxy, exploring space, setting up colonies, that sort of thing. And regression in this context means that the aliens get so advanced, that they're able to create realities, virtual realities, they're able to create artificial intelligence that is so convincing that it is indistinguishable from actual reality. And in many cases, it actually is better than reality, which kind of makes sense when you think about it. Even with our limited technology down here, people are more than willing to escape their actual lives and go into the life of, a Skyrim character or a RuneScape character, essentially living a different life and doing things that you couldn't actually do in your reality. And if hypothetically you could live an entire lifetime in 5 minutes, why would aliens choose to live in this reality when they can get the exact same experience with advanced enough technology and live like 1,000 lifetimes in one of their lifetimes? So this idea says that we don't see as many aliens as we should do, because most of the really advanced ones are just stuck on one planet or one spaceship somewhere, and they're just chilling there, self-contained, living their own realities. Xenoarchaeology is, well, xeno meaning strange or weird or alien, and archaeology meaning digging up artifacts, finding ancient writings and ancient buildings, and learning about old technologies and cultures and civilizations. And so this is basically archaeology, but applied to aliens. Now, as you can imagine, actual human archaeology is pretty hard to do. They have to dig often super deep in places to find anything. A lot of the stuff of ancient civilizations has either been looted or destroyed or long buried, and so xenoarchaeology is like a million times harder to do. A big part of this field of study is hypothetical or theoretical, but proponents of this science and study are constantly trying to get funding to try and explore stuff on the moon or explore stuff on Mars, actually digging down into these planets to try and find old artifacts, old rubble from an alien temple or something, and as well as physical evidence. Well, I guess this is still physical, but they also try to use signals from space. So within xenoarchaeology, there's the study of, radio signals or light coming from other planets, from other galaxies, to try and use that to find some form of evidence for aliens. And it's kind of strange because it's like a middle child in a way, where it's trying to be an actual science, it's trying to be respected among the scientific community. There's very few conspiracy theorist crazy people in this field, although there are a few, but it's trying to be closer to, cosmology or astrophysics, where it is studying space, but it is very respected in science. So yeah, a very interesting field, and I would honestly like to see it funded a bit more. The Apollo 8 alien squid xenoid. So this is this very strange thing that was spotted on the Apollo 8 space mission. Now, during the mission, they were up there in space, just floating around, bopping around, and while they were there, they took a bunch of photos. And obviously back then, they couldn't just look at the photos directly. They had to take them back down to Earth, have them processed, and so they didn't notice anything while they were up there. But after coming back down to Earth, after processing the photos, they saw this strange squid-like figure just chilling there in space. And honestly, this is a little terrifying. It kind of reminds me of a space squid or some sort of Lovecraftian horror or something. And there's no super definitive explanation for this because it was such a obscure occurrence. But people have theorized that it might be something like a space squid, you know, some kind of tentacled alien that's able to live in space. Or it might be evidence of a spacecraft of some kind, and these tentacles are actually like plasma or electricity, much in the same way that we have flames coming out of our rockets. Maybe the aliens have discovered some form of alternate technology, some alternate fuel source, and so when they turn on their thrusters, this is what comes out the back of it. Or people have said that it might be some sort of photo processing glitch, you know, that's caused this image to appear post-processing. But yeah, all very strange, and honestly, it is probably one of my favorite entries so far. Teenage Aliens computer game. So this is a very simple but obscure theory, kind of similar in ways to the simulation theory, that says that our Earth, our existence, our reality could all be just data in the video game of some alien. You know, like how we have Sims where they have kind of basic, simple, kind of crappy AI. Imagine that, but like a million times more advanced, to the point that the AI actually believe that they're real. And that would be us. It is a fantastic theory, if not a little bit terrifying. And yeah, lovely. A bit of existential dread just before bed. Round Trip to Hell in a Flying Saucer is this insane book pamphlet written by a man named Cecil Michael in 1955, in which he describes his real-life experience of being abducted by these aliens and taken to the planet Hell. Like, it's literally a planet called Hell. And in this pamphlet, he goes into a ton of details about what these aliens looked like, what the planet looked like, what the leader of the planet looked like, and what was going on this planet Hell. So back in the day when this was written, Michael was a mechanic, and one day he witnessed this strange craft appear, and he saw these two beings inside the craft. Then the craft just flies away, he doesn't see it again, and it wasn't until 2 months later when he was actually visited by two aliens, and he described them as quite athletic, smooth-shaven, dark-complexioned men. And I mean, I don't know where this is going, but they came to Michael's repair shop and started to speak to him telepathically. And this happened multiple times over the next few months, with these two men, aliens, disappearing anytime someone else, you know, came into the room. And at these meetings, Michael described basically what happened to him, and he said he was exploring space, kind of zipping around, and explored the planet Hell, but he was still always in his workshop. So he described it kind of like they were astrally projecting him, so he was still always down here on Earth, but also able to experience, you know, space and hell. But yeah, on one of his many journeys, Michael was brought up to Hell, and he described how it looked. It was red, it was flaming. It was more or less what we imagine Hell to be like. And he said there were people there, they were being brought in, resurrected, and made to suffer seemingly eternally there. And then he meets with the devil of all people, who basically offers him a job up there on Hell and says, look, you know, we're having a wonderful life up here. It'd be super easy work. Everyone's lazing about. They're indulging in things, you know, unless you're one of the people being tortured. But the workers seem to have a fantastic time. They probably have like a great union or something. But Michael is completely offended by this offer. He shouts, I will never work for Satan on the planet Hell. And he rebukes Satan in the name of Jesus Christ, and then is sent back down to Earth. Then in a final meeting with these strange men, they basically strongly suggest for him to write down his experiences and to put them in a pamphlet or a book of some sort, and he eventually did in a Round Trip to Hell in a Flying Saucer. This is just a fantastic read if you want to check it out, to explore it. It's about 60 pages long and ends with Michael writing, I rise before God and man to swear that this story I have written is a true account of the flying saucers of today and the supreme supernatural. Just perfect. In Tier 6, we have the elevator into Twilight. And this is the theory and or experience of people finding all over the world, finding these strange elevators in seemingly common, innocuous places that take them either to underground secret alien bases or to alternate planets or alternate dimensions or realities. You know, these could be in a random alleyway or in the back of a storeroom or in an abandoned office space or something. And one account of this is from a woman who is staying with her mother in hospital. And she gets a little peckish, she goes to find a vending machine and realizes that the food court, the vending machines, etc. are all on the ground or basement floor. Now she's up on the 6th floor, so she jumps in the elevator, goes down, gets a Kit Kat, which, fantastic choice by the way, and then she goes up, returns to her floor, steps out, and the entire floor is completely empty. There's no people, no equipment, no clipboards or patients or doctors or nurse stations or anything like that. And she walked around a little bit because she was confused. She went to the windows and saw these huge white buildings, giant skyscrapers, but not a single person in sight. Her phone didn't have any signal, so she sat around for a while, worried, confused, eventually found her way back to the elevator doors, stepped inside of them, went to the 5th floor, and thankfully when she got out, she stepped out into the hospital. She went back to her mum, who said she'd only been gone for like 5 minutes, even though it felt like over an hour, and that was it. It's a very strange concept, I think, but also very cool and interesting. It kind of gives me backroom sort of vibes, where you can step out, you know, almost glitch outside our world and just enter this other strange world, strange dimension, maybe a bit of time travel. But yeah, a little scary, but very cool. The Russian Secret Alien Race book. So this is this insane book called the Book of Alien Races, and it was translated into English from originally being apparently a secret KGB document. And in this book it covers various alien races that have either been spotted or captured by the Soviet government. And the original version of this book, you know, the KGB version, it was apparently written as a handout to top KGB officials and agents in order to train them, in order to get them familiar with various aliens they might spot on their, you know, secret KGB missions. And honestly, this book is just pure gold, pure insanity. It's an absolute treasure trove of alien races, of UFO encounters, documented alien contact, Russian attempts to copy some of this alien technology, to rebuild it, to capture the aliens, and it includes some wonderful alien races such as the Olgruk, aka lizard people, the Kili Tokirk, aka black-eyed children, the Pleiadians, or like spiritual hippie aliens, the Kilimir Auk, and I'm just taking a stab at these pronunciations because they're all apparently written in alien and I don't speak alien. But yeah, there's like 90 odd pages of this covering all that I mentioned before, as well as secret alien meetings and discoveries between the aliens and the Russians and the Americans. And honestly, it's just an incredibly fun read. If you want to check it out, find a PDF for it somewhere, make yourself a nice cup of tea, and have yourself a lovely evening. Soviet Stone Soldiers. So this is a document, an official document, still to this day posted up on the CIA website, and it documents the case of how after the dissolution of the USSR, a lot of the KGB material and documents, etc., made their way outside of Russia and either into American hands or European hands. And this mentions and covers one such document, which was apparently a 250-page document covering a particular incident involving a UFO and a Soviet military unit located in Siberia. And the file contained testimonies from soldiers, it contained photos, images, and tells of this event out in Siberia where this unit of soldiers all saw this strange flying craft in the sky, and one of them, for some reason, fired a ground-to-air missile at it. And, I mean, I can tell you what the reason was. It was an alien spacecraft. Is that not reason enough? But they hit this craft, the craft goes crash landing down to the ground, and the soldiers all go over there to check it out. And when they do, these tiny alien creatures come out of the craft. They somehow combine into one, like, ball of energy or something, and this ball of energy explodes, basically turning all the soldiers in sight into stone. 2 of the soldiers were far enough away and or behind cover, so they weren't turned to stone. And the file goes on to say that these stone soldiers were taken away. They were taken to Moscow to a research center, a secret military one. And it says that this source of energy that is still unknown to humans instantly transformed the molecular structure and composition of these soldiers so that their bodies, their makeup, was no different to that of limestone, which I think is equal parts hilarious and terrifying. But yeah, go check out the file if you want on the, again, official CIA website, as it is honestly a thing of wonders. Einstein visited Roswell's site. So this was a tale of events told by Einstein's assistant, Dr. Shirley Wright, and this was in these uncovered tapes from 1993, in which she said that her and Einstein were basically flown over to America in New Mexico, or New Mexico in America, and Einstein was asked to give his opinion on the crashed UFO at Roswell. She says that when they were flown over there, they were shown the craft, they were shown the little aliens inside of the craft, and that this aircraft was kind of shiny from afar, but a little more dull and rough as you got up close to it. She said the aliens looked all fairly similar, around 5 feet tall, bald, big heads, big eyes, greenish, grayish skin. And she said while she personally was freaking out a little bit, that Einstein was kind of calm, cool, collect, and he said it mostly intrigued him, but also reassured him that other beings existed out there, and actually made him hopeful for the future of science, of space discovery. And then she said her and Einstein were basically sworn to secrecy and were sent back to Europe. And she never spoke about it again until obviously 1993 when she had these tapes recorded. And the Einstein Foundation actually says they have no records of where Einstein was around that time or even what he was doing. So that's something. And it does make sense in a lot of ways. If you have a crashed craft, if you have strange stuff from space, alien technology, another species of being, it might make sense to bring basically the smartest guy in science at the time down there to give his opinion on it all. So yeah, a very interesting one. We do have to take his assistant's word on this, which is part of the downside of this case. But let me know your thoughts on this one down below. Aliens live in the fabric of reality. So this is a theory which we did again cover earlier, so I won't go too deeply into it, but it's basically part of a wider theory that says that aliens as we know them might not actually exist. Often when we're looking for aliens, we look for kind of human-like aliens. They've got a mouth, they breathe, a nose, 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. But firstly, what if aliens are like weird squid or slug-like creatures? And even further than that, what if they're not creatures at all? What if somehow they became so unbelievably advanced that they were basically able to in some way transfer their consciousness into actual reality? Maybe they exist as a planet or as a gas cloud or as more abstract things like numbers. Maybe they exist as gravity. It's all stuff that's very almost incomprehensible to us, but who says we have to be able to comprehend the existence of these aliens? Just like an ant probably can't comprehend the existence of atoms or molecules or stuff like the internet, maybe aliens exist in a way that we just can't see or can't realize. Exopsychology is similar in ways to exoarchaeology in that it tries to apply basically psychology to aliens. So it's again mostly hypothetical, theoretical at this point, but it's a proposed field of study that would go into, how alien minds work, and often tries to, think outside the box as to how aliens are. Are they necessarily like humans where we fight wars, we fight over resources, we reproduce with, the jiggy? Or perhaps are these aliens not aggressive at all? Have they got a completely different mind and, brain makeup? Maybe they don't need oxygen or water to survive. Maybe when reproducing, they just split like amoeba or something. And yeah, I think similar to alien archaeology, this will probably take off more the deeper and deeper into space that we get and the, more evidence we get for aliens. But that is the idea of exopsychology. Alien meteorites strike. So this is a fascinating entry covering the 2014 meteorite, and it was named CNEOS 20140108, which bloody catchy name, I know. But this was a meteorite that landed or crash landed down in these waters near Papua New Guinea. And what was notable about this meteorite was that it was the first recorded interstellar meteorite to crash land on Earth. You know, interstellar meaning from another star or another solar system. As most of the stuff that hits Earth, most of the meteorites and the asteroids, etc., are just from our own solar system. You know, they came originally from the sun, got blown off, and then they're kind of rotating around. But this one particularly came from another star system. And as well as this is something we covered actually in the Unsolved Mysteries iceberg, that being the asteroid Oumuamua, which was discovered in 2017 and also comes from another solar system. Now, it's likely that over, you know, a million years, a billion years, that this sort of thing probably happens quite a bit. But over, say, an entire lifetime, it's incredibly unlikely to happen. So yeah, maybe in the last million years, in the last 100,000 years, it's happened here and there, but never in recorded history. And our nearest other solar system is like 4 million light years away, so very, very far. And it has traveled seemingly all that way to crash into Earth. At least all that way, because it might have come from another solar system. So people were super excited about this because they thought that maybe it might contain life of some kind, or little bits of evidence of alien life or technology on the rock or something like that, which they haven't officially found yet, but it is still a very interesting event, and fingers crossed for them discovering something within it soon. Exopolitics. And there's a lot of exo things in this iceberg. But similar to psychology and archaeology, exopolitics basically tries to apply politics to aliens. So is this alien civilization like a dictatorship or a monarchy or something closer to democracy or something else that's entirely better than anything we can imagine? You know, do they have wars? How are their resources doing? Do they elect people? Do they vote people in? How are their countries divided up? Do they have intergalactic federations or councils? And it's a very interesting idea, I think, just to throw out and to talk about and discuss ideas. And as with all of these exo things, we don't really have much or any proof for them, which I think in my eyes kind of makes them super interesting thought experiments. But without further ado, grab a drink. My choice today is passion flower tea, and join me as we explore the brief alien species iceberg list thingy. The Alor Island humanoids were spotted on Alor Island in Indonesia in 1959. And this is when a boy on the island basically went missing, and he was found hours later in a field, completely confused, and he told the tale of these aliens that abducted him. He said they were quite tall, they had silver hair, red skin, blue overalls, and they had these strange little devices on their belts. The town police obviously went out there looking for them, they couldn't really find them, but over the next few days, many townspeople did actually spot these aliens. A bunch of them said they actually managed to corner one, they attacked it with spears and arrows, but it simply, you know, deflected them and jumped over the heads of these people, so that didn't turn out too well. Another man said he was actually surrounded by a bunch of these creatures, and they, you know, cornered him, they were speaking a weird language, and then after a while they zapped him, and then that's all he remembers. And this whole thing actually culminated in a shootout between the police and between the aliens, and the bullets didn't seem to affect the aliens, none of them were really hurt, but they did get up into their craft, fly away, and were never seen again. The bucket microterrestrials are this species of alien spotted in Malaysia in 1970. And this was by two boys who went out UFO spotting, and they found this strange blue metal object in the ground. They got up closer to, you know, examine it, and they said they found these little creature aliens all standing around outside of the craft. And these beings were tiny, like tiny. They were like 3 inches tall. And one of the boys went up to the craft, went to try and grab one of these aliens, and the alien just pulled out a gun and then pew pew shot this kid in his hand, which is pretty justifiable, I'd say. These beings were all wearing blue outfits except for one, which was wearing yellow and had these horns coming out of its head, so they thought he might be the ringleader, might be the captain or something. And the creatures were seen again by many other people in the village at this time, but soon after this they apparently left and were never seen again. The telepathic football, and my lord, I love this one. This was this creature that was spotted by these two boys in Chile, and this is basically after after they went out to look for their pet snake that had gone missing. And while they were out, they saw this creature just standing there menacingly, and so they started to throw rocks at it, which I absolutely do not condone. Don't just throw rocks at random creatures or animals. But this creature didn't seem to run away, it just stood there, and then it turned towards the boys, stared at them, and stood up on its hind legs. So yeah, a little terrifying. The boys said that it shot them with this weird energy or something. They felt like electricity in their stomachs. And then the boys ran away and this creature was never seen again. They described it as a rugby football with legs, which is just hilarious, and thought that it might be potentially a cryptid of some kind, a mutated dog, maybe a possessed hellhound or something. Or it honestly looks a little like a chinchilla or demonic rabbit or something. Or, of course, some form of alien. The jury is still out on this one. The Pool Pyramid is this kaleidoscopic-looking tree creature that was seen in 1972 in Dorset, England. It was seen hovering above the bed of Terence Druce, looking exactly like this. And Terence was absolutely terrified. He felt that this thing was just standing there or floating there watching him. And so, reluctantly, he went back to sleep. And when he woke up, this thing was no longer there. The creature was never seen again, but the family did experience like alien sightings, alien experiences, strange lights in the sky, etc. for many years to come, so there is that. The Bosack Cowman is, my lord, what the hell is even that? But this creature was spotted by a 68-year-old dairy farmer, William Bosack, in 1974, Wisconsin. He spotted this creature while driving home one night, and he described it as being covered in this dark fur, except for its face, with large pointy ears sticking out the side of its head, and these large, terrifying eyes. And this kind of reminds me of like man-bear pig, but possibly even more creepy, if that's possible. And that was more or less the end of the encounter. The Uno head replacement alien. So this was this terrifying alien spotted in Japan in 1974. And on this day, Mr. F, which the name has been redacted, but Mr. F was driving along in the early morning. He stopped somewhere to get some food. He jumped back in his truck, and then he noticed this strange bright light in the sky. And then he lost consciousness. And when he awoke, he was still in his truck, but beside him in the passenger seat was this strange looking female. He said she had kind of a face, like she had eyes but nothing else really. She had an antenna coming out of her head. She wore these like rubber clothes, and the lady told Mr. F that she was an alien, that she had come down to Earth with her people. She said that her home planet and star had basically exploded, and so they came to Earth to seek refuge. She said they were peaceful, they weren't looking to take over Earth or to harm anyone, and she said her people were basically everywhere, you'll never find them, but said that there was something wrong inside of her head and wanted Mr. F to replace and fix it. So he followed her instructions, pushed these little buttons on her chest, and that basically popped her head off, and then he, worked on it, fixed it up, and ended up replacing it. And this was, I think, because she said there was this little computer-like technology inside of their heads, which actually allowed them to speak basically any language, speak to ants, speak to bacteria, or even humans. But yeah, she needed this fixed, he fixed it, and then she more or less just vanished as quickly as she appeared. And Mr. F ended up telling his wife about this, his colleagues. He ended up writing a newsletter about it, and he was more or less ridiculed, made fun of. They didn't take him seriously, and that was basically the end of that case. The Anunnaki were a group of beings. Really, they were a group of gods, to the ancient Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, Babylonians. And we did actually cover these earlier in more detail, so I won't go into super detail about them. But if you're interested in this sort of thing, in ancient civilizations, in gods, in space stuff, this entire topic is absolutely fascinating. They were, in these cultures, closely related to the sky, either being children of sky gods or sky gods themselves. They were said to live in the sky or live in heaven, and they brought down wisdom, technology to the humans. They were often in charge of their fates. And so yeah, you can kind of see where this is going. Powerful creatures coming down from the sky, bringing technology, wisdom. And there is one theory about this that says that these Anunnaki were actually alien beings, and they were perhaps on a planet of their own that had limited resources. So we are Earth, flying around here. This Anunnaki planet just happens to come relatively nearby into our solar system. And so they see Earth, they see its resources, they fly across, act as gods to the humans, make them give up offerings, take a bunch of the gold and resources from Earth, and then, just before their planet flies off, they all zoop back to their planet, and then the planet flies away into outer space. So yeah, a super cool topic. Definitely check it out, as I said, if you like this sort of thing. And I'll probably end up covering these in a ancient civilization iceberg or something sometime in the future. The engineers are these huge 10 feet tall aliens that look like this. Creepy, very pale, very bald. And if you think that they look a little similar to humans, that is because they do. And these are from the Alien franchise universe, and they actually created humans basically from their own DNA. And occasionally, from time to time, they do secretly pop down to Earth to check on the progression of humanity. So they're actually quite a sweet, caring alien race. Oh wait, then they plan to wipe out humanity for no reason by releasing a deadly virus onto Earth. Alright, never mind, I take that back. But the virus basically ends up backfiring, killing most of the engineers. And it's a pretty cool backstory, honestly. Scientists discover these ancient drawings, these ancient depictions of these engineers, and they find them in all types of civilizations all around the world depicting basically the same thing. So they conclude that these nations, these civilizations couldn't have had contact with each other, and so whatever they were depicting must have actually happened, and these engineers must actually exist. So as I said, super cool, especially if you like the Alien franchise, and head over to the Alien Anthology wiki if you want to spend a few hours or an afternoon or a weekend or whatever going down this alien rabbit hole. It's pretty fun. The Forkville Metal Man. So this was this being caught on Polaroid in 1973, and it was actually taken by the chief of police in Forkville, Alabama, Jeff Greenhaw. He responded to a call about a flying saucer, a potential crash, and so he got his gear, he went out to the site, and he immediately saw no saucer, but he did see this creature. So he went into his car, got his Polaroid, and snapped 3 or 4 photos of this creature. It then tried to run away. Jeff tried to catch it, but he said that this creature ran basically faster than any human had ever run, and that was more or less it. He gave his statements to these reporters who came to the scene, and when it became known of the statement that he gave, people basically didn't believe him. He lost his job as the chief of police, his marriage went to absolute shambles, and yeah, it didn't turn out too well for old Jeff, but it is one hell of a photo. I mean, just look at it. Pure beauty. The Canula humanoid was this green little man, or rather little man in a green suit, that was spotted in Canula, Finland in 1971. These 2 Finnish ladies were driving along the road when they saw this light up above them, and so they parked up in a nearby field. The light kind of passed over them, went off into the distance, disappeared, but as they were parked up, they saw this strange 3-foot little creature dressed, all in green, and it seemed to kind of hop skip across the road and then just disappeared. This same being was apparently also seen that same year in Finland when these 2 lumberjacks were out in the woods, lumberjacking, and they saw this strange craft up above them in the trees. The craft then seemed to come down, and out of the bottom of this craft descended this same little green dude alien, and the men tried to capture this alien for whatever reason. They failed to do so, and the creature went back into his craft, escaped, and was never seen again. The Villa Santina aliens were these strange-looking big head dudes that were seen in 1947 in Santina, Italy. They were about 3 feet tall, they wore all blue with red collars and belts, and they had green skin, large eyes, and as you can see, big chunky heads. They appeared to this man while he was painting. They stunned him, he fell to the ground. They went over and observed the easel, the paintbrush, maybe to see if it was a weapon or something. And then, almost as quickly as they appeared, they went back into their craft and zooped away. The Pendelli egg. Well, if it isn't an egg. And it seems quite fitting, actually, to end on an egg, or an egg alien, because I actually quite like eggs. They're a fantastic food, great source of protein, cheap, versatile, easy to cook. You can't go wrong with a good egg. But the Pendeli egg was seen in 1977 in Greece, and this is when these 3 hikers were hiking up on Mount Pendeli. During their hike, they saw this strange car up in a place that no one could ever get the car, they said. You know, they were very confused, like how or why would anyone even get a car up there? And they ignored it at first before seeing it again. It hadn't moved, it hadn't changed, so they basically went up to investigate. They looked around the area and they saw actually these strange little footprints, except they didn't have any digits, they didn't have any toes, and they were oval-shaped prints. Oval like an egg. These prints kind of went along the ground, and they eventually went up in, strange places, like up a wall where no creature could actually walk. And eventually, they did find this creature, which they described as a white creature, a dreadful white creature, which I have often been described as myself on many occasions. But this was about yay big, it was oval-shaped, egg-shaped, and it had these large, menacing, yolk-like eyes, and that was more or less it. I absolutely love this case. Just a giant egg alien just sitting there in the snow. And I really do hope that it came from like an egg planet, landed here on an egg-shaped craft, and this race of egg aliens has like an egg council, an egg-themed government, and they only eat eggs because they're all cannibals, and they also can't escape the fact that eggs are a great source of protein. But yeah, maybe I'm getting a little carried away. And that is all we have time for. If you made it all the way through this video, holy cow, congratulations, and honestly, thank you. Your support really, really does mean the world to me. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for everyone watching these. Comment the phrase alien egg-duction if you've made it this far, just so I know you're one of the cool kids. And once again, thank you to Raid Shadow Legends for supporting this video. Links are down below, QR code is here, and as always, thanks for watching.